Hi, welcome back guys. This is your Sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Befriends Blind Girl. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Haruka Nara was born without sight. This was an undeniable fact that could not be changed. Her parents constantly tried to protect her from everything around her, which often frustrated her. Although she lacked one of her senses, she was still a functional human being. Being blind, Haruka developed her other senses. Her sense of smell could be compared to that of the Inuzuka clan, and she could focus on the sounds around her. If she concentrated enough, she could even identify the auras of the people nearby. However, these skills seemed unimpressive when living in a household of ninjas, especially as a member of one of the most important clans in her village. Her only options as part of the clan were to become a ninja or remain in the clan's administrative side, which was not feasible due to her blindness. In reality, her only options seemed to be marriage and having children. This required little effort, but it would only prove that Haruka Nara was useless. Haruka Nara was blind, but she was not useless. Being a ninja required too much effort, while being a wife seemed so effortless that it would only demonstrate that a disability could prevent someone from leading a normal life. These were the thoughts of the 6-year-old girl lying in her backyard, her clothes slightly damp from the plants being watered just hours before. How did her mother call it? Yes, wet dirt makes a mess. Her mother called out from the patio door, urging her to get ready to visit her relatives. Haruka hurried inside to change into dry clothes, rushing down the stairs to meet her parents, who were waiting for her. She overheard her mother whispering in frustration, questioning why she even bothered. Haruka straightened her back, reinforcing her decision about the outfit she had chosen for this specific outing. She picked it simply for its softness, regardless of the color. Her mother asked where her shoes were, her tone overly sweet. Haruka shrugged and replied that she had burned them. Her mother paused, taking a long breath, a sign that she was on the verge of a significant outburst. Her father's energy shifted slightly, indicating he found the situation amusing. Of course, her mother responded with a hint of sarcasm, asking why she had burned them. Haruka loved being barefoot. It allowed her to feel the vibrations of people's footsteps, which helped her navigate. However, her mother disliked that her daughter was always without shoes. Haruka insisted that shoes were bothersome and unnecessary. Her father observed the exchange, knowing that both women had strong personalities and it was best to stay out of their disputes. Her mother insisted that she would wear shoes because she said so, mentioning that she had bought some at the market. She tossed the shoes to Haruka, who caught them on her head. With the little dignity she had left, Haruka picked up the shoes from the ground and put them on. She confidently asked if they were on the wrong feet, sensing the silence from her parents. There went her remaining dignity. Her mother laughed, and eventually, Haruka allowed them to help her put on the shoes. Sometimes, one must choose which battles to surrender in, and today, Haruka decided to yield to her mother. Perhaps she had to wear shoes today, but next time, Haruka would win. Haruka felt a warm sense of comfort as she walked through her uncle's house, familiar with its layout. Her aunt Yoshino complimented her, saying she looked more beautiful each time they met. Haruka smiled in response. Her mother, Miko, informed the family that Shikamaru was already at the academy. Miko served Haruka her plate, and although Haruka preferred to help herself, she swallowed her pride, knowing she might create a mess. She ate the vegetables her mother had intentionally included, aware that her mother still saw her as a little girl. Haruka expressed her desire to join the academy, insisting she was blind but not helpless. Her father, Shikatoshi, nearly choked on his drink at her boldness, while her uncle Shikaku shared a similar surprised reaction, both finding amusement in her determination. Haruka lamented that she only knew Shikamaru as a friend her age, feeling frustrated that her only companion was her cousin. Spending time with Shikamaru was enjoyable. They could lie on the grass all day, listening to the rustling leaves and watching clouds drift by. There were few children her age in their clan, as most were busy with their own ninja training or too young to attend the academy, leaving her without playmates when Shikamaru was unavailable. Her father was often occupied with missions, and while her mother managed the household, She also handled administrative tasks for the clan. Haruka didn't understand much about the paperwork involved, but she knew her mother and Aunt Yoshino took care of important matters that the adults often discussed. Her father sometimes muttered about silly politics, a concept she didn't grasp yet but sensed was a source of adult concern. Aunt Yoshino suggested that Haruka could try the academy, and if it became bothersome, she could leave. Miko agreed, confident that Shikamaru would look after her. Haruka hadn't anticipated being pushed into the academy so quickly, but she welcomed the chance to prove herself, finally feeling valued. The only question that lingered was whether she would put in the effort to become a ninja. As she walked hand in hand with her mother through the streets of Konoha, Miko had just purchased ingredients for dinner. She asked Haruka why she wanted to attend the academy, wondering if it was to become a ninja like her father. Haruka replied that she simply wanted to learn new things, finding it dull to always be with her mother. Her mother playfully tapped her on the head, and Haruka rubbed the spot, insisting she wanted to play with other children. Admitting this made her feel like the 6-year-old she truly was, a feeling she often tried to shake off. Perhaps that was why her mother paused, as she too was reluctant to admit that Haruka wanted to socialize with kids other than her cousin and the adults in their clan. Most adults were experienced ninjas who, upon seeing a little girl bump into doors, would lower their defenses to help her. Miko expressed her concern, saying that if Haruka truly wanted to be a ninja, it would be a difficult life. Haruka countered, asking if it would be harder for someone like her. She was aware of her limitations, and while it frustrated her, she still occasionally bumped into closed doors or moved objects. Her ability to navigate the Nara complex had improved, but it wasn't perfect. She wondered how she could become a ninja if she first needed to master moving like everyone else. Her mother fell silent, and Haruka bit her lip, feeling annoyed at the lack of faith in her abilities. Haruka insisted that she wouldn't spend her life relying on others or locked away in a room. Her mother affirmed that wouldn't be the case, and Haruka pleaded to be allowed to attend the academy. She promised to let her mother know if it became too much for her. Miko took her hand, and the warmth of her aura signaled her satisfaction with Haruka's promise. How bad could a few kids her age really be? The biggest obstacle Haruka faced was her mother. While everyone at dinner with her uncles seemed to accept her desire to study as a ninja, the atmosphere at home could shift dramatically depending on her mother's mood. Miko Nara was the one who always made the decisions, and even when Shikatoshi appeared to take charge, his choices were often influenced by her. Therefore, Haruka was taken aback when her father refused to enroll her in the academy. Haruka despised feeling useless, but even more, she hated being caught off guard. Being surprised meant she hadn't considered all her options, and if she hadn't analyzed everything, something could go wrong. She had not prepared a plan for if her father said no. There was no need for one. He usually accepted whatever her mother decided without question. Except when it came to his missions. Haruka felt foolish for not considering her father's own life as a ninja. He was still a special jounin in the Leaf Village, often called upon for dangerous missions. Although the frequency of these missions had decreased, as she had heard from her mother, Shikatoshi took his role as a ninja seriously, as a shinobi of Konoha. He must have felt disrespected by her casual approach to wanting to be a ninja. Everyone aspired to be ninjas, and many children from clans followed in their parents' footsteps, naturally continuing the legacy of protecting the village. Her mother must have told her that she only wanted to play with kids her age, disregarding what it meant to be a shinobi. Yes, that had to be it. Haruka declared her seriousness about becoming a shinobi to her father, insisting that she wouldn't just be playing. Her father's response was ambiguous, leaving her unsure of how to convince him she could attend the academy without issues. When he asked if she truly wanted to be a shinobi, a wave of heaviness washed over her. He was testing her resolve. She admitted she didn't know for sure but expressed her desire not to feel trapped at home. After a long silence, she nervously fidgeted with the hem of her shirt. Her father instructed her to let him know if any child bothered her or to use the techniques he had taught her, reminding her to aim for the right spots. Overjoyed, Haruka leaped into her father's arms, feeling victorious. However, that feeling lasted only 3 days. As she stood in front of the academy, the noise of so many children in one place nearly gave her a headache. Why did they have to shout so much? Her father asked if she was having doubts, to which she quickly replied no. To prove her point, she relaxed her expression, deciding she could get used to the noise, just as she did when accompanying her mother on shopping trips. She wouldn't let a few noisy kids send her home without even stepping inside the academy. She reassured herself that she was just thinking about all the friends she would make. Her father seemed amused by her expression, and together they entered the building. Adjusting to the unfamiliar smells and the presence of so many strangers was a bit overwhelming, but Haruka was too proud to admit defeat. She had put in too much effort to study at the academy, just like any other child, whether from a civilian family or a clan, to back down now. Determined, she tuned out the conversation between her father and her new teacher. Her father entrusted her to Haruka, who assured him she would be in good hands. After a gentle kiss on her forehead, Haruka smiled and said goodbye, waiting until her father's familiar presence faded before addressing the new adult. She confirmed her father had left, trusting her instincts, as he was a skilled ninja who could easily hide. Her new teacher seemed taken aback by her directness, which didn't leave a great impression. Trusting her instincts, Haruka removed her shoes and stored them in her backpack. She asked if he was her sensei, and after a long pause, he finally introduced himself as Haruka Umino. Haruka introduced herself, wanting to show her manners and not be known as the girl without them. Haruka then offered to introduce her to her classmates. Haruka still didn't know what to think of her new teacher, as she had little to compare it to. Most of what she had learned came from her mother. While her mother was an excellent teacher, being her mom often led to many reprimands. She could hear a loud commotion in the classroom, which quieted down as Haruka Umino entered, with Haruka following closely behind. Haruka announced to the class that they had a new student and encouraged her to introduce herself. It took him exactly 2 minutes to get everyone to settle down. Haruka introduced herself with a smile and a bow, stating her name. The other children were surprised to see her. Haruka instructed the class to treat her well, but Haruka interjected, cheerfully waving her hand in front of her face, revealing that she was blind. She wanted her classmates to see her as just another student, not someone special, believing that starting relationships honestly was the best approach. This revelation caused a stir among the students, which Haruka quickly quelled with his authoritative voice. Haruka recognized the familiar scent of her cousin Shikamaru in the room, grateful that the children were moving around, allowing her to imagine where each of them was. Haruka was about to direct her to a seat, but she took the initiative and sat next to Shikamaru, who had saved a spot for her on his right. He had anticipated her presence in his class and had kept a seat open, knowing it was the only sense she was connected to. Haruka began the lesson for the day, and Haruka felt excitement bubbling within her at the thought of what she would learn in a classroom full of kids her age. As she sat up straight, she could hear her classmates whispering questions about her. Haruka ignored them, determined to show that despite her blindness, she was just as capable as anyone else. The smell of fries wafted through the air, catching her attention. A voice broke through her thoughts, asking if she was Shikamaru's cousin. It was a boy she recognized as Chuji, a friend of her cousin. Shikamaru introduced them, and Haruka nodded, recalling that their clans had always been allies, though she hadn't spent much time with them due to her mother's protectiveness. While the boys chatted about something that didn't interest her, Haruka quietly slipped out of the classroom and into the backyard, where she could hear children playing. She misstepped and fell onto the ground, causing laughter to erupt around her. A boy named Naruto approached her, extending his hand to help her up. Haruka was surprised by his kindness and crossed her arms, stating that she didn't need help and introduced herself. Naruto introduced himself in return, and as Haruka dusted off her clothes, he asked if she really couldn't see. She confirmed that she couldn't see anything at all. Curious, he asked how she knew where he was, and she simply replied that he was very noisy and smelled like instant ramen. Naruto was impressed and asked if she could guess the flavor. Haruka furrowed her brow, concentrating on his scent before confidently stating it was yakisoba. Naruto exclaimed in amazement, thrilled that she had correctly identified the ramen he had for breakfast. Haruka felt a warmth in her cheeks at his compliment, a feeling she had never experienced before. Just then, Shikamaru found her and remarked that it seemed she had met Naruto. Haruka agreed, calling Naruto a fool, to which he protested loudly, insisting he was not a fool. Haruka thought to herself that only a fool would react that way. Haruka was getting used to her routine, where her parents would drop her off at the academy and pick her up at the end of the day. She ignored the comments from her silly classmates, knowing that the boys who teased her were just civilians who didn't know better than what their parents told them. However, she realized that her cousin was actually quite lazy, often falling asleep in class. Haruka sat apart from the other children, who were somehow excluding her. It didn't bother her too much, at least she wasn't surrounded by their teasing. She had joined the academy not to make friends, as she had told her mother, but to prove a point. She was a Nara, and by right she had to be a shinobi. After all, that was the foundation of the village's power. She opened the bento her mother had prepared and began to eat. She noticed someone standing nearby and asked if he was just going to stand there. Naruto was startled to be caught by her. He was surprised and asked how she had noticed him. Haruka smiled, saying he was very noisy, especially when his stomach growled. The blonde boy blushed, embarrassed that she could hear it. Haruka teased him, claiming that her mother always made too much food and offered to share. Naruto's eyes widened, and he sat down next to her. Haruka handed him the chopsticks, and even though he noticed they were being offered awkwardly, he took them without saying anything. He exclaimed how delicious the food was, clearly enjoying it. Curious, Haruka asked why he had been spying on her. Naruto blushed again, admitting he wanted to see if he could surprise her, as it seemed she always knew where he was. Haruka nodded in understanding. She could sense Naruto not just by his smell or the noise he made, but because there was something about him that made her aware of his presence. With Shikamaru's help, she had gathered all the possible books about chakra and how to sense it. In class with Haruka, she had learned a way to sense the people around her. She ordered Naruto to read the books aloud. He was the only one who would listen to her, and he was one of the few kids she actually liked, even if she would never admit it. Naruto was curious but also bored by the task. Haruka promised him that if he read, she would play with him later, knowing he was the only one who could help her since her cousin was too lazy to assist. Reluctantly, he agreed and began reading aloud from the book she had given him. Haruka focused on memorizing every word he spoke. She listened intently as he read about sensor types of ninjas who could detect the presence of others through chakra. An expert sensor could identify targets from a great distance and differentiate between people. Haruka felt a drop of sweat on her forehead as she listened to his reading style. He continued, explaining that chakra was the vital energy of the body, essential for any jutsu, even the most basic ones. It was a mix of physical energy present in every cell and spiritual energy gained through practice and experience. Once mixed, it could be channeled through the chakra circulatory system, similar to the blood circulatory system, to any of the 361 tenketsu in the body. After reading several pages, Naruto complained that it was very boring. Haruka sighed and suggested they go play. The moment he smiled, he forgot about the books and took her hand to lead her out of the classroom. Haruka was used to being guided by others, but she didn't expect to bump into a wall. She exclaimed in frustration, reminding him that she couldn't see. Rubbing her forehead to ease the pain, she accepted his apology, knowing he didn't mean to let it happen again. Haruka sighed and extended her hand to let him help her up. Normally, she wouldn't allow anyone else to assist her, but Naruto treated her like a friend, so she decided to accept his help. With a smile, Naruto took her hand again, this time being more careful to ensure she wouldn't bump into anything else as they headed off to play. Haruka Nara, a genin, found herself being pulled through the village by Naruto, who was enthusiastically urging her to keep up. She jumped barefoot, skillfully dodging the bustling villagers around them. Thanks to Naruto's dedication in reading various books for her, she had come to understand chakra theory, allowing her to sense and even shape it. 2 years had passed since they began their journey, and they were now on the brink of graduating from the academy. The warmth of Naruto's chakra was comforting, and she enjoyed being near him. Her keen hearing picked up the murmurs of the villagers around them. They were commenting on Naruto's antics, and she couldn't comprehend why the adults reacted that way. Suddenly, Haruka appeared, attempting to catch them, but Haruka quickly grabbed Naruto by the collar, leading them down a side path in the village. With her newfound ability to sense chakra, she had become faster, her perception sharpened. Naruto laughed, exhilarated by their escape. He admired Haruka's agility and proclaimed her incredible. Haruka, however, reminded them that they still had much to learn, playfully grabbing them both by the neck. Haruka sighed, realizing it would be a hassle to keep escaping, so she allowed herself to be caught. Despite Naruto's protests, Haruka guided them back to the academy, where Haruka took her seat beside her cousin. She found it annoying that she was getting into trouble because of Naruto. Ignoring Shikamaru's comment, she focused on Haruka's lesson. Later, Haruka asked Naruto if he wanted to be Hokage, recalling how she had heard him express that ambition to other kids who teased him. He responded with determination, stating that becoming Hokage would earn him the respect of the village. Haruka thought it was a foolish dream but found herself wavering as she listened to his conviction. She told him it was impossible, explaining that the Hokage was the strongest ninja in the village, and he was far from it. She didn't want to give him false hope, but Naruto insisted he would prove her wrong. Haruka smirked, reminding him that she was blind. Naruto responded seriously, saying that while she might not see him as Hokage, she would hear the village cheering for him. Haruka was taken aback by his confidence, never expecting such words from her often silly friend. She nodded, accepting his promise, wondering if he would truly make her hear the villagers' applause. Later, during dinner, Haruka curiously asked her parents why the adults avoided Naruto. Her mother, Miko, was caught off guard and sought her husband's input, who merely sighed. Haruka had decided to bring it up during dinner because she genuinely wanted to understand. Her father asked how she felt about Naruto, to which she replied that he was noisy but pleasant. He shrugged it off, not grasping why Miko reacted the way she did. Shikatoshi observed his daughter, noting her progress. She no longer bore the scrapes and bruises from her previous clumsiness, now looking at the world with a newfound awareness. Haruka nodded as she continued her meal. Miko pressed her, asking if she wanted to become a kunoichi. Haruka paused, recalling her earlier statement about wanting friends, now on the verge of finishing the academy. She admitted she had lied. She sought a broader perspective, a chance to explore the world, and a desire for freedom. Unsure of her path, she reassured her mother that she would see where the wind took her, avoiding a definitive answer. As she felt the texture of her ninja headband in her hands, Haruka wondered if she was making the right choice. This would help her on her new journey, a path she intended to forge herself. She encouraged Naruto, who was nervous about the upcoming exam, reminding him of their promise. The blonde boy smiled confidently, knowing that Haruka now believed in his dream. The day after graduation had arrived, and it felt as though all the girls were vying for the seat next to Sasuke Uchiha. He decided to take it, just to annoy those noisy girls. Haruka greeted Naruto and Sasuke with a smile as she sat down between them. Naruto hadn't passed the exam and was unsure what had really happened afterward, but the important thing was that he was there. Sasuke observed Haruka, finding it curious how she could recognize him even though she was blind. Naruto glanced sideways at Sasuke, wondering what the other girls saw in him that made them so crazy about him. In a way, he was grateful that Haruka didn't pay any attention to Sasuke. The blonde stood up and positioned himself in front of Sasuke to see what others found appealing about him. Sakura Haruno, one of their classmates, asked Naruto to stop staring at Sasuke. Suddenly, all the girls' shouts ceased, and Haruka sensed a disturbance in the chakra of Sasuke and Naruto. What had happened? Both boys started making sounds of disgust, and a surprised Haruka asked if Naruto had kissed Sasuke. She had never wanted to witness such a scene more in her life. Sasuke looked at Haruka, surprised that he had managed to sit next to her and correctly assess the situation. He told Naruto that he would pay for this. Haruka burst into laughter. Meanwhile, in a distant room, the Jounin were evaluating the genin who would soon be under their charge. Asuma Sarutobi inquired about Haruka Nara, the daughter of his best friend, and learned that she had average grades and skills. The third Hokage mentioned that Haruka believed she didn't show her true potential. Kurenai asked if that was why she had been assigned to a team. The third Hokage nodded, explaining it was a special request from Shikatoshi Nara. Back at the academy, Haruka felt a strange sensation whenever someone said her full name. She truly disliked being called Haruka. Playing with her longer strand of hair, she recalled the yellow hair tie Naruto had given her, which he said matched her hair color. Haruka didn't know colors, only a great darkness, and her sense of humor made her think that at least she was immune to genjutsus. She told Haruka that he hadn't assigned her to any team, maintaining her composure while internally preparing to fight against any injustice. Haruka informed her that she had been assigned to an upper-level team. She raised an eyebrow but nodded in agreement. Naruto asked why Haru wasn't on his team, suggesting they could switch her with Sasuke. Haruka explained that the teams were balanced, which discouraged Naruto. Haruka playfully hit him, and although he complained, the hit hadn't hurt. He simply wanted her on his team. Haruka led her to what would be her new team. She could sense the chakra of several people, but one individual stood out. She couldn't sense any chakra from them at all, not even the basic level of a normal person without ninja training. The presumed new sensei called out her name, and she responded that she preferred to be called Haru, hoping for a good relationship. Mato Guy introduced himself as her new sensei, expressing excitement about having another girl on the team. Ten, the only other girl present, introduced herself, while Rock Lee, the boy without chakra, followed suit. He noted that her eyes were similar to Niji's, prompting Haruka to smile and clarify that she wasn't a Hyuga. She mentioned that she was simply blind, waving her hand in front of her. Ten and Rock Lee were taken aback. Haruka then turned her attention to the boy who exuded arrogance, who finally introduced himself as Niji Hyuga. Guy welcomed her to Team Guy, encouraging everyone to let the flame of youth shine in their hearts. Haru thought her sensei could tone down the enthusiasm a bit, but she sensed a great power behind his ridiculous demeanor. She agreed, though she immediately regretted it when she saw her sensei's intention to hug her. With a quick movement, she dodged, surprising everyone except Guy. He expressed his delight in her enthusiasm and announced they would run 50 laps around the village. Haru was taken aback, wondering if he was joking. Ten confirmed he wasn't, and for the first time, Haru felt a sense of fear in the presence of someone other than her mother, though no one was as intimidating as Miko Nara when angry. Haru walked alongside her new team to the training field, eager to discover their skills. She pointed at Rock Lee and expressed her desire to face him first. Lee, surprised, smiled widely, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Ten, confused, asked if he was the one she wanted to fight. Haru explained that he was the only one whose presence she couldn't clearly sense, aside from their teacher, Guy. Her sensei clarified that Haru, despite being unable to see, was a sensor-type kunoichi who could feel chakra, allowing her to detect others' presence and even discern if they were lying. Haru nodded, intrigued by this ability, and mentioned that reading was still a challenge for her. As the match began, Haru took her fighting stance, ready for Lee's attack. He quickly lunged at her with a kick, which she successfully blocked. She thought to herself that he was fast and it would be difficult to dodge his moves without being able to sense his chakra. The two exchanged blows for several minutes, with Haru analyzing Lee's movements. She noticed that the ground beneath him sank slightly with each step, indicating he either had a heavy build or was wearing weights. Haru suspected the latter, which made blocking his attacks challenging due to their strength. She decided to jump back to reassess her strategy, but Lee was quick and felt her presence behind him. Admitting defeat, she raised her hands, prompting Lee to stop his attack, though the resulting gust of wind surprised her. She expressed her frustration, explaining that his speed made it hard for her to keep up since she relied solely on her hearing. Lee, excited, praised her for managing to hold her ground during the fight, marveling at her ability to dodge and block his attacks. Curious, Haru asked how much weight he had on his legs, to which Lee was astonished that she noticed. She took his hands, feeling the calluses from his rigorous training, while Niji, observing, remarked that analyzing Lee wouldn't help her. Haru insisted on knowing her teammates' strengths and weaknesses, smiling as she affirmed their new team status. Guy-sensei and Lee embraced her, celebrating her spirit, while Haru maintained a neutral expression, feeling exasperated by her new team. Later, as they walked together, Haru teased Naruto about his recent S-rank mission. He was eager to impress her with tales of his bravery, but she rolled her eyes, knowing his tendency to exaggerate. Despite his antics, Naruto continued to follow her, trying to convince her of his heroic deeds. Their sensei announced they would run laps around the village, and Lee suggested doubling the distance. Haru looked at them, bemused by their enthusiasm, while Tenten assured her she would get used to it. Haru sighed, knowing she probably wouldn't. In another training session, Niji attacked her with his gentle fist technique. Haru found it easier to predict his movements compared to Lee's, but Niji's strikes were far more dangerous. She acknowledged that he considered her a burden, but he insisted she was not. After a fierce exchange, Haru attempted to use her shadow technique, but Niji evaded her grasp. As they continued to spar, Niji's speed ultimately led to her defeat. He taunted her, claiming she would always be a loser, just like Lee. Haru rolled her eyes, dismissing his words as she stood up, feeling the aches from their battle. She pointed out Niji's blind spot, teasing him about the Byakugan's limitations. Despite her injuries, she noted how well she had adapted, and Tenten remarked on Gai-sensei's excitement whenever they kept pace with him. Haru sighed, expressing her frustration about being on a team with older members, while Tenten admired her resilience and progress despite her blindness. The girl felt frustrated upon hearing that the first test would be written. However, she smiled to herself, realizing that the rules of the test were clearly designed for copying. Haru focused on Niji's chakra flow, who was closest to her, confident that she could replicate his movements thanks to his Byakugan. She recorded his actions on her sheet, though the constant noise of pencils was driving her mad. When they finally reached the end of the test, she smiled, relieved that it hadn't been as complicated as she initially thought. The atmosphere shifted as she expressed her annoyance at the endless scrolls they were being given, unable to see what was written on the cursed paper. Tenten nudged her with her elbow, guiding her hand down to the space where she needed to sign. Haru appreciated her teammates' silent assistance. The test supervisor showed them a map that Haru couldn't see, causing her to develop a twitch in her eyebrow. Her cousin asked if they could leave halfway through, expressing disbelief at the prospect of spending 5 days in the forest. Haru echoed his frustration, both cousins sharing the same sentiment. Finally, the test began, and along with her team, they entered the forest. Niji reassured Lee that it was just the beginning, but Lee was eager to find their enemies before they were discovered. Haru playfully called him impulsive, enjoying the thrill of the challenge ahead. After a brief rest, Niji declared that other teams would soon be searching for them, signaling that it was time to attack. Haru crossed her arms, reiterating their plan to separate and regroup at a designated point, regardless of whether they encountered other teams. Tenten sighed in agreement, while Niji urged Haru to focus. As they split up, Haru leaped between the trees, aware that night had fallen and the moonlight would serve as her ally. She was the first to reach their designated spot, unsure of when dawn would arrive but estimating based on the time that had passed. She proudly announced that she had gathered several scrolls, only for Niji to scold her for collecting earth scrolls instead of the needed sky scrolls. Tenten laughed at the situation, and Haru playfully retorted, wondering how she was supposed to know. Despite the mix-up, she assured them she had secured the scroll they truly needed, sensing Niji's smugness. Tenten then noticed that their teammate, Rock Lee, was missing and expressed her concern. Niji, arms crossed, dismissed their worries, noting that their enemies were emerging from the trees like pests. Niji sensed that someone had used their teammate as a punching bag, and he activated his Byakugan, prompting Haru to smile, realizing that Niji cared for them as a team. As they prepared to confront their opponents, Haru felt an overwhelming, dark chakra that halted her in her tracks. Niji shared her surprise, and Tenten questioned their hesitation. The enemy team leader taunted them, but Niji confidently stated that he could handle the situation. Sasuke Uchiha appeared, effortlessly dealing with their adversaries, prompting Haru to assist Naruto and Shikamaru. She playfully scolded Shikamaru for getting into trouble, and he returned the sentiment to her cousin. Haru encouraged her cousin, reminding him that they only had 4 days left in the test. Tenten woke Lee, and Haru bid farewell to her cousin and Naruto, who had also regained consciousness. They needed to finish this test, and her team moved away from the Konoha group. As the trials concluded, Haru noted that all the rookies from Konoha had passed the second test. After a lengthy explanation of the third test, which involved elimination, she called out to Tenten as it was her turn. Rock Lee cheered for her, promising support, while Guy-sensei encouraged her with loud enthusiasm. Haru observed Tenten's wind jutsus with concern as she struggled against her opponent. Niji noted that Tenten's aim was usually perfect, but this time it faltered. Haru teased her teammates, pointing out that Tenten needed to change her strategy, as her opponent was also a wind user. Niji acknowledged Haru's keen awareness, and Guy-sensei seemed to grasp the situation. Haru lamented that if Tenten had faced a fellow Konoha girl, like Sakura or Ino, she would have won swiftly. As Tenten lost, Haru felt the vibrations in the air and leaped to catch her friend, who had been thrown despite winning the match. She reassured Tenten, reminding her that she had already proven herself. Rock Lee joined in, emphasizing the importance of respecting an opponent who had given their all. Haru dismissed the enemy's taunts, urging them to take their negativity elsewhere. Haru gritted her teeth in frustration at the arrogance surrounding her. Niji shouted a warning to Lee as he lunged to strike the girl, who easily dodged his attack, taunting him with a smirk. Lee, still eager to fight, was urged to wait by the girl as she carefully placed Tenten on her back. One of Temari's teammates suggested she ignore them, noting that the match was over and she had already won. Haru smiled at the realization that the boy had noticed her blindness. The people from Suno were not to be underestimated. Thanks to her heightened senses, those around her often forgot that she could not see. Lee, confused and angry, demanded to know what was happening. The girl advised him to calm down, explaining that they could settle things in battle. Guy-sensei smiled and warned the people from the Sand Village that they had no idea what Haru and Lee were capable of, reminding them that Haru had yet to fight. Everyone gasped in surprise when the names appeared on the screen. Haru crossed her arms, waiting to identify her opponent. Lee shouted her name, but she felt a twitch in her eyebrow, frustrated that she could not see the names. She descended the platform calmly, sensing her opponent's chakra. Naruto expressed his frustration at not knowing whom to support, especially when he realized he would be facing Kabuto. Guy-sensei encouraged Haru, reminding her that she possessed the power of youth. As Haru prepared for battle, she sighed, knowing the loud cheers from her teammates would not quiet down even after Tenten's earlier match. She felt the weight of everyone's gaze, most of them aware of her condition thanks to the boy from the Sand Village. Her opponent questioned how she had become a genin if she was truly blind. Ignoring him, Haru readied herself for the fight. The mediator called for the match to begin. Normally, she would wait for her enemy to attack, but this boy made her blood boil. She struck first, delivering a kick to his shoulder as she sensed the scent of blood. He winced in pain, surprised by her strength. Haru took a stance reminiscent of Niji's, exploiting the opening he left. She landed several punches on him, prompting Lee to shout in surprise at the similarity to Niji's moves. Niji observed with crossed arms, realizing that her determination to fight him had a purpose. Haru smiled, channeling the flow of chakra she had learned from Niji during their training. Kabuto was taken aback by her use of a Hyuga technique. He attempted to jump back to create distance, but Haru used her shadow jutsu to trap him. Realizing he had underestimated Haruka Nara, he acknowledged that even though he wasn't taking the fight seriously, she would be a formidable opponent in the future. He conceded defeat while still in her grasp. Haru grimaced, disappointed that the match had ended so quickly without a direct attack from him. She released her jutsu and placed her hands on her hips, telling him he should have withdrawn if he wasn't going to fight earnestly. As she walked back to the platform, Lee cheered for her, celebrating her decisive victory. Niji smiled at his teammate. Haru teased Niji, asking if he was surprised. He dismissed her, claiming that all she could do was copy his movements, which he found unimpressive. However, she could sense his chakra and knew he was lying. Rolling her eyes, she focused on the next match, feeling amused at the thought of her cousin's upcoming fight. Niji commented on her cousin, calling him a loser. Haru admitted that she couldn't deny it, especially since she was blind, but warned him not to underestimate the Nara clan. Niji crossed his arms, observing silently, realizing that both cousins shared a tendency to analyze their opponents coldly and logically. Haru found Naruto's upcoming match intriguing and shouted encouragement, reminding him of past visits to her home where he had caused her to nearly faint from the awful smells. This was enough to motivate him to stand and continue fighting, even as he grimaced at the memory of his own odor. When Naruto climbed onto the platform, Haru playfully punched him, questioning his choice of technique. He complained that she had given him the idea. She jokingly wrapped her arm around his neck, squeezing him lightly. Naruto tried to defend himself, claiming he had won, but Haru released him, acknowledging his point while still feeling annoyed. Hinata approached them shyly, offering Naruto a small vial. She explained that it was a healing ointment, which surprised the surrounding jounins. Gratefully, Naruto accepted the ointment, thanking Hinata for her kindness. Haru rolled her eyes but returned to her team, where Lee was still eager for his turn. The next match promised to be interesting, as she sensed the chakra of many from Konoha shifting. When Niji and Hinata stepped down from the platform, Haru felt a wave of concern for Hinata, knowing Niji would show no mercy. Rock Lee briefly explained Niji's family situation to Naruto, who had assumed Hinata had struck Niji, but it was the other way around. Hinata refused to be defeated and stood back up. Haru observed, noting that Hinata's heart was beginning to falter. The blow she received was nearly lethal. She should leave while she still could. Haru urged everyone not to say that. It was then that they noticed Hinata coughing up blood. Haru explained to Team Kakashi that she didn't think Hinata was weak. She had felt Niji's hits before. They were painful, and Niji had never struck a vital organ. She was certain that this blow was harder than it appeared. Sakura questioned how Haru could know all this, recalling that Haru had always slept or gotten into trouble with Naruto during their academy days. Haru encouraged Sakura to speak freely, admitting that she was blind and had no shame about it. Unlike Sakura, she had never worried about appearances, which allowed her to sharpen her other senses. Haru indirectly pointed out that Sakura hadn't put in enough effort to reach this stage in the Chunin exams. If Tenten had faced her, she would have been crushed. Kakashi Hatake observed the girl from the Nara clan whom Guy always bragged about during their encounters. Despite her blindness, she was indeed talented. Guy exclaimed that the flame of youth burned brightly in Haru as he embraced her. The fight was declared over, but Hinata stood up again. This time, Niji attacked with all his might, but 4 Jonin intervened to stop him. Haru sighed, feeling a bit more at ease. She understood Naruto's feelings but reminded him that the rules stated all fights must be official. Lee stopped Naruto from doing anything reckless, like attacking Niji after the fight with Hinata. Eventually, after all the tension, Niji returned to the platform alongside her. Due to the commotion from their team, Rock Lee would now have to fight someone from the sand. Guy-sensei announced that it was time for Rock, and his enthusiastic teammate echoed his excitement. Haru shook her head at her loud team. However, Lee's opponent had a chakra similar to that of her most boisterous friend. Rock Lee had no chakra, while his opponent was overflowing with it. Gaara controlled the sand, which protected him from Lee's strikes. Guy-sensei shouted for Lee to remove his weights. Lee reminded him that he had said to use them only as a last resort. Guy confirmed that this was indeed an exception. Lee removed his training weights, leaving everyone present in awe of their sheer mass. Haru complained and took off her shoes, realizing she hadn't needed them for a while. Sakura was surprised and asked what she was doing. Haru explained that since Lee had no chakra, it was difficult for her to sense what was happening. By removing her shoes, she could better feel the vibrations of the ground. Rock Lee tripled his previous speed and managed to break through Gaara's shield. Haru opened her eyes, feeling the power emanating from Lee. He was finally showcasing his true strength. She whispered his name upon hearing the doctor's comments. Sakura was about to jump in to support her friend, but Haru raised her hand to stop her. Sakura protested, questioning why Haru wasn't helping since Lee was her teammate. Haru didn't even glance at Sakura, her focus remaining on the battlefield. Haru's sensei advised Sakura that sometimes words of encouragement only made things worse. Haru lowered her hand, maintaining her silence. After the last match, The participants who had advanced to the final stage of the Chunin exam stood before them. She heard the sound of a leaf being presented, crossing her arms as a tick appeared on her brow. Those foolish idiots. Niji whispered in her ear that she would face Dosu. The girl narrowed her eyes, refusing to thank the Hyuga for his help. She would have known sooner or later. Naruto was startled to see Haru enter his messy apartment, struggling to navigate through the clutter. She expressed her concern for his health, pointing out that eating too much ramen could be harmful. Although she grimaced at the smell of garbage, her keen senses made her particularly sensitive to strong odors. Naruto insisted that it wasn't true, but Haru rolled her eyes and declared that he needed to eat something decent. As she made her way to the kitchen, Naruto watched her, realizing that no one had ever cooked for him before. Haru couldn't work miracles with the limited food available, but she did her best. Naruto's face lit up with a wide smile when he saw something other than instant ramen on his table for the first time. Haru urged him to start eating before it got cold, her tone teasing yet firm. Naruto appreciated her straightforwardness, something he had grown accustomed to. With a cheerful exclamation of gratitude, he picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. Haru heard the sound of kunai clashing against a tree as Tenten practiced nearby. Lee brought up the news of new genin joining the upcoming exams, noting that it hadn't happened in 5 years. Tenten dismissed the idea, suggesting it was merely a ploy by some jounin to boost their egos. However, Lee insisted there was more to the story, mentioning that 3 of the new genin were from Kakashi's team, which surprised Haru. As she lay back and gazed at the sky, she felt a twinge of sympathy for them. The atmosphere shifted when a boy who had previously attacked Lee questioned the newcomer's abilities, suggesting they should give up before getting hurt. Haru, recalling one of her teammates, pleaded for them to let her group pass but was met with hostility. Anger surged within her as she considered confronting them after this encounter. The 4 boys were acting like bullies, targeting the blind member of the team. Haru found their plan irritating, and she held her tongue to avoid lashing out at them. The boy who had struck her made a derogatory remark about blind girls, solidifying his place on her list of enemies. Her friend defended her, causing Haru to smile at his loyalty. Sasuke, with his usual calm demeanor, intervened, demanding they step aside and reverse their trick. The boy acknowledged Sasuke's insight, but it was Lee who stepped in to prevent a fight. Niji expressed frustration over their failed stealth plan, reminding them that they were supposed to remain unnoticed. Haru, frustrated, confronted Lee, questioning if he thought this was amusing. A dark aura surrounded her, causing Lee to tremble in her grip. Despite his protests, Haru was done with the situation. Tenten resignedly noted that they were attracting more attention, prompting Haru to release Lee and cross her arms, turning her head away. She was uninterested in hearing Lee's attempts to ask Sakura out. As Naruto's team departed, Haru sighed. Tenten nudged Niji, asking if he planned to challenge Sasuke, to which Niji simply moved forward, with the girls following him to register for the exams. Lee informed them he would catch up shortly, raising Haru's eyebrow in curiosity about what he intended to discover. Haru tried to regulate her breathing, reaching her limit. She was so tired that she sat down on the grass, expressing her frustration about the training. Miko watched her daughter with pride, noting how far she had come in the Chunin exams. However, her father reminded her that there was still a long way to go. Shikatoshi had been training her, focusing on improving her shadow possession jutsu and strategy. Haru suggested taking a 5-minute break, lying back on the grass. Her father sighed, realizing she had already fallen asleep. Miko decided it was enough for the day, acknowledging Haru's progress and playfully commenting that if she weren't so lazy, she would be considered a genius of her generation. Haru grumbled about the attention that would come with being a genius, and her father raised an eyebrow, questioning who was to blame for that. Later, Jiraiya asked Naruto if there was someone he liked, prompting a blush from the blonde. He initially thought of Sakura, but Haru was more special to him. Embarrassed, he admitted there was someone. Jiraiya encouraged him to give her a big hug, which surprised Naruto. He hesitated, thinking about how Haru might react, but ultimately decided he needed to be strong, even if it might leave him with a bruise. At that moment, Haru was trying to escape Gai-sensei, who was also committed to training her. She greeted Naruto with a smile, reminding him he was supposed to be training too. He insisted that this was part of his training, and she raised an eyebrow but introduced herself, hoping Naruto wasn't causing too much trouble. He nervously claimed he never caused problems, blushing as he looked at her. As Guy-sensei approached, Haru excused herself, mentioning that he was insisting on training her. Naruto, not wanting her to leave, grabbed her shoulder and hugged her. Confused, Haru patted his back, while he enjoyed the moment, leaving her with a puzzled expression. For a brief moment, her heart raced. Guy-sensei interrupted, reminding Haru that they still had 500 push-ups to do. She grimaced but allowed herself to be pulled along. That afternoon, Haru left flowers on the table next to Rock Lee, reflecting on an epic fight she would always remember. Sakura Haruno entered the room, not surprised to see Haru. Haru corrected her, stating her name was just Haru. Sakura quickly reassured her that she was just checking on Lee. Haru appreciated Sakura's concern, noting that Lee was rare in having few friends but possessing a good heart. Sakura smiled, realizing she had never interacted much with Haru, who always seemed quiet. Haru reminded her that strength wasn't just physical, and Sakura resolved to become stronger, feeling the pressure of her teammates surpassing her. Haru smiled to herself, thinking about how having Sakura around might be a nuisance. Later, Haru teased Niji about being afraid she would copy his techniques, to which he responded with a roll of his eyes. Tenten laughed, inviting Haru to join their training. Haru stated she was just passing by, planning to save her best moves for a potential match against Niji. He smirked, confident he would defeat her, but she playfully challenged him, saying that was yet to be seen. Haru enjoyed the banter, especially with someone like Niji. Haru moved the piece on the shogi board, making her move to win against her cousin. The pieces had a texture, making it one of the few games she could enjoy. Shikamaru observed the board and sighed, expressing his annoyance. They had decided to visit Naruto after hearing he was in the hospital, and they took the opportunity to check on Choji, who had eaten too many ribs and was also hospitalized. When Naruto finally woke up, he seemed confused and disoriented. Haru informed him that he was in the hospital and that he had been unconscious for 3 days. His reaction was loud and frantic as he jumped around the room, searching for his belongings. Haru sighed at the commotion, thinking it was quieter when he was asleep. However, the noise stopped when Naruto's stomach growled, prompting him to complain about his hunger. Haru signaled Shikamaru to bring out the fruit they had smuggled into the hospital. Shikamaru remarked on the difficulty of sneaking it in, but Naruto's excitement was palpable as he suggested they eat it in front of Choji to drive him crazy. Shikamaru agreed, appreciating Naruto's mischievousness. Haru chuckled quietly and followed them to Choji's room, but she suddenly felt the presence of one of the Sand Ninja and redirected them to Lee's room. Shikamaru used his shadow jutsu to stop Gaara from attacking his teammate. In the ensuing confrontation, Naruto struck Gaara, but Shikamaru also took a hit in the process. Naruto demanded to know what Gaara was doing there, while Shikamaru reminded him that they were all in this together. Gaara revealed that he intended to harm Lee, which surprised Haru, who sensed he was sincere. Shikamaru questioned Gaara's motives, asking why he wanted to fight Lee after already defeating him in the competition. Gaara simply stated that he wanted to eliminate him without any deeper reason. Haru challenged Gaara, asserting that Lee would not be harmed. Gaara threatened to take them all down if they didn't step aside. Shikamaru advised Gaara against attacking, reminding him that they had not shown their true strength during the exams. Gaara shared his story about the demon within him, and Haru could see how it affected Naruto, as they shared a commonality despite their differences. She placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder, offering her support. Just then, Guy-sensei intervened, urging them to wait for the final competition the next day, suggesting that fighting now would be a waste. Gaara collected his sand and left the room, vowing to return. The day of the finals arrived, and Haru walked with her parents toward the stadium. She noted that her mother seemed more nervous than she was. Miko reassured her, explaining that she was anxious for Haru's sake. Haru rolled her eyes, acknowledging the excitement in the village due to the many spectators there to watch the matches, especially Sasuke Uchihas. As she stood in the stadium, Surrounded by the cheering crowd, Haru questioned her desire to become a shinobi. She had always wanted to prove that her blindness was not a weakness. The thrill of combat and training made her feel alive, but the thought of advancing from Genin to Chunin and then to Jounin felt daunting. She pondered what she truly wanted to do with her life. Naruto's dream of becoming Hokage seemed troublesome to her, yet she had promised to support him. Her first match was approaching, and Sakura had warned her about her opponent, who could amplify the sound of his attacks, causing disorientation and nausea. As the match began, both competitors maintained a safe distance. Haru knew she had to be cautious, as her sensitive hearing could be a disadvantage. She had trained to rely on her other senses and strategically threw kunai across the battlefield. Her opponent mocked her, claiming she would need more than simple kunai to win. As the fight progressed, Haru skillfully dodged his attacks, guiding him toward the center of the arena. However, she found it challenging to stop his strike aimed at her neck. She managed to block it, but the impact caused her ear to throb painfully. Blood trickled from her ear, and she felt dizzy, collapsing to the ground. Naruto called out to her in concern. Haru took a deep breath, realizing the pain was more intense than she had anticipated. She stood up, trembling slightly, but managed to smile at Naruto, reminding him to heed Shikamaru's advice about being aware of his surroundings. Using the shadows created by the kunai she had thrown earlier, she was able to ensnare her opponent. Surprised, he attempted to evade the shadows, but they moved swiftly, capturing him. The crowd watched in awe as the shadows danced across the arena, showcasing the power of the Nara clan. After all, they are a very important clan in Konoha. The crowd watched the fight in disbelief, questioning how the combatant was managing such feats. Miko shouted from the stands, proudly declaring her connection to the fighter. Finally, he found himself trapped in shadows. He remarked that the opponent had also defeated his companion, while Dosu noted that their movements mirrored each other. Haru charged at him, and he mirrored her every move. She explained that her shadow possession technique was unique, as all she saw was darkness. Training with Gai-sensei had improved her speed just enough for this maneuver. When Haru reached him, she released her shadow possession and delivered a swift kick to his back, sending him to the ground. Using the shadows of her kunai, she ensnared Dosu completely, immobilizing him. He expressed his surprise, and she declared that the fight would end here and now, knocking him out with a single strike. The mediator announced Haruka as the winner, and the crowd erupted in applause and cheers. Haru shot a disapproving glance at her opponent for using her full name. The mediator realized that the opponent was a sensor ninja, which explained how he could detect the enemy's position. Ten cheered for Haru from the stands, while Miko celebrated her daughter's victory. Shikatoshi sighed with a sideways smile, and Haru grimaced, feeling a bit nauseous from the noise. Though the medical team rushed to her side, she walked to the infirmary on her own. Disoriented, she bumped into the door, hitting her forehead. She grumbled in annoyance at not noticing it was closed. Naruto chuckled and approached to open the door for her. Haru entered the infirmary quietly, murmuring about the closed door and the constant comings and goings. Shikamaru raised an eyebrow at Naruto helping her, recalling the times she had struck him for offering assistance. It was quite troublesome. Naruto complimented her on her incredible fight, expressing his confidence in her victory. Shikamaru reminded Naruto to hurry, as his match was next. Haru sat on a medical bed while her ear was examined, warning Naruto to do his best. Later, Sakura spotted Haru on the platform among the civilians and asked why she was there. Haru smiled, stating she wouldn't miss Naruto's match against Neji for anything. Sakura expressed concern about Haru's injury, but Haru rolled her eyes and asked if she could sit, finding it difficult to see if there was space. Sakura moved aside to make room for her, and Choji kindly shared some snacks, which Haru gratefully accepted, feeling hungry. Haru felt a wave of worry when she sensed Naruto's chakra fading, but then she felt another chakra within him surge as he attacked Neji. She gasped in surprise when the censor declared the match over, with Naruto emerging victorious. Ino excitedly announced it was Shikamaru's turn to fight. Haru playfully complained about having to face him if he won. After a while, she dozed off on Sakura's shoulder. Sakura, surprised, adjusted herself to make Haru more comfortable. Ino questioned if Haru had fallen asleep during the match, but Sakura requested silence, noting that Haru must be tired. Sakura suddenly sensed a genjutsu and quickly dispelled it, noticing that Ino, Choji, and Haru had also been caught in it. Kakashi instructed Sakura to dispel the genjutsu and wake Naruto, Shikamaru, and Haru, mentioning that Naruto would be pleased to have a mission after so long. Sakura was confused about the mission, especially since Haru was still injured. Kakashi warned her to be cautious, as it was their first A-rank mission since the Land of Waves. Sakura followed her sensei's orders to find Sasuke. Haru awoke from her nap, hearing the sound of kunai clashing. She asked Sakura what was happening, and Kakashi inquired if she could track Sasuke's scent. Haru found it troublesome and asked if he had anything to make it easier. Kakashi tossed her a piece of clothing, which landed on her face. Feeling annoyed, she decided to lead the way, explaining the details as they moved. Haru frowned upon sensing multiple chakras engaged in battle nearby. They crawled down the stairs and joined Naruto and Shikamaru. Sakura questioned why Naruto had pretended to be asleep, and he reluctantly admitted he didn't want to get involved. Haru called him a lazybones and pulled him along, insisting that if she was involved, so was he. Kakashi explained the mission. They needed to find Sasuke, stop him, and then find a safe place to wait for further orders. Haru clicked her tongue but nodded in agreement. Shikamaru complained about being chosen for the task, and Sakura dragged Naruto and Shikamaru through the hole Kakashi had made in the wall. Kakashi encouraged Haru to keep her spirit high, and they moved swiftly through the trees, knowing it would be harder for anyone to track them from above. Haru smiled, ready to give orders. Shikamaru questioned who had appointed her as captain, and she simply replied that since she was the one tracking Uchiha, it was her responsibility. She instructed Naruto to follow her, then Sakura, and finally Shikamaru, emphasizing that they needed to follow her lead to confuse their pursuers. As they ran at full speed to locate Sasuke, Haru frowned, informing the group that they were being followed by 9 adults who were willing to harm them. Sakura suggested setting an ambush for an advantage, but Haru insisted they couldn't afford to stop, as Sasuke moved quickly, and they might lose his trail. The 4 continued running, contemplating their options, with Haru knowing they were all thinking the same thing. Shikamaru sighed, realizing how well Haru understood him. She smiled, determined not to let her reckless cousin sacrifice himself. She would take on that role instead. Shikamaru pointed out that she was the only one capable of tracking Sasuke, and Haru clicked her tongue, acknowledging his truth. The blonde, confused, asked what they were discussing. Shikamaru explained that one of them would have to act as bait. If one of them could delay the enemy, the others would have a chance to escape. However, he warned that the one who became the bait could face dire consequences. Naruto volunteered, but Shikamaru, resigned, said he would take on the task. Haru remained silent, her fists clenched. She believed it was better for one to risk their life than for all of them to perish. She felt she was the only one who could lure the enemy and survive their attack. Shikamaru's friends encouraged him, with Naruto promising that if Shikamaru died, he would find a way to bring him back and then deal with him himself. With a heavy heart, Shikamaru acknowledged their support. The 3 continued on their path, while Haru focused on Sasuke's scent, knowing they had to complete their mission. That was the duty of a shinobi. They paused, realizing Shikamaru had successfully halted their pursuers. Naruto and Sakura felt a wave of relief but quickly redirected their focus to the mission. Haru sensed that Sasuke was pursuing the enemy from the sand and urged them to hurry. As they moved forward, Naruto rushed to intercept an attack from a sand ninja. Sakura and Haru leaped to the branch where Sasuke was located. Haru asked Sakura if she knew any medical ninjutsu, but the pink-haired girl shook her head in response. Haru felt a twitch in her brow, frustrated by the lack of communication. Sasuke, struggling with a dark chakra within him, questioned what they were doing there. Haru identified the enemy as Gaara, expressing her annoyance at Naruto's lack of awareness. As the battle intensified, Sakura attempted to lift Sasuke, but Haru sensed Gaara's approach. She activated her shadow jutsu, but despite her efforts, Gaara's sand ensnared her. She collided with a tree, feeling pain radiate through her body, certain she had injured herself. Naruto's eyes widened in alarm as he called out to her. Haru, struggling, urged him to leave with Sasuke, insisting it was their mission. She coughed, trying to use her jutsu again to buy time for Naruto, but her chakra was depleted. Naruto refused to abandon her, expressing that those who break the rules are called scum, but those who neglect their friends are worse. Haru was taken aback by his words but smiled, recognizing her friend's stubbornness before losing consciousness. Sakura carried Sasuke away from the fight, contemplating what she could do for Haru, who had saved her. Fortunately, Naruto created numerous clones to confront Gaara, leaving Sakura in awe of his newfound strength. Sasuke was also in a vulnerable state as Naruto summoned a giant toad to battle Shikaku, the one-tailed beast. Gradually, Haru regained consciousness, feeling the grip on her body loosening. She jumped and landed on a branch. Sakura helped her to her feet, but Haru insisted she could manage on her own, despite her head throbbing. Disoriented, she asked where Naruto was and what had happened. Sakura explained that Naruto had defeated Gaara and that Sasuke had gone after him. Haru sighed, acknowledging her pride and accepting help when she stumbled. Sakura suggested they return to the village, and together they prepared to leave the battlefield behind. Haru left her home and sat on one of the benches in Konoha under the cover of darkness. She enjoyed the night. Although she couldn't see the starry sky, the darkness mirrored what she faced daily. A lot had happened recently, including the death of the third Hokage at the hands of Orochimaru, who, along with Suna, had orchestrated an attack on Konoha. Haru had only spent a few days in the hospital recovering. Sasuke Uchiha approached, raising an eyebrow upon seeing Haru sitting alone on the bench. He acknowledged her presence with a nod and asked what she was doing there. Haru expressed her fondness for the night breeze, noting that while it wasn't the same as seeing the stars, it was what she had. She shrugged, admitting she couldn't sleep. Sasuke sat beside her, sensing her unspoken question. When he inquired about her abilities, Haru interrupted him, explaining that she had become a sensory ninja and could feel his chakra from miles away, even guided by his scent. Sasuke observed her, recognizing her strength, and continued the conversation. He shared his frustration with being a shinobi and mentioned considering stepping down to take the lead of his clan. Haru found this amusing, seeing it as quite a challenge. Sasuke sighed, agreeing that it was a hassle, but he had heard that she aspired to unusual things as well. Haru insisted that her ambitions were not strange and would come to fruition. Sasuke acknowledged her determination but cautioned her that being too noticeable could be problematic. He questioned whether he should take advice from someone he deemed lazy. Haru simply stated it was her opinion, and Sasuke rolled his eyes, commenting that she wasn't as arrogant as he had initially thought. She noted that he wasn't as noisy or bothersome as other girls, and they both enjoyed the night breeze in silence, their hair swaying gently. Niji moved away from Haru, who chased after him through the village. She playfully insisted that he let her braid his long hair, but he continued to evade her, with Tenten following closely behind. Haru had hair accessories ready, eager to style Niji's hair, but he remained resistant. As she spotted Shikamaru holding back a clone of Kakashi, she leaped over them, trying to catch up with Niji, who skillfully dodged her. The genin from their generation expressed curiosity about the shadow clone. Haru paused, intrigued by their plans, and raised an eyebrow as she sensed Kakashi's chakra nearby. Sakura expressed surprise at the realization that Kakashi had known everything from the start, while Naruto explained their goal was to see Kakashi's face, which was always thwarted by obstacles. The group seemed disappointed at their failure, but Haru found amusement in understanding Kakashi's intentions. She recognized that while his voice might have changed, his chakra remained the same, and she suspected he had altered his appearance for espionage missions. Kakashi, disguised as a reporter, sighed in relief when he realized Haru hadn't exposed him, knowing she could identify him immediately. Haru downplayed the importance of appearances, stating that to her everyone was handsome. The genin watched her with amusement. Later, Haru caught up with Kakashi in a quieter part of Konoha, teasing him about how he had managed to fool everyone except her. Kakashi acknowledged that it was difficult to deceive her. Haru found it entertaining to hear the frustration of her peers and asked if he did it to improve their teamwork. Kakashi confirmed this, and Haru mused that they must be very curious about what he hid behind his mask. She kept her gaze forward, accepting that she would always see darkness, but she was determined to find her own way to perceive the world. Haru smiled mischievously as she recalled the attempts to uncover Kakashi's face using the shadow possession technique. She teased that it would be easier to simply invite him to lunch. Sakura shook her head, stating that they had tried many times without success. Ino nodded in agreement, adding that while their plans had all failed, the reporter Sukiya was quite handsome. Haru chuckled, realizing they had been so focused on Kakashi's face. As she and Sakura walked toward the training field, she felt a stronger bond with her academy peers. Sakura mentioned that everyone was attractive to Haru, who shrugged and said that being blind allowed her to overlook appearances. She didn't care if she was considered beautiful or not. Sakura, surprised, insisted that Haru was very pretty, even the prettiest in their generation. Ino chimed in, claiming she was the second prettiest after herself. Haru playfully questioned if that was true, and Sakura rolled her eyes but didn't deny it. Haru felt a twinge of jealousy over Ino's looks, especially her striking pale eyes. Haru shyly asked if she could feel Sakura's face, slightly embarrassed by her request. Although she didn't care much for appearances, she enjoyed feeling the faces of her family and had only asked Naruto and her team for the same. Sakura agreed, smiling at Haru's sweetness, and commented on her lovely features, noting that Ino was right about her prominent forehead. Ino teased Sakura, claiming her skin was softer than hers, prompting a playful scuffle for Haru's attention. Later, Haru peeked into Naruto's room through the window, surprising him. He exclaimed her name, and she casually shrugged, sitting on the window frame. Naruto's warm chakra and cheerful voice always made her feel good inside. However, he noticed her staring at a fixed point, which made him nervous. Haru bluntly told him he smelled terrible and didn't need to see his messy room to know it was a disaster. As she playfully tugged at his cheek, Naruto complained about her teasing. She insisted he help her clean up, and he reluctantly agreed, asking her to let go of his cheek. Haru took the opportunity to feel Naruto's face, tracing the 3 whisker-like marks on his cheeks and his slightly upturned nose. She lamented not being able to see the color of his eyes. Curious, she asked if his eyes were blue, to which he confirmed they were a stronger shade than hers. Naruto was puzzled by Haru's unusual behavior, which reminded him of their childhood. Miko Nara always protected her daughter and felt a sense of guilt about Haru's blindness, wondering if she hadn't taken enough care during her PR Jinzuai. However, as Haru grew, Miko witnessed her daughter overcoming obstacles in remarkable ways. By the time Haru was 4, she had stopped bumping into furniture, and by 6, she could hold pleasant conversations with adults. Eventually, she joined the academy, wanting to spend more time with children her age. Haru consistently surprised her mother, who now supported her daughter's choices, even if they seemed apathetic at times. While training with her father in the garden, Miko brought them refreshments, encouraging them to take a break. Haru sighed, complaining about the exhausting training and suggesting they stop for the day. As was her habit, she often fell asleep anywhere in their home, prompting Miko to chuckle at her daughter's remarkable ability to doze off anywhere. Naruto could feel the sweat trickling down his forehead, and despite getting closer to his friend, he couldn't land a single hit. Haru smiled at him while effortlessly dodging all of his attacks. She teased him about his lack of skill, playfully striking him on the back, causing him to complain. Haru advised him to improve his speed, and Naruto, feeling a bit disappointed with his progress, sat down and sighed. Haru sat beside him and mentioned that his birthday was coming up. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise as he listened to her. She playfully suggested that if he could land a single hit, she might consider giving him a gift. Excitedly, he agreed, but reminded her that they would have to wait since he was going on a trip with Jiraiya. Haru expressed her annoyance at having to wait, and Naruto reassured her that he would be back to the village soon. He hoped that his absence wouldn't make things too dull for her. A month had passed, and Haru had not heard a word from Naruto. However, it wasn't long before Tsunade Senju arrived in the village as the new Hokage, bringing with her the news of Naruto's return. She summoned Haru and Shikamaru to her office, questioning what trouble they had gotten into this time. As she spoke, Haru could sense the chakra of all the sensors from the Chunin exams in the room. Tsunade informed them that both had received high praise from the third Hokage, who had considered recommending them for promotion. With that, she announced that they had both been promoted to Chunin, much to their mutual annoyance. Their team celebrated their promotion, and they were drawn to a nearby shop to enjoy dango. Ten expressed her surprise that the Nara cousins were the only Chunin of their generation, calling them lazy. Gai-sensei enthusiastically declared that the flame of youth burned brightly in Haru, and the team could almost see the metaphorical fire surrounding him. Haru complained about the attention they would attract, but Niji agreed with her, admitting he had a blind spot. Haru felt victorious at Niji's acknowledgement, realizing that Naruto had the ability to change people. Haru decided to tease Niji a bit more, hoping to capture him admitting she was right. Rock Lee encouraged everyone to give their best moving forward, and Haru smiled calmly, knowing Lee had faced a tough decision about his future as a ninja. They gathered to support him as he prepared for surgery, enjoying the peaceful atmosphere of their favorite spot despite the usual chaos caused by their sensei and Lee. While training one day, Haru sensed Sakura's presence nearby. She called out to her, questioning whether she planned to just watch. Sakura revealed herself, and Haru took the opportunity to share her thoughts on friendship. She explained that true friendship between girls wasn't about competition, unlike Sakura's rivalry with Ino. Sakura nervously glanced at Haru, and Haru reassured her that they didn't need to fight over a boy. Instead, they should support each other. Sakura's eyes lit up, and she rushed to embrace Haru, who accepted the hug with a roll of her eyes at the sentimentality. In the days that followed, Haru embarked on a journey with her father to sharpen her senses now that she was a Chunin. Upon returning to the village, she was shocked to learn that Sasuke Uchiha had left, and her cousin had been tasked with a squad to bring him back, which included Naruto. Worried about her friends, Haru hurried to the hospital to check on their condition. Niji had been in serious trouble but was now stable. When she entered Naruto's room, he was surprised to see her, thinking she had left the village. Haru explained that she returned as soon as she heard what had happened and brought him some fruit, knowing he would be hungry. Naruto's eyes sparkled at the sight of the fruit, and he thanked her enthusiastically. However, as he attempted to engage in conversation, Haru noticed something was off. He seemed to be forcing a smile, trying to act as if everything was fine. She stood up and moved closer to him, causing him to freeze in surprise. Haru gently pinched his cheeks, and Naruto complained, confused by her actions. She calmly told him that he didn't have to pretend everything was okay, reassuring him that it was perfectly fine to show frustration and even cry. Her words triggered an emotional response, and Naruto clung to her, tears streaming down his face as he expressed his feelings of failure for not bringing Sasuke back. Haru embraced him, trying to comfort him as her mother once did for her. Naruto vowed that next time, he would not face defeat. Haru was once again visiting the blonde, whom she affectionately called Food, while holding a shogi board in her other hand. She intended to teach Naruto how to play, even if it was the last thing she did. Upon entering his room, she expected to find him lounging on his bed, but that was not the case. She heard him packing his backpack and asked if he was leaving. He confirmed that he was going to train with Ero Sennin, wanting to become stronger and bring Sasuke back. Haru remained silent, unsure of what to say. The thought of him leaving and not knowing when he would return made her feel foolish for bringing all the things to keep him entertained in the hospital. He told her to wait for his return with enthusiasm, and she opened her eyes in surprise. He flashed a big smile at her, even though she couldn't see it. A warm feeling enveloped her chest, prompting her to smile back and nod, acknowledging that he was right. She thought to herself that she had no choice but to comply, finding it a bit annoying. This was the end of the first part, and the next would delve deeper into Naruto's feelings, which he often struggled to understand. Haruka would have to be direct and resolve misunderstandings. In this chapter, Haruka realized her feelings for the loudest and most oblivious ninja in Konoha. Haru never imagined that becoming the head of the Nara clan would be so problematic. She spent a lot of time studying papers that made her want to escape. Now, she found herself buried under a mountain of documents her father had created specifically for her, making it impossible to avoid office work. Although she was still an aspiring leader, Her uncle Shikaku currently held the clan's reins, known for being one of the smartest men around. Team Guy was out on a mission, and she had been unable to join them due to her clan responsibilities. It had been exactly 3 years since Naruto left the village, and his absence was palpable. In moments like these, she thought about how escaping her responsibilities with him had always been enjoyable, but now that he was gone, it didn't seem as fun. Haru paused her reading and looked up, feeling something that she thought must be her imagination. She sensed his chakra. Despite the time that had passed, she could never forget it. That chakra belonged to Naruto. He had returned to the village. Hurriedly left the papers on the table, sneaking out of her home and leaping between the buildings. When she felt him nearby, she called out to him, surprised to see him. Naruto's eyes lit up at the sight of her, and he remarked that he almost didn't recognize her. His voice had changed, though it still held a hint of his childhood tone. Haru raised an eyebrow and placed her hands on her hips, teasing him about making her wait. She had imagined their reunion many times, but it never went as she had envisioned. Shikamaru, Sakura, and even Temari noticed the strange yet warm atmosphere surrounding them. Shikamaru smiled knowingly at his cousin, recognizing her subtle happiness. He asked if she was supposed to be working, to which Naruto expressed confusion, recalling how she always complained about office duties. Haru told Shikamaru to stop bothering her, and Sakura explained that Haru was aspiring to take on the role of clan leader, urging him to show more respect. Naruto was impressed, realizing that not only had everyone advanced to Chunin, but Haru was also taking on more responsibilities. Haru crossed her arms and looked away, feeling slightly embarrassed under Naruto's gaze. After their encounter, Haru's almost imperceptible smile remained, even when the clan leaders scolded her for sneaking away. Her good mood was evident, a stark contrast to her usual grouchy demeanor when it came to paperwork. During dinner, her mother, Miko, decided to confront her about her cheerful attitude, teasing her about a boy. Haru was grateful that it was just the two of them at the table since her father was away on a mission. Discussing this would have been quite awkward. She tried to maintain her composure while mentioning that Naruto had returned to the village, but it was difficult not to smile. Miko beamed with excitement, eager for details, and Haru grimaced, dodging her mother's attempts to hold her hands. Thanks to her mother, Haru was able to name the feelings she experienced whenever she was with Naruto love. It didn't surprise her that her mother reacted the way she did. Haru insisted that nothing significant had happened. They had just exchanged greetings, and Naruto hadn't changed much, though he seemed a bit taller and had better chakra control. She recalled how his footsteps had become quieter. Miko complained that she wanted juicy details, not just a shinobi profile, and asked if he had asked her out or complimented her appearance. Haru rolled her eyes, accustomed to her mother's antics. Her mother had always chosen her clothes, as Haru struggled with color combinations. She playfully denied that Naruto would ever do something like that, finding amusement in her mother's frustration. Miko insisted that they always liked the more troublesome boys, to which Haru agreed, realizing that confessing her feelings to Naruto would be quite a challenge. Her mother confidently declared that no boy could resist her daughter, proclaiming Haru to be the most beautiful girl in all of Konoha, even surpassing the Hyuga. Haru smiled, enjoying the moment, and continued eating in silence while listening to her mother's enthusiastic chatter. Haruka Nara enjoyed the tranquility of the Nara forest, where hundreds of deer roamed, appearing only before clan members. She often visited this place to think and escape her duties as a Chunin. It puzzled her how she had come to realize her feelings for Naruto. He was the only boy she found annoying, yet she never avoided his presence as she did with others. Haru stayed close to that noisy boy who sought attention, carefree about life because she sensed that beneath the facade of the Uzumaki, there was something deeper. She discovered this when she learned that he lived alone and survived on instant ramen, the scent always lingering around him. The whispers and disdain from the villagers were no secret to her. She could hear perfectly what they said about a boy her age. At first, she didn't understand why they spoke of him that way. Now, she realized that the villagers were driven by fear. While it didn't justify their actions, it motivated Haru to join in Naruto's mischief. She wanted to give them a taste of their own medicine. What began as an innocent approach gradually blossomed into her current feelings. She wanted Naruto to achieve his goals, confident that he would succeed due to his unwavering determination. In the past, she had doubted his abilities and often thought he was just a fool. However, Naruto had defeated Neji, a genius of their generation, and had made such an impact that Neji was finally free from the burdens of his clan. Naruto had a unique ability to liberate others from their constraints, yet no one was there to help him untie his own. Haruka wanted to be that person for him. She would show him that he was not alone on the long journey he had chosen. With a sigh, Haruka stood up, realizing that her thoughts always returned to that troublesome boy, which was quite frustrating. Haruka Nara had a plan, meticulously calculated with over 500 variables to consider. Nothing could escape her keen mind. However, her plan revolved around the most impulsive ninja in the village, which meant anything could go awry. She had anticipated that he would jump at the chance to go on a mission, and indeed, that was what happened. The Kazekage had been kidnapped by Akatsuki. Thanks to her clan's high standing, she knew enough about the organization to understand its dangers. Her team and Naruto's had been sent to assist Tsunagakure, and 2 weeks had passed since then. Haruka stood at the entrance of her village to welcome them back. As expected, it was Gai-sensei who arrived running with Kakashi on his back. From Kakashi's breath, she could tell he hadn't enjoyed the journey. Gai shouted with enthusiasm, proclaiming their victory and first place. Moments later, her noisy teammate arrived, breathless but excited, claiming he had come in second. Haruka crossed her arms and smiled mischievously at the men, teasing them about their rankings. She pointed out that Kakashi had technically come in second, placing Naruto in third. Rock Lee gasped in surprise, while Madogai beamed with pride, agreeing with Haru and reminding Lee that he still had much to train. Haru found amusement in the banter among her teammates, proud to have sparked such lively exchanges. Soon, the rest of the squad arrived, and she could sense their exhaustion from the mission. With a warm smile, she welcomed them back, her eyes closing momentarily in joy. Neji and Tenten exchanged glances, grimacing at Haruka's unusual cheerfulness. It was rare to see her in such good spirits. She usually greeted them with annoyance. They sensed she was up to something, and neither wanted to get caught up in her plans. Naruto returned her smile, grateful that at least someone acknowledged him with kind words. Despite everything, Haru had not managed to have a moment alone with Naruto, as he seemed very lost in thought. She noticed him lying in one of the training fields, and her curiosity got the better of her. She settled down beside him, folding her legs and ready to listen. She asked if he was going to share what was on his mind. Naruto sat up and sighed, a clear sign to Haru that something was bothering him. He mentioned their mission to rescue Gaara from the Akatsuki, expressing his frustration over their failure to arrive in time. He felt a deep sense of regret that Gaara had already been lost, and if it hadn't been for Granny Chio, things could have been worse. His voice trembled as he confessed that he didn't want to experience that kind of loss again. No matter how hard he trained, he felt he had lost control once more, though he hesitated to reveal the beast within him. Haru wanted nothing more than to throw herself into his arms and reassure him that she didn't care about the nine tails residing inside him. Instead, she playfully tugged at one of his cheeks. She rolled her eyes and reminded him that she had made him read all those books for a reason. She had sensed it from the very first day they met. As for control, she believed in him, Naruto Uzumaki, the ninja who had worked tirelessly to improve. She was confident he would find his way. Naruto's face brightened with a smile, and Haru couldn't help but laugh at the change in his demeanor. He exclaimed that she was right, and a light bulb seemed to go off in his head. Whenever he was with Haru, he forgot about all the strategies he had planned. She extended her hands to his face, and he looked at her in confusion. Haru blushed and teased him, wondering what he was waiting for. It had been 3 years, and she doubted his face looked the same. Just as she was about to lower her hands, Naruto took them and brought them to his face, apologizing for being caught off guard. He told her she could do that whenever she wanted without needing to ask. Haru bit her lip and touched his face, trying to picture it in her mind. Her fingers traced the 3 whisker-like marks on his cheeks, just like a fox, and then moved to his lips. If only she could lean in closer. Naruto, feeling flustered, noticed her lingering gaze on his lips, which were slightly parted, as if inviting a kiss. Suddenly, Lee's loud shout startled Haru, causing her to pull away from Naruto. He suggested they train together, completely unaware of the tension he had interrupted. Haru was so focused that she hadn't sensed Lee's presence until it was too late. She felt a surge of irritation and Lee, sensing her displeasure, decided it was best to train elsewhere. Naruto scratched the back of his neck, feeling awkward about his earlier thoughts, but he also noticed Haru's fierce aura and felt sympathy for Lee. Whatever had upset her, he would try to avoid doing it again. Haru casually suggested going to Ichiraku, mentioning that it had been a while since they last visited. Naruto quickly forgot his earlier worries and rushed ahead, urging her to hurry before it got crowded. Haru smiled and followed him, allowing herself to be swept along the village streets by the energetic blonde, just like when they were children. Haruka and Naruto had said their goodbyes at sunset, neither wanting to part completely. They both enjoyed each other's presence, but Haruka needed to finish a report, and Naruto had to prepare for a mission. Several days had passed since then, and they hadn't met again, as Haruka occasionally stopped by Ichiraku, hoping to see the blonde. Niji noticed Haruka seemed distracted. She took a deep breath and touched her shoulder, where a previous sparring session had left its mark. Niji had become her best friend, and they often trained together whenever they had the chance. Haruka insisted she wasn't distracted and urged Niji to continue their training. Niji raised an eyebrow, unconvinced by her words, but he resumed his strikes as she smiled and refocused on her training. Generally, the Nara clan specialized in long-range attacks, so taijutsu wasn't their strong suit. "Have you managed to reduce your blind spot?" he asked while dodging a soft punch from her. Haruka's attacks were an unusual blend of Gai-sensei's taijutsu and Niji's gentle fist style, resulting in unique movements. "I'm still working on that," Niji replied. When they finally finished, Hinata approached them shyly, offering refreshing drinks. "Thank you, Hinata," Haruka said, taking a drink and wiping the sweat from her brow. Niji echoed her gratitude, and Haruka yawned, thinking a nap would do her good. As was her habit, she lay down on the floor of the Hyuga house to rest. Niji chuckled, amused by her ability to sleep anywhere. "Was it a long training session?" his cousin asked. "But it seems Haru is putting in more effort now," he replied. "I wonder why that is." "She always complains about everything," Hinata commented, playing with her fingers. Niji had a slight suspicion about Haruka's newfound enthusiasm for training with him. He had known her for several years, and they often went on missions together. It was clear that Naruto also inspired similar behavior in Haruka. Haruka approached the training field, where hundreds of Naruto clones were attempting to cut a tree leaf. She asked Kakashi, who was observing from the shade of a tree, how things were progressing. "Quite well, even with the clones," Kakashi noted. "I must thank you for teaching Naruto the basics of chakra. It would have been much harder for me to explain." "Naruto can be a handful at times, but we just need to be patient," Haruka replied, recalling how Naruto had read books about chakra to her, expressing his desire to develop a new technique. Kakashi understood her unspoken question. They all needed to strengthen themselves to prevent the Akatsuki from capturing Naruto. "Of course, he thinks he's doing it for Sasuke," Haruka grimaced at the mention of the Uchiha. She didn't know the full context, only that Sasuke had left the village after his brother had decimated their clan, seeking power and revenge. However, Naruto wouldn't give up on bringing him back. Haruka didn't dislike Sasuke entirely, they had shared a few pleasant conversations, but that didn't change the fact that he had left the village to seek power, aligning himself with Orochimaru, the ninja who had killed the third Hokage. "I brought snacks," she said, pointing to her basket. "I'm sure he'll be hungry when he's done." As the clones disappeared, Naruto paused, his fatigue overwhelming him, nearly causing him to fall if not for Kakashi's quick reflexes. "I think you could use a break," Haruka insisted, not taking no for an answer. "What are you doing here, Haruchan?" Naruto asked, squinting at her. She frowned, surprised he didn't realize she was there to offer moral support. "I escaped from the office. It's exhausting being cooped up all the time," she said, taking a bite of her sandwich. "Thanks for the food." Don't you and Yamato-san, Kakashi-san want some? She asked the adults, assuming they must be hungry too. They appreciated her kind gesture and joined her in eating, while Naruto smiled at Haruka for her thoughtfulness. Suddenly, Haruka sprang to her feet, ready to run, but her body wouldn't cooperate. "Shikamaru," she complained. "How did you find me so quickly?" "I knew you'd be here. Sometimes you're quite predictable," he said with a knowing smile. "It's a hassle to have to find you, so please just do your work." Haruka clicked her tongue, having underestimated how long it would take Shikamaru to track her down. He grabbed her by the collar of her shirt and dragged her back toward the Nara clan complex. "Goodbye, Haru-chan," Naruto called, knowing he couldn't help his friend stay longer. Haruka complained about being sore as she stretched. "Can I sleep in the hallway while you all finish the report?" The guy team was returning from a tough mission, and she was completely exhausted. Niji and Tenten sighed, not surprised by Haruka's laziness. "Come on, Haru. Don't extinguish that flame." Rock Lee encouraged her. "We could go to a spa or the hot springs," Tenten suggested, glancing at Haruka, who was already lying on the ground while Lee tried to revive her. Haruka opened her eyes and nodded. A hot spring would be nice. Tenten had invited all the girls from their generation, and they had accepted. The boys had followed suit and were now at the hot springs as well. "Niji, didn't you say you didn't have time?" Haruka teased, nudging him playfully. Niji rolled his eyes. "I was the one who told her to come," Hinata said shyly. Haruka raised an eyebrow, knowing Hinata was usually very timid, but she had become more confident while training with the Hyuga. "Are we going to use the mixed hot springs?" The group of men and women gathered, and the 9 newcomers were present alongside Niji. Rock Lee would arrive later as he continued his training. Shikamaru rubbed his forehead, realizing he had to keep an eye on his cousin to protect her from the perverts in their circle. The excited blonde nodded, expressing his enthusiasm. Sakura shot an annoyed glance at him, knowing he had inherited his teacher Jiraiya's bad habits. The girls decided to head to the women's area, and Sakura gave her teammate a stern look, causing him to shrink back. Haru shrugged, aware that she couldn't see the others anyway. Ino, Hinata, Tenten, Sakura, and Haru entered the space, setting down their belongings. Haru sighed in satisfaction as she felt the warm water. It was just what she needed. Tenten remarked that coming in after a mission made her feel as if her body was relaxing. Ino playfully teased them, saying they sounded like old ladies. Sakura laughed, encouraging Hinata to relax among friends. Hinata nodded, trying to ease her nerves, but she felt self-conscious. Sakura noticed her discomfort and reassured her to get comfortable. Haru, unable to see, shrugged and hugged Tenten's arm, joining in the light-hearted banter. The girls laughed, and Haru commented on the fun sounds coming from the men's side. Eventually, as they were getting dressed, Haru heard footsteps on the roof. Almost imperceptibly, the ceiling broke, and Rock Lee fell through, causing the girls to scream. Haru hadn't even started dressing properly. She was frustrated, realizing her bra had likely flown away in the commotion. Lee nervously denied spying on them, claiming he had been training and accidentally got caught on something. Tenten raised an eyebrow, questioning the coincidence of his fall. Ino, visibly upset, found his excuse suspicious. Niji and the other boys entered, curious about the commotion. Hinata gasped in surprise, trying to cover herself with a towel, just like the others. Tenten pointed out that Lee had been spying, and the girls began shouting accusations, which only made Tenten's irritation grow as she felt ignored. Lee's claim about training was true, but Ino insisted that running away made him look more suspicious. Sakura suggested they follow him, and everyone rushed after Lee. Haru quickly dressed, not wanting to be caught outside in her undergarments. Naruto defended Lee, claiming he had a good heart. The group gasped when they noticed Haru's bra caught on the back of Naruto's towel. Haru realized it must have flown off when Lee fell. Confused, Naruto blushed as he tried to return it to Shikamaru, who had approached Haru with something to cover her. Haru was unaware of the awkwardness surrounding her as she struggled beneath the fabric. Sakura snapped her fingers, determined to protect her friend's dignity, and playfully slapped Naruto on the cheek. Chapter end. Naruto found himself reflecting on how annoying a certain person could be, but after disobeying Danzo's orders, he began to believe that maybe he was a good guy. He was seated at the Ichiraka bar, sharing stories of his latest mission with Haruka. They had attempted to bring Sasuke back, but the mission had failed. Haruka loved listening to him talk. She had missed it, and thanks to Naruto's influence, she had developed a fondness for ramen. Naruto apologized, feeling a bit embarrassed, thinking she must be tired of hearing about him. Haruka shook her head and smiled, expressing her enjoyment of his stories. 3 years had passed, and she was sure he had plenty to share. Naruto noticed a change in Haruka since he last saw her. While she still had her lazy demeanor, something felt different, and he couldn't quite put his finger on it. As a child, he had never been interested in girls, but Sakura had been the prettiest girl he had ever seen. Now, after meeting Haruka, he was certain she was the most beautiful girl, with no comparison to Sakura. His blue eyes wandered over Haruka's face, stopping at her lips, which held a barely noticeable smile. Memories of their last encounter flooded back, and he felt a wave of nerves wash over him. Haruka noticed his unease and reached out to check his forehead, confirming he was at a normal temperature. Naruto assured her he was perfectly fine, though his nerves were still on edge. She then asked about Jiraiya, curious about his adventures with the legendary Sannin. Naruto began recounting some of his escapades with Jiraiya, while Haruka shared what she had missed during his absence. When she asked how he came to want to be the leader of the Nara clan, he was genuinely curious. Haruka playfully reminded him that he was the one who inspired her to pursue that path. Naruto tilted his head, trying to recall the moment. She reminded him of the time he expressed his desire to become Hokage, and she had declared her support, wanting to hear the village cheer for him. His heart raced in sync with hers as she explained that if he aimed to become Hokage, she wanted to contribute in any way she could. A warm feeling spread through Naruto, reminiscent of the pride he felt when Iruka and Erosenin recognized him. Yet, there was something different about this feeling, perhaps because Haruka had always been there for him since childhood, a realization he had only just come to. While Shikamaru and Choji were among the first to join him on his adventures, Haruka had been the first to truly believe in him. The smile he gave her could light up even the darkest room. Although Haruka couldn't see it, she continued to treat him like anyone else, which he appreciated. For the first time, Haruka noticed something beyond darkness, a strange glow that she had no reference for, but all she could think was that it was beautiful. That evening, Haruka rolled her eyes at her cousin's complaints about her carelessness. With her mother's permission, she had skipped the family dinner and made her way to Naruto's apartment. She knocked on the door, calling out to him. When the door opened, Naruto greeted her with a smile, surprised to see her. She asked if the boys had been there, sniffing the air and realizing several people had been around. Haruka entered the apartment confidently, and Naruto smiled at how comfortable she felt. She mentioned she had brought some things with her and asked if his injury from Sakura still hurt. Naruto laughed nervously, claiming it was almost healed, even though that wasn't entirely true. Being alone with Haruka in his apartment was a familiar situation from their childhood, but Naruto was no longer the innocent boy he once was. Erosenin had made sure he read countless books, shaping his understanding of relationships. Haruka offered him some ointment for his injury, asking if he was having dinner. When he suggested instant ramen, she raised an eyebrow, preferring the kind from Ichiraku. She headed to his kitchen, where the kettle was already steaming. She playfully pointed out that she had come prepared, showing him the bag of groceries she had brought. Naruto apologized for the incident at the hot springs, feeling genuinely sorry. Haruka shrugged it off, saying he didn't need to apologize since he hadn't intended to spy on them. Naruto fidgeted nervously, admitting to himself that he had indeed been curious about what the girls were up to. Haruka narrowed her eyes and moved closer to him, teasingly asking if he really wanted to spy. She smiled mischievously and tugged at his shirt collar, pulling him closer. Naruto felt a strong desire to kiss Haruka, wishing for it with all his heart, but he feared she might reject him. He had matured over the past 3 years with Erosenin, and so had his feelings for Haruka. All those accidental touches, their outings at Ichiraku, and the times they trained together, every moment felt significant, not just coincidence. He wondered if all those romantic novels he had read would finally serve a purpose. Haruka stepped back, letting out a soft laugh that was music to Naruto's ears. She began taking ingredients from her bag to prepare katsudon. She asked for his help, not wanting to burn herself while cooking. Naruto nodded, still a bit dazed by her closeness, and followed her instructions to prepare the meal. Haru smiled as she blew on her chopsticks, bringing the food to her mouth. The blue-eyed boy's eyes sparkled at the mention of the two of them cooking together. Naruto exclaimed that the food was delicious, but Haru reminded him that eating too much instant ramen wasn't good for him. She suggested he should eat healthier options, although she acknowledged that katsudon wasn't the healthiest choice either. Naruto scratched his head, laughing sheepishly, and remarked that she always said the same thing. Haru wanted to express her concern for him, but the words got stuck in her throat. Naruto, with a melancholic smile while playing with his food, thanked her for worrying about him. Haru reached out her hand, and Naruto looked at it in surprise, glancing at her from the corner of his eye while she remained focused on her meal. The blonde boy smiled and, with a bit of hesitation, placed his hand over hers, gently stroking the back of her hand. She felt a bit embarrassed by his gesture, but according to her plan, she needed to be direct with Naruto. After all, he was known for being a bit dense, and she had to be straightforward if she wanted him to reciprocate her feelings. They both spoke at the same time, causing them to laugh. Naruto insisted she go first, but she shook her head, eager to hear what he had to say. He looked directly at her and confessed that he liked her, admitting he had felt that way for a long time but realized it more since returning to Konoha. Haru jumped from her seat and threw herself into Naruto's arms, laughing against his neck as she expressed her surprise that he was the one to say it first. Although he felt a bit offended, he enjoyed her embrace. She then confirmed that she also liked him, her smile wide. Naruto's blue eyes sparkled with excitement, as he had dreamed of this moment for days. He leaned in and kissed Haruka, her hand tangling in his blonde hair while his hands held her waist, drawing her closer. The kiss was inexperienced yet filled with emotion. When they finally pulled apart, both had a noticeable blush on their cheeks, sharing a mutual feeling of happiness. Haru asked what they were now, to which Naruto cheerfully replied that they were now a couple, planting a kiss on her cheek that made her close her eyes and giggle. Haru had intended to confess in the next chapter, but she couldn't hold back her excitement. She felt overwhelmed by the paperwork her father had piled on her, and it seemed he was keeping her busy to prevent her from going out. The previous night, she had come home late, and while her mother wasn't upset, her father had looked at her suspiciously. He rolled his eyes and asked about the smile she had been wearing all day. Haru feigned innocence, jokingly asking if he was seeing things, claiming she was the one who was blind. Her father insisted she not change the subject and crossed his arms, demanding to know who the boy was. Haru was taken aback, realizing her mother hadn't been the only one to notice. Her father told her to bring the boy home for dinner when she had the chance, leaving her feeling caught off guard. Later, Sakura approached Haru with a basket in her hands, asking if she was going to watch Naruto train. Haru narrowed her eyes at the word watch, but didn't say anything. She found it amusing and wasn't bothered by it. She had moved past that stage long ago. She nodded, explaining that she was bringing him something to eat. Sakura, feeling a bit nervous about being around Naruto again after their kiss, shot Haru a teasing look when she noticed the blush on her friend's face at the mention of him. She nudged Haru playfully, asking if there was something going on between them. Haru frowned, realizing it seemed everyone knew about her feelings for Naruto before she did. Sakura explained that Naruto often talked about her during their missions, and Haru had never shown any signs of annoyance when she was with him. They both laughed, recalling a time when Naruto had chosen a dog 3 times his size and ended up being dragged around the village. Haru felt a mischievous grin spread across her face as she thought about how she could tease him about it now. Sakura asked if Haru would take the first step, noting that Naruto could be clueless when it came to feelings. Although Sakura hated to admit it, she recognized Haru's beauty and grace, which contrasted with her own more straightforward approach. Haru smiled at Sakura, revealing that she and Naruto were officially dating, which surprised Sakura. She eagerly bombarded Haru with questions about when it happened and why Naruto hadn't mentioned it. Haru found it tedious to answer all the questions, but Sakura was determined to get the details. As they walked, the sound of a waterfall filled the air, and Haru found it relaxing. Sakura commented that Naruto seemed to be doing well, perhaps not needing her food pills after all. A voice chimed in, surprising Sakura as she introduced Haru to Sai, the substitute for Sasuke. Haru nodded in acknowledgement, recalling that he was the one who had taken Sasuke's place. Sai smiled at the dark-haired girl. He suggested that they should leave Naruto to his training and asked if Haru would join him. She shook her head, indicating she wanted to stay a little longer. The pink-haired girl playfully took her teammate's arm and started to walk away. Naruto complained about his fatigue, expressing that he might need a break. Haruka, lifting her basket, mentioned that it might be time for a snack. Naruto, looking down from the top of the waterfall, jumped to stand in front of Haru. He felt a bit embarrassed but took her hand, and they both sat down to enjoy the food she had prepared. Haru encouraged him, saying he was almost there and just needed to concentrate more chakra in his hands, likening it to using another limb. Naruto grimaced, finding it easier said than done. Haru playfully tapped his forehead, reminding him that it had taken her a long time to master her skills, but she could finally do it. Naruto felt a strange pressure in his body and watched in amazement as shadows formed around him, resembling arms. Kakashi, surprised, commented on how Haru had developed the Nara technique to another level. Naruto, finally free from her jutsu, hugged Haru and rubbed his cheek against hers, expressing his admiration. Haru smiled at his affectionate gesture, knowing that Naruto wanted to keep her close, but he needed to focus on his training, now with her beautiful smile in mind. Kakashi raised an eyebrow, the only one visible, and asked if Haru was Naruto's girlfriend. Yamato, who had noticed Haru's frequent presence but didn't know her well, asked the same question. Without hesitation, Naruto confirmed their relationship, declaring they were indeed a couple. Kakashi remarked that it was about time, putting away the book he had been reading. When asked if he had known, Kakashi admitted he had suspected it. Naruto wondered why everyone seemed so interested in his romantic life. Kakashi encouraged him to get back to training, giving him a few pats on the back. Naruto stepped away from Haru, summoned his clones, and prepared to continue his training. Seeing Haruka Nara had given him even more motivation to push forward. Haruka Nara had adapted to her surroundings. Life had deprived her of sight, but she refused to let that bring her down. Instead, she made the most of it. She consistently demonstrated to others that she did not need their help, that she could be a kunoichi even when people doubted her abilities. Now, she stood as the next head of the Nara clan. However, there were moments of weakness. Sometimes she would lie in her room, reflecting on all the things she missed. She despised not being able to enjoy the clouds like her cousin did, hated not being able to read, and loathed the pity of others. But what topped her list of dislikes was not being able to see Naruto smile. The sound of her mother's footsteps in her room brought her back to reality. Her mother wore a serious expression, and from the way she walked, Haruka sensed that the news was not good. Asuma Sarutobi had died at the hands of Akatsuki, and preparations for the funeral were underway. This was one of the risks of becoming a ninja. People died while doing their jobs. Death intrigued her. Having lived in darkness, she wondered if death would feel the same. Shikamaru did not attend the funeral, something Haruka had anticipated. She understood that he needed his space, so she gave it to him. Silence enveloped the funeral, broken only by the sobs of her young nephew, Konomaru, who was still too young to fully comprehend the situation. Death pursued the shinobi, which was why they had rules to avoid pain, whether by suppressing all feelings or prioritizing missions above all else. In the past, Haruka would have placed greater importance on missions, disregarding everything else to protect Konoha. But if the person in danger was someone close to her, everything changed. She would risk everything for them, for her family, her friends, and for Naruto. She heard nothing from Shikamaru for the rest of the day, but that changed the following morning. Haruka stood at the door of his house, asking what he planned to do. Shikamaru smiled slightly, acknowledging her intuition. He finally revealed that he had a plan, and she eagerly agreed to join him. Akatsuki was after Naruto, and the fewer of their members that existed, the better. Shikamaru warned her that he hadn't shared all the details and that it would be a dangerous mission. Yet, she was determined to be part of it. Haruka styled her hair and adjusted her ninja attire, leaving a note for her mother about an emergency mission that might take several days. She met up with Asuma's team at the entrance of Konoha and nodded to them. They all understood the plan. They would separate the two Akatsuki members, with Shikamaru handling Haiden while she and the others dealt with Kakizu. Tsunade momentarily halted them, reluctant to allow the mission. Haruka asserted that they were a squad of 4 with a solid attack and defense plan. Finally, it was Kakashi who intervened, agreeing to accompany them. They ambushed the Akatsuki, but something felt off about Kakizu. The man's heartbeat was frantic and irregular, almost as if he had more than one heart. Haruka crouched down, focusing on her senses. She could hear the heartbeats of her teammates and then realized that Kakuzu indeed had multiple hearts. How was that possible? She maintained her composure, needing to analyze the situation further. If he had more hearts, that might explain his so-called immortality. The familiar sound of Kakashi's technique reached her ears as he struck Kakuzu. Chuji remarked on Kakashi's expected performance, but Haruka cautioned him not to underestimate their opponent, who likely had a hidden trick. Shikamaru and Haruka had developed a system for teamwork. Although she couldn't see the signals he gave, she could hear subtle sounds, like finger snaps or the rustle of kunai. Haruka took control of Kakashi's shadow, maneuvering him to dodge Kakuzu's attack. She smirked, confident that they had caught their enemy off guard. Many ninjas relied too heavily on their sight, and she always took advantage of that. Kakashi sighed in relief when he saw that the Akatsuki member he had previously defeated with a Chidori was getting back up, ready for a fight. Shikamaru and Haruka had come to the same conclusion. They needed to separate the immortal duo. Haiden declared that he would take care of the blind girl, seeing her as an excellent sacrifice for Jashin. Haruka clicked her tongue at his words, recalling Shikamaru's warning that she couldn't afford a single cut from him. She dodged his scythe and countered with a kick, but he retaliated, attempting to strike her. She gracefully evaded each of his attacks. Haiden expressed his excitement at the prospect of her being a great sacrifice. Rolling her eyes, she prepared her jutsu, knowing Shikamaru would trap him, allowing them to separate. With a smile, she announced that her shadow possession jutsu was ready. Haiden was taken aback to see that she possessed the same technique. Shikamaru connected his jutsu with hers and dashed toward the Nara forest. Now it was up to him, while the rest of them focused on destroying Kakuzu's 4 hearts. Kakuzu was furious with Kakashi for having taken one of them. For Haruka, it was also challenging as Kakuzu's hearts, which appeared as massive chakra spots, now attacked her like another entity. She leaped and dodged a large fire jutsu. Kakuzu paused momentarily. Shikamaru had successfully used Kakuzu's blood instead of his own. Haruka cursed under her breath as 2 hearts ambushed her. She narrowly avoided their attack, but her left arm took the brunt of the blow. She crashed into a tree but quickly got back up, realizing that Kakuzu was relentless, continuing to unleash powerful jutsus. Kakuzu declared that they would not defeat him so easily. He had intended to take their hearts but decided he would have time for that later. For now, they would simply die. The 4 of them were ensnared by Kakuzu's threads, and a fire jutsu was headed their way. Haruka sensed the chakra of a familiar blonde. Naruto had diverted the attack, saving them from imminent death. He apologized to Haruka, calling her by a familiar nickname. The blonde apologized. Haruka informed everyone about the enemy's power and abilities. Naruto nodded at the instructions, now aware that he needed to move cautiously. Haruka's eyes widened in surprise as he felt the chakra accumulating in Naruto's hand. With determination, Naruto unleashed his technique. He attacked Kazu, using his clones as distractions and ultimately overcoming him in the process. Haruka rushed to catch the blonde, who had been propelled into the air by the force of his own technique. With a smile, Haruka managed to catch him. Naruto's chakra was nearly depleted, leaving him barely able to stand. He raised his thumb in a gesture of victory to his team, signaling that he had succeeded. Naruto was incredibly nervous. He swallowed hard, fearing that Haruka's parents might not accept him as her boyfriend and could potentially keep them apart. Haruka intertwined her fingers, trying to reassure him. She reminded him that it was just a dinner and that her mother would adore him. Naruto was still concerned about her father, but Haruka assured him that as long as he pleased her mother, her father wouldn't make a fuss. As they arrived at Haruka's house, Naruto's hands were sweaty. They took off their shoes at the entrance and walked toward the dining room. "Haruka!" Miko called from the kitchen, expressing her joy at their arrival. She dried her hands on her apron and smiled at Naruto, who stood beside her daughter. "Mama, this is Naruto," Haruka introduced him, taking a deep breath before exhaling in a sigh. "My boyfriend." "It's a pleasure to meet you, Mrs. Nara," Naruto said politely. "Just call me Miko, Naruto. It's wonderful to finally meet you. Haru never stops talking about you," she said, moving closer to him and guiding them to sit down for dinner. Shikitoshi observed them from the table with a comforting smile, while Haruka rolled her eyes at her mother's attempt to embarrass her. The family enjoyed their meal, sharing stories about past missions, and gradually, Naruto began to relax. "Would you like more, Naruto?" Miko asked, noticing his empty plate. "I'm fine," he replied, but Haruka knew he was lying. She served food onto his plate, but before she could place it there, Naruto took her hands and guided them to the right spot. Realizing her mistake, Haruka noticed her parents were astonished by this reaction. They expected her to complain or show annoyance, as she usually did when receiving help from others. Miko then realized that Naruto was even more special than she initially thought. She liked him for her daughter, believing he could soften Haruka's stubborn heart. "I'm sure Naruto enjoyed your cooking, Mom," Haruka said. "He's just too shy to ask for more." Naruto laughed nervously and thanked his girlfriend. "Your food is delicious, Miko-san," he said with a smile. Miko smiled back at him. The conversation shifted to their recent encounter with Akatsuki and Naruto's new technique, but of course, Shikitoshi had to ruin the moment. "Please use protection," he said once dinner was over. Haruka shot her father a concerned look, hoping he wouldn't give them the talk right then. "Dad," she warned. Naruto turned bright red. "What? I started dating your mother at your age and we—" "I don't want to hear it," Haruka interrupted, embarrassed. Shikitoshi chuckled at his daughter's discomfort. "Don't tease them, Shikitoshi," Miko said. "But you should know it's very important." Haruka sighed, not wanting to hear the lecture her parents might give. "It's getting late and I don't want Naruto to go home too late," she said, hoping her parents would take the hint. Naruto said goodbye to her parents, and Haruka walked him to the door of her home. "They just want to tease us a little," she said, rolling her eyes. "It's annoying." "I liked them," Naruto replied, happy to have shared a family moment with the Naras. "Now you'll have to put up with it because my mom liked you. She'll probably invite you over more often," Haruka said with a side smile. "You know you can come whenever you want. You're always welcome here, Naruto." He gave her a quick kiss before saying goodbye. Later, while playing hide and seek, Haruka hid in Naruto's closet. She found it too easy to win, as Naruto always took a long time to find her. Fortunately, they were free from missions, as the fifth Hokage had given them a few days off to rest after their mission involving Akatsuki. Hiding in the closet wasn't the smartest choice, as it was filled with Naruto's scent, which confused her senses. Meanwhile, Naruto was trying to be as quiet as possible. They had agreed not to use their ninja skills to find each other, as that would give Haruka an unfair advantage. He wondered where Haruka would hide. He smiled at the thought and opened the door to his room, but then closed it, pretending to go somewhere else in the apartment. Silently, he checked under his bed but found nothing. Then he heard a noise in his closet and rushed to open it. "I found you," he said with a smile, seeing Haruka hidden among his clothes. "That's not fair if you don't catch me," she protested, trying to escape but was quickly caught in his arms. They playfully struggled until Naruto stumbled over some clothes on the floor, causing both of them to fall onto his bed. Naruto's laughter filled the air like a beautiful melody, and for Haruka, that was more than enough. "I'm still winning by 1 round, she said, crossing her arms playfully. She was on top of him, and he looked at her with a special glimmer in his eyes, unable to explain the feelings Haruka stirred within him. "You're beautiful," he said, making her blush. If you say things like that, you have to take responsibility, she replied, flustered, as she pulled him closer for a kiss. This kiss was different from their first or the simple ones they had shared before. It was more desperate, more passionate. Naruto drew her closer, and Haruka gasped as their bodies pressed together. He took the opportunity to deepen the kiss, and though it started off clumsily, they soon found their rhythm. Their hearts raced, and without thinking, Haruka moved against him. Naruto responded in kind, tilting his body to capture her lips in an intense kiss. "Does it feel good?" he asked. Naruto managed to speak, though his voice trembled with excitement. Haruka nodded, unable to form a coherent response. As Naruto's hands gradually moved upward, Haruka felt encouraged to do the same, exploring the contours of his well-defined abdomen. They pulled apart when they ran out of breath, resting their foreheads together. With their breaths still uneven, Haruka spoke first, expressing her awe at the moment. Naruto sighed in agreement, sharing her sentiment. Haruka hesitated, unsure if she should continue her thought, but before she could finish, Naruto captured her lips once more. The blonde had repositioned himself, and Haruka found herself seated on his lap, her legs on either side for comfort. However, she soon felt something unexpected beneath her. Haruka was not naive about matters of intimacy. Her mother had given her the rather awkward talk about it. Yet, in that moment, filled with excitement and with her handsome boyfriend kissing her so passionately, she only craved more. On the other hand, Naruto was on cloud 9, grateful for having read every manuscript by Jiraiya, realizing that experiencing it was vastly different from merely reading about it. Haruka let out a soft sound that only fueled Naruto's desire further, but they both knew they needed to pause. Surprisingly, it was Naruto who, with great difficulty, halted the affectionate gestures. He whispered her name, suggesting they should stop, fearing what might happen if they continued. They both thought simultaneously that they might lose control. Haruka playfully teased him, calling him troublesome in a soft voice. Haruka had returned from her mission with her duo of friends, and it hadn't been so bad. She had delivered her report to Tsunade, who informed her that Naruto had gone on a search mission, looking for none other than Sasuke Uchiha. Haruka furrowed her brow, questioning why Tsunade would share such information about her ninjas. Tsunade revealed that Sakura had told her everything, prompting Haruka to grimace. Tsunade then asked if she was dating Naruto, which surprised her. It was unexpected for the serious Haruka Nara to be involved with the mischievous boy who claimed he wanted to be Hokage. Haruka confirmed the relationship, and Tsunade expressed hope that Naruto would learn a few things from her. Haruka doubted it, sharing a knowing smile with Tsunade before taking her leave. Haruka found herself resting in her favorite spot, enjoying the breeze against her face. The Hokage heads were a perfect place to forget her responsibilities. Just then, Naruto's voice broke the silence, and she smiled at the sound of the most troublesome boy. He playfully suggested that perhaps she had come there to be found by him. Naruto laughed and sat down, positioning Haruka between his legs and resting his chin on her head. They enjoyed a comfortable silence, and Haruka felt herself blush at the affectionate gesture. She could get used to this. Naruto expressed his contentment, needing the moment after his failed mission to bring Sasuke back. He shared a promise he had made to Sakura, vowing that Sasuke would return to the village, emphasizing his determination not to give up. Haruka teased him about being troublesome, leaning back against him. He chuckled, enjoying the playful banter, and she finally confessed her feelings for him, saying she loved him. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise, and he reciprocated her feelings, telling her he loved her too. They lingered in each other's company until Haruka realized it was getting late. She suggested they head home for dinner, and Naruto was confused by her comment about a woman's sixth sense. She extended her hand, and he took it as they walked back to the Nara district. Upon arriving, Haruka's mother welcomed Naruto with open arms, completely ignoring her daughter. Haruka felt a twinge of annoyance, realizing her mother seemed to favor her boyfriend over her. When her mother instructed her to set the table, Haruka rolled her eyes but complied, knowing it was best not to argue. As they sat down for dinner, Naruto enjoyed the attention from her family, while Haruka found amusement in their stories about his childhood. Laughter filled the room as they reminisced about embarrassing moments, and Haruka couldn't help but shake her head at the antics. Later, Haruka finally had a break from her work and visited Naruto at his apartment, bringing along a shogi board. After several rounds of the game, where Haruka won each time, Naruto conceded, realizing he would never beat her. Feeling lazy, Haruka stretched, and in doing so, she accidentally leaned too close to Naruto. He blushed, caught off guard by her proximity. In a moment of playful mischief, he teased her, but Haruka quickly regained her balance, playfully scolding him for being so clumsy. As they continued their playful banter, Haruka noticed the tension between them growing. She could sense that Naruto had been thinking about their past moments together, and when he mentioned his dreams of her, she felt her cheeks heat up. Curiosity piqued, she asked about those dreams, and Naruto, with a playful glint in his eye, suggested he could show her instead of telling her. Haruka felt her heart race, knowing she had never experienced anything like that before. She hesitated but nodded, and Naruto wasted no time in leaning in closer, kissing her neck gently. Haruka protested, saying she didn't want to do anything in his living room, but Naruto picked her up, carrying her to his room, ready to explore the depths of their feelings together. Naruto whispered in her ear, causing her to shiver. When had Naruto's voice become so deep and warm? At some point between the living room and Naruto's room, they had both lost their upper garments. He kissed her shoulder and slowly began to slide down the strap of her bra. Naruto made a move to remove it, but Haruka was quicker and took it off herself. He told her she was beautiful, his lips brushing against hers gently as he noticed her becoming shy. He continued his exploration, his blue eyes shining with desire as he saw Haruka so espèce. Who would have thought that Naruto would take control of the situation? She arched her back as he kissed one of her shoulders, his touch igniting a spark within her. Unconsciously, she began to press against him, feeling the warmth of his body. Naruto remarked that her expression was better than he had dreamed. Curiosity piqued, she asked him what else he had done in his dream. He warned her that if they continued, he wouldn't be able to stop. Haruka kissed him, running her fingers through his blonde hair, confident in her decision. As he gently opened her legs, she felt the heat between them, his hands exploring her body with passion. She traced her fingers over his well-defined abdomen, feeling the intensity of the moment. As he caressed her, she closed her eyes, lost in the sensations he was creating. The sight of her vulnerability excited him, and he continued to explore her, eliciting soft gasps from her lips. In a swift motion, he removed her underwear, and he took off his own. He reached for a protection from his small desk. Once everything was ready, he positioned her above him, their bodies brushing against each other, and she sighed softly. He asked if she was ready, and she nodded, feeling a mix of anticipation and nervousness. Though there was discomfort, Haruka reminded herself that she had endured worse. She whispered playfully in his ear, and as she began to move, he smiled, capturing her lips in a kiss. His strong hands guided her movements, creating a rhythm that felt right. With each motion, their connection deepened, and she felt herself getting lost in the passion of the moment. Overwhelmed by the intensity, she reached a peak of pleasure, trembling in his embrace. Finally, he too reached his climax, and the room was filled with their heavy breaths. If it were possible, Haruka would say that the room was filled with a sense of intimacy. He claimed that it was better than his dreams, holding her close. She agreed, whispering that it was far better than anything she had ever experienced, and she wanted to feel it again. Naruto was adorable, but soon his mischievous side would emerge. Haruka was about to embark on some missions. She imagined her taijutsu resembling the kung fu style of Mei Chang from Fullmetal Alchemist. This arc had always been a favorite of hers, as Shikamaru managed to defeat Haiden, someone who was completely immortal, using pure strategy. Haruka raised an eyebrow and asked if Naruto had cheated. They were both in the hospital, her injuries had been easy to treat, but Naruto's arm was another story. To pass the time, she was playing shogi with him, having already won twice. Naruto let out a huff as she noticed he had moved one of his pieces. He complained that she should at least let him win once. She responded with a mischievous smile, saying it took away the fun. He whispered that she was cruel, which was why he liked her. Haruka blushed and suggested they continue the game. As Naruto leaned in to give her a kiss on the cheek, she turned her face, resulting in a kiss on the lips instead. She informed him that she had a mission with Kotetsu and Izumo and that her mother had asked her to invite him for dinner. When she returned, they could continue what they started. Naruto smiled and quickly kissed her, calling it a good luck kiss. Haruka teased that it might not have been enough luck and that she needed another dose. After a longer, more passionate kiss, she nodded with a beaming smile. Kotetsu complained that at this rate, they would never leave the village, while Izumo playfully hit him on the head for ruining the moment. It was rare to see Haruka smile like that unless she had achieved something. She bid farewell to Naruto, promising they would finish what they started when she returned. He swallowed hard, feeling a pleasant shiver run down his spine, eagerly anticipating her return. Haruka had been training all day with Team Guy, leaving her utterly exhausted. She dragged her feet toward home when Ino remarked that she looked terrible. Haruka replied sarcastically, saying that training with Guy-sensei was tiring. Sakura then asked about Naruto, expressing concern for him. Haruka frowned, realizing she hadn't seen him. When Sakura revealed that Jiraiya had died, all her fatigue vanished. She quickly said goodbye to her friends and ran toward Naruto's apartment, knowing how much the loss would affect him. Jiraiya had been like a father figure to Naruto, and she wanted to be there for him. Upon arriving, she noticed that Naruto was not home. She entered through the window and sat by the entrance, waiting for him to return. When Naruto came back, he found Haruka asleep on the floor of his hallway. He gently stroked her cheek, noticing the scratches that suggested she had been training hard. Whispering her name, he tried to wake her. Haruka stirred, rubbing her eyes and realizing she had fallen asleep. Naruto smiled and kissed her forehead, assuring her he was fine. However, Haruka sensed the change in his chakra and called him a liar. His smile faded as she embraced him, and he expressed how difficult it was to meet everyone's expectations after Jiraiya's passing. Haruka reassured him that it was okay not to be what others wanted him to be. Jiraiya had seen something special in him that no one else had. She gently caressed his cheek, suggesting it was late and he should get some rest. Naruto pleaded for her not to leave, not wanting to feel alone. Though he knew his mother would be upset for not coming home that day, he prioritized keeping Naruto company. That night, they slept curled up together. Naruto held onto her tightly, fearing that if he let go, she might disappear. He was determined not to let Haruka leave his life. She was too good to be real. The next morning, Naruto awoke with Haruka in his arms. She wore one of his oversized shirts, and he smiled, pleased that the bed felt warmer with her there. Haruka nestled closer, murmuring that it was still too early. Naruto chuckled, reminding her that they needed to have breakfast, knowing she must be hungry. Haruka playfully retorted that she could sleep all day and that he was the one who was hungry. Just then, Naruto's stomach growled, prompting a sigh from Haruka as she stretched and finally got up, thinking about how troublesome the blonde could be. She shot him a teasing glare, asking if he planned to stay in bed all day. Naruto gazed at her fondly, enjoying the sight of her half-awake and slightly annoyed yet still wearing her characteristic smile. He quickly got out of bed and followed her. Haruka had sneaked into her room after taking a shower at Naruto's place, borrowing some of his clothes. When her mother entered the room, she jokingly reminded her to be careful. Haruka complained that they hadn't done anything of the sort, at least not that day. She began to explain to her mother about Jiraiya's passing, Naruto's mentor, and how he wanted her to take care of him. Miko sighed, understanding the situation and not being too upset, but she felt a little warning would have sufficed. Haruka promised to do better next time, but before her mother could respond, she jumped out of the window and dashed toward her cousin's house, leaving Miko amused by the youth of today. Upon arriving, Haruka greeted Shikamaru with a smile. He teased her about finally remembering she had a cousin. She playfully complained about his annoying nature and then expressed that he was the only one who could help Naruto. Shikamaru sighed, acknowledging that she was right. Haruka insisted that he could open Naruto's eyes to the truth. Shikamaru grumbled about how annoying women could be but agreed to help, stating that he would do it not just because she asked but because Naruto was also his friend. After saying goodbye, Shikamaru headed toward Naruto's apartment, while Haruka smiled to herself, thinking about how annoying he could be at times. Later, Naruto, still trying to grasp the situation, asked Shikamaru what Asuma had requested of him. Shikamaru explained that Asuma had asked him to look after Naruto. He shared that he understood Naruto's pain, having lost his own mentor. Shikamaru looked at Naruto with determination, stating that crying and lamenting wouldn't bring anyone back. They needed to move forward in their lives. Naruto was puzzled and asked for clarification. Shikamaru explained that soon, Naruto would have students who would call him Naruto-sensei. He reminded Naruto that Asuma had entrusted him with many responsibilities, just as he had. They both gazed out at the streets of Konoha, contemplating the future. Shikamaru urged Naruto to realize it was time to move on, even if it was difficult. They couldn't remain stagnant if they wanted to become great ninjas like Asuma or Jiraiya. Naruto smiled, recalling Jiraiya's will, and thanked Shikamaru for his words. As Shikamaru turned to leave, he added a warning about making Haruka unhappy, suggesting that the Nara clan could make his life quite challenging if he did. Naruto swallowed hard, realizing he was now aware of Shikamaru's protective side, which made him a bit uneasy. With the help of Naruto and Kakashi, Shikamaru had managed to decipher the message Jiraiya left behind to defeat the Akatsuki responsible for his death. Determined to honor his mentor, Naruto decided to train with the Toads. Haruka was equally determined to keep up. Before he left, she told him it was a kiss for good luck, and he playfully added another for good measure. Sakura, watching them, sighed dreamily, commenting on how Haruka only showed her sentimental side with Naruto. Haruka crossed her arms, and Naruto bid farewell to them, disappearing with the Toads in a reverse summoning jutsu. If he was going to grow stronger, she knew she had to do the same. Her brave boyfriend loved to put himself in danger for others, and his noble heart was far too big. The imminent attack from Akatsuki had begun, with enormous summons wreaking havoc among the villagers. Haruka and Sakura were on their way to deliver important documents to Tsunade, but the situation had taken precedence. Haruka shouted to the civilians to run and seek shelter. Activating her shadow jutsu, she immobilized one of the massive creatures, but sensed a strange presence. Its chakra was dispersed among various individuals. Sakura struck the summon, and with a swift movement, it was defeated in an instant. Explosions echoed throughout Konoha, chaos engulfing the village as the enemy gained ground. Sakura recognized the cloaked figures of Akatsuki and called out to Haruka, expressing her concern. Haruka created a dome of earth to protect the nearby Jounin. One of her clan members sighed in relief upon seeing her. The power surrounding them caused the ground to tremble, and Haruka feared her dome might not withstand the pressure. When the vibrations ceased, they emerged from the rubble, knowing the village had been devastated. Desperately, Sakura called out for Naruto. A Jounin from the Hyuga clan was relaying information through his Byakugan. Naruto had arrived, and the shinobi around him sighed in relief, confident that the Uzumaki could handle Akatsuki. Haruka smiled, knowing that Naruto had earned the respect of many even without realizing it. She regretted that her sensei was not in the village. She was certain that with him, things would have been different. After all, Gai-sensei was one of the best Jounins. The current state of the Hokage did not help, as she had used her jutsu to protect as many as she could but was now too weak to fight. The Hyuga member expressed his disappointment, noting that Akatsuki had trapped her with metal rods infused with unusual chakra. Haruka bit her cheek nervously, worried about Naruto's condition. She asked Sakura if Naruto would bleed out if he removed the rods. Sakura reassured her that, due to his status as a Jinchuriki, he would likely heal quickly. That was all Haruka needed to hear. She refused to let Akatsuki succeed in taking her boyfriend. She broke free from Sakura's grip, determined to act. Even if it meant her life, she would not stand idly by. Haruka insisted that Naruto always saved everyone, but who would save him? Gathering chakra in her feet, she leaped, forcing Pain to retreat. As she prepared for battle, Naruto urged her to flee, recognizing the danger she was in. Despite her fear, Haruka's resolve remained strong. She was willing to sacrifice herself to protect someone she loved. Ignoring Naruto's pleas, her shadows transformed into blades, holding her ground against the force trying to pull her away. She had devised several plans, all ending in her demise, but one allowed her to advance and take down an Akatsuki member with her. Pain observed her closely, realizing he needed to act quickly. Haruka attempted to land a kick, but he deftly dodged her strikes. He questioned her determination to fight despite her trembling hands, but she remained resolute, determined to protect Naruto. As her shadows reached out like long arms, Haruka felt a surge of hope when they got close enough to Naruto. She managed to free him from the metal rods, and he smiled, believing it was all part of her plan. However, Haruka was out of chakra, and Pain seized the opportunity to draw her in, the metal rod piercing her heart. Naruto rushed forward with all his strength, desperate to reach her but realizing he was too late. Haruka closed her eyes, accustomed to the darkness, thinking at least she had freed Naruto. Pain dropped the metal, and Haruka's lifeless body fell to the ground. Frustration filled him. He still had more moves left, but his chakra had run out. Naruto's anguished scream echoed through the battlefield, a sound that tore at his throat. Haruka could not leave, she just couldn't. Pain taunted Naruto, recalling how his parents had been killed by Konoha shinobi right before his eyes. He spoke of love giving rise to sacrifice, which in turn birthed hatred and pain. Fueled by rage, Naruto lost control, unleashing six tails in an instant, destroying the seal of the Shodame's collar as he fought against Pain. Sakura rushed to the battlefield, cradling Haruka's body in her arms. She wiped the blood from Haruka's face and began to apply medical ninjutsu. She urged the Jounin to help, but Katsuyu, Tsunade's summon, told her there was nothing more she could do. Sakura refused to accept that. She believed she could save her friend, tears streaming down her cheeks as she fought to hold on. Why did something like this happen? Naruto pondered as he stood before the cage of the nine tails. Haruka. No, not what I have to do. Haruka is the one who always. I don't know anything anymore. Someone tell me what to do. Destroy everything, the great fox said. Eliminate those who have caused you pain. In the wake of Haruka Nara's death, entrust me with your soul. If you do this, I will save you from your suffering. Yes, he would eliminate everyone who had caused him pain. Now break the seal. Naruto reached out, grasping the seal in his hands, ready to pull it away, but he was stopped. His eyes widened in surprise as he saw the back of a familiar figure. It was the fourth Hokage. Haruka had always thought she would die as an old woman surrounded by her grandchildren. Yet, her life as a ninja had made her reckless enough to sacrifice herself for another. She still had a long life ahead, but she had no regrets. She had done everything she could to protect Naruto, and she would do it all over again. Life had its twists. Years ago, if someone had told her she would die at the hands of a criminal far more powerful than herself, she would have probably laughed at the idea. Haruka felt a tightness in her chest, and all her senses heightened. She could hear Sakura's sobs, feel the chakra of everyone in the village, even the earth beneath her. Fingers. Ugh. Haruka complained. You're crushing me, Sakura. Sakura's green eyes widened as she propped herself up on her elbows, staring at Haruka in shock. What? How? Everyone is being revived, Sakura, Katsuyu explained. Sakura shifted her gaze from the slug to Haruka. What? Did you see a ghost? Haruka teased. Sakura then threw herself into Haruka's arms, crying on her shoulder. Naruto paused for a moment to catch his breath. He was not only physically exhausted but mentally drained as well. First, he had learned that his father was the fourth Hokage, and that same father would save him from making a grave mistake. He could not let his hatred and pain win this battle. He remembered Nagato, who had finally believed in his words. He would follow the will of his master, Jiraiya, and fulfill all the promises he made to Haruka, for that was his ninja way. He felt an immense hatred upon seeing the person who had taken Haruka Nara's life, the woman he loved. Yes, now Uzumaki could feel his feelings for her as clear as day, perhaps with a little push from his father. I have a feeling you can take a different path than mine and face a different future, Nagato, Jiraiya's apprentice, finally said. I believe in you, Uzumaki Naruto. Now he had a long road ahead. He needed to break the chain of hatred, even if the pain in his chest remained. His body was drained of energy, and he would have collapsed if not for Kakashi, who carried him on his back. "Well done," Kakashi praised him. "Just rest on me." Kakashi felt immense pride for his student. Naruto continued to exceed his expectations. His son had become a hero, Minato-sensei. Everyone gathered to await Naruto's return, the great hero of Konoha, as some villagers and even other ninjas remarked. Haruka hoped he hadn't done anything reckless during that time. "He really did it all by himself," Shikamaru said with a smile. Chuji nodded in agreement. "Now I understand why you like him," Ino said playfully to Haruka. Haruka crossed her arms, giving Ino an annoyed look. However, her expression softened as she heard the cheers and applause from the villagers. Everyone shouted the young hero's name as he arrived, accompanied by Kakashi. The applause was for the blonde, who, even though he was not yet Hokage, had achieved what he wanted, the recognition of the people. Naruto had worked so hard for this moment. "Naruto." Haruka smiled at him, and as soon as he spotted her in the crowd, he made his way through, everyone parting to let the Nara girl through. "Haru-chan." Naruto cupped her cheeks in his hands. "Don't ever do something so reckless again." Tears began to fall down Naruto's cheeks. He didn't know how many times he had cried that day, but it didn't matter because those tears were pure happiness. He was so glad she was there, alive. "Don't cry, Baka," Haruka said. "You'll make me cry too." Despite her words, tears welled in her eyes, and the corners of her lips lifted into a smile. "I'm glad you're okay," Naruto said, admiring Haruka, who had some scrapes on her body and her hair flowing freely down her back. "I really am." "I'm glad too, Nerdabaka." Haruka buried her face in his chest, inhaling his familiar scent. If she had to name that aroma, it would be the scent of the sun. "You're both reckless." Sakura scolded, finally letting out the frustration she had been holding back. Haruka admitted she might deserve a little of that hit, but she swallowed hard at the thought of whether her mother had found out about her death and resurrection. If that were the case, she was sure she would truly die this time. "Thank you." Sakura hugged them both, and Naruto smiled at his teammate. "You're quite the handful, Sakura. You're not off the hook either, Haru-chan." She turned to the blonde who had said that, frowning. "Did you just call me a handful, Nardobaka?" Naruto raised his arms innocently, trying to calm the chilly fury of his girlfriend. "That's how I like you, Tibeo." Haruka crossed her arms, still looking annoyed, but one corner of her mouth lifted in a smirk. He would be saved this time. Next time, she would make him retract his words. "I can't stay mad at the hero of Konoha." Haruka smiled mischievously and pushed Uzumaki into the large crowd that lifted him up in celebration. This marked a turning point in the life of Naruto Uzumaki. Haruka continued to mutter insults about the useless ninjas of Konoha, now assigned to guard duty. With her exceptional sensory skills, she could cover at least half of Konoha's territory to detect any enemy attacks, making her responsible for securing the entrance. The current state of the village was dangerous for their enemies, and they needed to remain alert to any threats. She clicked her tongue as she sensed the chakra of 3 shinobi approaching the village. Despite Tsunade-sama being in a coma, the organization in Konoha was managing to stay afloat, and everyone was working hard to protect what remained of the village. She confronted the group of 3 shinobi, asking who they were and what they wanted from Konoha. One of them, who Haruka suspected was the leader, introduced herself as Samui from the Hidden Cloud Village. She claimed to be a messenger of the Reikage, the leader of her village. Haruka sensed no disturbance in her chakra, confirming that she was telling the truth. She instructed Kenshiro, the Hyuga accompanying her, to take them to Shizune. The conversation shifted to Sasuke. The Cloud Ninjas were seeking information about him, as their master had been killed by him, and he was now part of Akatsuki. Haruka had approached them, searching for her rebellious boyfriend. Naruto, however, refused to betray Sasuke, insisting that he was still a friend. This only made Haruka tighten her grip on him, demanding he say something. She understood his selfishness but was frustrated by his refusal to see the bigger picture. Naruto expressed his concern that if Haruka let her desire for revenge consume her and killed Sasuke, it would lead to a cycle of violence that would harm the people they wanted to protect. Haruka, angered, insisted that Sasuke was the one who had started all of this and declared her intention to kill him. Another ninja, with white hair, questioned how they would channel their anger and take responsibility for their actions. Haruka offered to be hit until the other ninja was satisfied, but her fists stopped mid-air as she heard a voice from above. Haruka had activated her shadow jutsu, trapping the cloud ninjas. She questioned whether they truly believed that hurting Naruto would bring back their master. The young girl protested, demanding to be released, insisting that Naruto had brought this upon himself. Naruto urged Haruka to stay out of it, but she felt a surge of anger towards him, though she maintained a lazy expression. Haruka pointed out that if they were only there to deliver a message from the wreckage, their actions were sending the wrong message by attacking a Konoha shinobi. She jumped down in front of them, questioning their intentions. The information regarding Konoha ninjas was confidential, and even if Sasuke was a criminal, they needed authorization from the Hokage to access it. Although Haruka still held the other girl in her shadow jutsu, she could sense her anger. Just then, the leader of the group arrived, telling Karui and Omoi that they hoped they weren't causing trouble. They tensed at the sight of their captain, who informed them that they had permission to inspect the data on Sasuke and Akatsuki. Haruka clicked her tongue, realizing that they did have permission, but wondered who had granted it since Tsunade was still in a coma. Something felt off to her. As the three cloud ninjas departed, Haruka sighed, reflecting on her masochistic boyfriend. If he wanted a free beating, he could have just called her. She then reassured Naruto that she would never betray Sasuke, especially not to those ninjas from the cloud, whom she didn't trust. Naruto smiled at her and attempted to embrace her, but she dodged at the last moment, causing him to fall to the ground. Naruto opened his mouth to complain but stopped when he noticed the aura surrounding Haruka. She was intimidating. Haruka reminded him that if Sasuke was officially declared a defector from Konoha, she would treat him as such. Naruto, serious now, pointed out that Sasuke had been her teammate. Haruka replied that he was a teammate who had left the village, joined Akatsuki, and even killed his brother. She knew Naruto was stubborn and doubted he would ever change his mind about Sasuke. Determined, Naruto declared he would ensure Sasuke wouldn't become a defector. Haruka sighed in resignation, not wanting to argue with him over Sasuke. She gave him a kiss on the cheek and said she had to leave, as they would soon realize that the one guarding the entrance was a clone. Naruto nodded in farewell, grateful to Haruka for inspiring his new plan. He needed to ask the wreckage to lift the order on Sasuke. Haruka grimaced in displeasure upon hearing Ino's cries. Although she got along much better with the women of her generation now, she was still quite annoyed by the superficial feelings the blonde had for the Uchiha. She felt similarly about Sakura, who was a wonderful girl, but everything fell apart when Sasuke's name was mentioned. Sasuke Uchiha did not deserve the tears of those girls, even if they were just fleeting emotions. Haruka also worried about her cousin. After all, his first mission as a Chunin had been to bring Sasuke back, and he had failed miserably. She knew her cousin was carrying a heavy burden because Sasuke Uchiha was officially a criminal. Haruka crossed her arms and told Ino to stop crying, stating that Sasuke had chosen to attack Kumogakure and would have to face the consequences. She urged Ino to open her eyes, insisting that even a blind person could see the dire consequences of not accepting the reality of the situation. If they continued to be lenient with Sasuke, it would lead to a war against the cloud. Turning to all the newcomers, she declared that they were no longer children but shinobi, and they needed to look out for the future of Konoha. Niji supported her, leaning against the wall as the others remained silent. Once Ino wiped her tears and calmed down, she acknowledged Haruka's point, recognizing that they had to protect their village. Haruka nodded, knowing that her cousin had the hardest task of all. He had personally volunteered to deliver the news about Sasuke. Haruka Nara had known Naruto for years and sensed he was about to do something reckless. She recognized Sai, Naruto's companion, recalling that she had heard Naruto complain about him and that Sakura had once introduced them. Sai confirmed his identity and mentioned that Naruto had gone to seek the wreckage, hoping to ask for Sasuke's forgiveness. Haruka's eyes widened in surprise, and she sprang to her feet, feeling powerless to stop Naruto. She had to remain in the village to protect it. Sai informed her that Sakura was forming a team to go after Naruto, intending to tell him to forget the promise he made. Haruka considered that this might work and decided to accompany Sakura. When asked why he informed her, Sai explained that she was special to both Naruto and Sakura. Grateful, Haruka thanked him sincerely. Sasuke Uchiha posed a significant problem in this part of the story, creating tension in the relationship between Naruto and Haruka. Haruka could not leave her post. Konoha needed her, which was why she couldn't join Sakura's squad. At the village entrance, she urged Sakura to reason with Naruto and even permitted her to give him a good smack if necessary. Sakura smiled faintly, though her eyes did not reflect the same joy. She was torn between her feelings for Sasuke and her duty to Konoha. The guilt weighed heavily on her since she had desperately asked Naruto to bring Sasuke back, and now he couldn't forget his promise. Sakura announced that they were leaving. Haruka nodded, knowing that although Sakura did not have a large tracking squad, she could defend herself. Kiba Inuzuka was skilled and could track Naruto. Accompanying them were Rock Lee and Sai. Lee reassured Haruka that they would bring Naruto back, and the squad set off at a brisk pace. Eventually, Sakura arrived in the Land of Iron. During the journey, she contemplated how to convince Naruto to forget about Sasuke Uchiha. She tried to reassure herself that what she was doing was right. It might damage her friendship with Haruka, but it was the best way for Naruto to stop chasing after Sasuke. Upon seeing Sakura, Naruto asked what she was doing there, worried that Haruka had sent her. He trembled at the thought of how furious Haruka must be for leaving the village to follow the wreckage. Sakura insisted they needed to talk, emphasizing the importance of her visit. Naruto looked confused, and as he noticed her serious expression, he jumped to face her. Sakura struggled to confess her feelings, finally admitting that she loved him. Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief, and even Kakashi and Yamato seemed taken aback. Sakura continued, stating that Sasuke no longer meant anything to her and that she had been foolish for waiting for him for so long. Naruto, still confused, questioned why she was saying such things. He insisted that this was not the time for jokes and asked what was really going on. Sakura insisted that nothing had happened, declaring that she was in love with him instead of Sasuke. She acknowledged that Naruto had always been there for her and brought her joy, but she also recognized he was with Haruka. When she tried to embrace him, Naruto stepped back, expressing his loyalty to Haruka and his disbelief at Sakura's actions. He demanded to know the true reason for her visit, stating that even if her feelings were genuine, his feelings for Haruka would never change. Sakura felt frustrated that Naruto did not understand her. She insisted he should not put his life in danger just to follow Sasuke. There were many people who cared about her, and Sakura wanted Naruto to return to the village immediately. Naruto could hardly believe what Sakura was shouting. He could see the pain in her eyes. Sasuke had become a criminal, and she felt nothing for him anymore. Their promise no longer mattered to her. Naruto explained that the issue wasn't the promise. He believed he finally understood why Sasuke was consumed by revenge and causing so much harm. It didn't matter that the promise with Sakura was broken. He wanted to save Sasuke of his own accord, just as he couldn't reciprocate her feelings. Without a second glance at Naruto, Sakura called for Kiba, Lee, and Sai to leave. She felt she had failed. She had made up her mind. She would end things with Sasuke Uchiha. It was the best decision for everyone in the village and for Naruto. Haruka stood beside Shikamaru, relieved that everyone had finally arrived. Her cousin mentioned hearing about Sasuke from his father, and it was clear that much had changed in the village during Naruto's absence. The shocking news of Danzo being named Hokage and then killed by Sasuke Uchiha had left everyone in disbelief. Now, Kakashi was set to become the new Hokage if Tsunade did not awaken. Naruto sighed, admitting that he had fought Sasuke. Haruka recognized the tone in his voice. The events in the Land of Iron had shifted Naruto's perspective on the Uchiha, and she hoped it was for the better. Shikamaru expressed disbelief at Naruto's claim of having fought Sasuke, prompting Naruto to ask everyone to gather around for something important he wanted to share. Haruka volunteered to gather everyone quickly, insisting it would be faster that way. Naruto thanked her, and soon they were all together. One of the Hyuga members questioned if Sasuke had really done what they had heard, referencing Sakura's failed attempt to confront him and Naruto's intervention during the fight. Shino expressed his astonishment at the situation, and Naruto declared that he wanted to handle Sasuke himself. Tenten reacted strongly, questioning how he could expect them to accept that he would face Sasuke alone. Shino agreed, emphasizing that this was a significant issue for the entire village. Naruto insisted he was not being reckless, but Kiba pointed out that they had all agreed to eliminate Sasuke. A heavy silence fell over the group. While they were all skilled shinobi, few had taken a life, especially someone who had once been their comrade. Haruka felt a pang of concern as Kiba deduced that Naruto was planning to protect Sasuke rather than confront him. Naruto denied any intention of protecting Sasuke, explaining that after everything that had happened during the meeting of the 5 Kages and the fight against Danzo, he had realized that if Sasuke had been weak, he could have defeated him then. Neji questioned why Naruto hadn't taken that opportunity, and Haruka thought to herself that Naruto was not the type to kill without reason. Sakura defended Naruto, arguing that Madara's presence made the situation far more complicated. Kiba insisted that Naruto was strong enough to defeat Sasuke, reminding him of his victory over pain. However, Naruto shook his head, acknowledging that he was not capable of defeating Sasuke at that moment. As the conversation continued, Haruka felt lost in thought but eventually focused on Naruto, sensing his chakra nearby. He revealed that he was the only one who could fight Sasuke. Neji demanded clarification, and Tenten urged Naruto to explain what had happened. Naruto stated that he would share the details when the time was right, asking for their trust. Haruka, though uncertain, decided to trust him, which seemed to satisfy the others for now. Naruto expressed his gratitude to her with a smile, while the rest of the group sighed in disappointment, wanting more information. Haruka then pulled Naruto aside, wanting to know what he was hiding. Cornering him against the wall, she pressed him for answers. Naruto, feeling nervous, claimed he didn't know what she was talking about. Haruka raised an eyebrow, suspecting it had to do with Sasuke. Naruto wanted to tell her about Madara's warning regarding Sasuke's brother, but Kakashi had asked him to keep that information to himself until they could verify it. Instead, he blurted out that Sakura seemed to like him, which surprised Haruka. She couldn't believe it, though it made sense given how much time Sakura spent with Naruto. Haruka muttered to herself that she needed to talk to both Sakura and Ino. Naruto, surprised, asked if she was jealous, and he hugged her, declaring his love for her. Haruka blushed and told him not to say such things so easily. Naruto simply smiled, taking her hand and suggesting they go for ramen at Ichirak, offering to pay. At that moment, Kakashi and Guy rushed by, seemingly in a race. Haruka noted that they must be engaged in one of their usual challenges. Reflecting on Sakura's confession to Naruto, Haruka felt a mix of emotions. She hadn't planned to include that moment in her thoughts, but given Sakura's unpredictable nature, a bit of drama seemed fitting. Ino laughed when Haruka arrived at the flower shop, clearly in a bad mood and warning her not to get too close to Naruto. Haruka sighed, feeling the weight of her concerns. Ino reassured her that she had her sights set on another guy, easing the tension a bit. Ino was amused and asked what all the fuss was about. She made a face, realizing that it wasn't just Hinata who had feelings for Naruto. It was no secret among the girls that the Hyuga had a crush on him, and that was nothing but a major annoyance for Nara. Haruka explained that Sakura had confessed her feelings to Naruto. Ino was in disbelief, exclaiming that she couldn't believe it and questioning what Sakura was thinking. Haruka, tired of the drama, sighed and said she needed to talk to Sakura. Ino insisted that Haruka had to fill her in on every detail. As Haruka left the flower shop, Ino urged her to share everything in detail. Ino wondered what had prompted Sakura to act this way, reflecting on their childhood memories and the kind of girl Sakura used to be. Sakura had been searching for Haruka, and when she finally found her alone, Haruka smiled in her direction. However, Sakura's smile faded as she noticed the frown and the aura of anger surrounding her friend. Haruka confronted Sakura, revealing that Naruto had shared everything with her. With that, Sakura understood that her fate was sealed. Haruka asked if Sakura had feelings for Naruto. Sakura nervously tried to explain herself, stating that she had acted to help Naruto forget his promise to Sasuke, wanting him to stop pursuing someone who had nearly harmed her. She hesitated, recalling the moment when Sasuke had almost attacked her. Sakura knew it was wrong to have such feelings and anticipated Naruto's rejection, but she hoped he would at least forget his promise. Haruka's anger intensified, and she expressed her disappointment. She pointed out that Sakura was not only deceiving Naruto but also herself. Although Sakura's intentions might have been good, they had been executed poorly. Haruka then unexpectedly asked why Sakura liked Sasuke. Taken by surprise, Sakura looked away, unable to meet Haruka's intense gaze. She reflected on her feelings for Naruto, admitting that at first, she thought he was just a loud attention seeker. However, she had fallen for his clumsiness and determination, which made her feel like she belonged and brought her joy. Haruka warned Sakura not to underestimate her feelings but emphasized the importance of recognizing when love is healthy and appropriate. Sakura was on the verge of tears, realizing her friend was right, but her feelings couldn't change overnight. Haruka threatened her not to play with Naruto's heart again, warning that the next time would not be a simple conversation. With that, Haruka left Sakura speechless. Haruka had taken Naruto to meet her parents, hoping they would reprimand him for his reckless actions in seeking out the wreckage. However, her mother was more focused on showering him with affection. Naruto's mother expressed her worry for him, noting how long it had been since he had visited. Shikatoshi, Haruka's father, smiled at Naruto, suggesting that he had been training hard. Miko, Haruka's mother, mentioned that she had prepared ramen, knowing it was Naruto's favorite. Feeling overwhelmed by the attention, Naruto scratched the back of his neck nervously. Haruka intertwined her fingers with his and led him to their home, which was still under reconstruction. Miko commented on how cute the couple looked together, thanking Naruto for taking care of her daughter, who could be irresponsible at times. Haruka rolled her eyes, recalling the lecture she had received from her parents after they learned about her death and resurrection following the Akatsuki attack. She understood their concern. Had they not been revived, Konoha would have suffered significant losses. Naruto assured Miko that it was nothing, stating that Haruka also took care of him. Haruka playfully reminded him of the state of his apartment. Naruto exclaimed that the ramen was delicious, and Miko smiled at him, pleased. Haruka enjoyed the meal in silence, realizing that, influenced by Naruto's lively spirit, ramen had become her favorite food, especially when shared with family and Naruto. Miko insisted that Naruto stay with them until the village was fully rebuilt and he had recovered his apartment, as they had extra rooms. They would be sleeping in separate rooms, as Miko humorously noted that she wasn't ready for grandchildren yet. Naruto expressed his fondness for Haruka's parents, and she smiled, handing him the blankets he would need for the night. She teased him, saying her mother might want to adopt him. It was no secret that Naruto had grown up without the love of a family, and if the Nara family could provide him with even a fraction of that, they would consider their mission accomplished. Haruka then mentioned something that had been on her mind for a while. Curious, Naruto asked what it was. Haruka smiled and wrapped her arms around his neck, leaving him puzzled. Then she kissed him with intensity, and he responded by pulling her closer. They had been through so much and lately, things had been challenging. Naruto found it hard to resist Haruka. Things escalated when Haruka's hand slipped beneath his shirt, but she suddenly stopped and pulled away, running toward the door. Naruto complained about being tricked by Haruka. She playfully reminded him that it was his punishment for seeking out the wreckage alone, leaving him flustered as she exited the room with a mischievous smile, returning to her own room. Naruto Uzumaki had learned the hard way not to anger Haruka. He preferred to be hit rather than left wanting. Haruka greeted him with a cheerful voice as she entered the kitchen, noticing Naruto with his mother. She asked about his father, to which Miko explained that Tsunade had awakened, and he was called to organize some matters. Haruka considered this good news, especially after the chaos at the Kage summit. Miko encouraged them to have breakfast and see if they were needed. Haruka sat down next to Naruto, who smiled at both women as they enjoyed their meal filled with laughter and Naruto's stories. Naruto thought to himself how wonderful it felt to be with family. Food always tasted better in good company. As Naruto prepared to get up, he suddenly vanished in a puff of smoke, reappearing at the Mountain of the Frogs. Surprised, he followed the frogs, sensing they wanted to discuss something important. Meanwhile, Miko and Haruka were astonished by the sudden disappearance of the blonde. Haruka shook her head, recalling the time Naruto had left the village to train with the frogs, using the reverse summoning technique. She reassured her mother, saying she understood what was happening. Haruka yawned as she walked alongside her father, dressed in her ninja attire for an important meeting with the higher-ups of Konoha to prepare for war. The reality of the situation felt distant, yet the war was closer than they anticipated, with Naruto being the primary target of Akatsuki. Her father reminded her to pay close attention, and she acknowledged him seriously. They met Shikamaru and his uncle Shikaku before entering the meeting room. Only Haruka and Naruto were invited, a significant event meant for the young members of the Nara clan. Haruka was surprised to hear about a prophecy. With her head resting on Naruto's lap, he gently stroked her hair as he recounted what the elder frog had told him. He spoke of an encounter with an octopus and a battle against a young man whose power lay in his eyes. Haruka wondered if he meant Sasuke, to which Naruto agreed, gazing toward the village. Haruka asked if he was ready for that confrontation, knowing there was no alternative for him to face his former teammate. Naruto affirmed that he was prepared. Haruka found the situation troubling and, in a sudden movement, pushed Naruto onto the grass, warning him not to die because he was too reckless. Naruto looked into her blue eyes, realizing how much she cared for him and how well she understood the risks he faced. He urged her not to make foolish sacrifices either. They both agreed on a fair deal, leaning in for a kiss, but were interrupted by Shikamaru, who teased them about being lovebirds. He informed Naruto that Tsunade wanted to see him, prompting Haruka to encourage him to go, sensing it was important. Naruto blushed from the kiss and bid farewell to both of them, running toward the Hokage's office. Haruka crossed her arms, anticipating Shikamaru's teasing, which never came. Shikamaru sighed, noting that the war was about Naruto, who was still unaware of the full implications. They discussed Tsunade's likely conversation with him, knowing he would never agree to hide. Shikamaru smiled, suggesting they wouldn't tell Naruto to avoid causing a scene. Haruka found the situation amusing and agreed to work with her cousin on strategies for the upcoming war preparations. As they discussed their plans, Haruka expressed her need for Shikamaru's help, playfully questioning if he was genuinely willing to assist or just trying to lighten his workload. Shikamaru complained about being trapped but followed her as they had much to prepare. In a different scene, Minato smiled at his son, explaining that he had created the sealing jutsu to appear in Naruto's mind if the seal weakened to the point of releasing the ninth tail. He had hoped to avoid this encounter, not wanting to see the Kyuubi again. The nine-tailed fox growled at the mention of the fourth Hokage. Minato expressed his desire to see his son as a man, acknowledging their shared connection. Naruto was astonished to hear his name from the fourth Hokage, struggling to comprehend how he knew him. Minato explained that he had given him that name, affirming their bond as father and son. Naruto's eyes widened in realization, and tears streamed down his face as he smiled genuinely at his father. Meanwhile, the Kyuubi continued to growl in frustration at being so close to freedom. Minato suggested they move to a quieter place, snapping his fingers to change their surroundings. Naruto wiped his tears, still in shock, as Minato noted that the third Hokage likely wanted to erase all information about the Kyuubi. If people had known you were my son, you would have been in danger. Minato was taken aback by Naruto's sudden outburst. Naruto expressed his frustration, questioning why Minato had sealed the Kyuubi within him. He recounted the hardships he faced, feeling the disdain of others and struggling to make friends. He had trained hard to become strong, hoping for acceptance. Then he spoke of the joy he found in his mentors, Iruka-sensei, Kakashi-sensei, and Ero-sennin, who helped him grow stronger. But with that strength came danger, as a group called Akatsuki targeted him, leading to even more intense training. The pain of loss hit him hard as he remembered Haruchan, and his voice faltered at the thought of her lifeless body. Naruto clutched his chest, where his heart ached, feeling a mix of confusion and anger. He was torn between emotions, unsure whether to feel happy or angry. Minato, maintaining a calm demeanor, asked Naruto about his age. When Naruto replied that he was 16, Minato expressed his sincere apologies, acknowledging the difficulties Naruto had faced. He felt he had no right to act as a father after putting his son through so much. Naruto reassured him, stating that as the son of the fourth Hokage, he could handle it. He reflected on Haruchan, who was incredible and strong despite her blindness, and how she would have scolded him for feeling down. Minato recognized the bravery of Haruchan's sacrifice and urged Naruto not to underestimate it. He explained that he sealed half of the Kyuubi's chakra within Naruto because he believed in his son's ability to control its power. He revealed that when the Kyuubi attacked the village 16 years ago, he discovered someone was controlling it, a powerful ninja who might strike again. Naruto was shocked to learn that Konoha had already been destroyed, and Minato confirmed he had seen it from within Naruto. They discussed the identity of the masked ninja from Akatsuki, who had thwarted their attempts to reach Sasuke. Naruto recalled how that ninja had read his feelings and speculated that he was manipulating Pain. Minato explained that Pain was being used due to his hatred for Konoha, stemming from the destruction of his own village. He emphasized that as long as the ninja system existed, peace would be unattainable, and wars would continue to erupt from love and hatred. Naruto felt conflicted, unable to forgive Pain for the loss of Haruka. Minato understood his son's pain but insisted that Naruto must find his own answers. Naruto expressed frustration, feeling overwhelmed by expectations and doubting his intelligence and skills. Minato placed a reassuring hand on Naruto's head, expressing his unwavering faith in him. He believed Naruto would find the answers he sought. As Minato prepared to leave, his chakra beginning to fade, he reminded Naruto that Konoha could be rebuilt and urged him to carry on. The words of his father resonated deeply within Naruto, motivating him to do things right. The war had begun, and Naruto was stationed in the same division as Neji, ready for close combat. He was safe in a location known to few, having prepared for this moment. The 3 years of waiting for Naruto during his training had been tough, but now, with a deeper bond, it felt almost impossible to be apart from him. It had been nearly a month since they last saw each other. All the ninjas wore the emblems of the Shinobi Alliance, dressed in the typical attire of their village, dark green vests and navy blue pants and shirts. Haruka, though unable to see, preferred her usual clothing. She noted to Neji that there was still distrust among the allies. Neji explained that unifying with those they had fought against for years would not happen overnight. Haruka agreed, especially regarding Suna and Tsuchi, expressing her frustration at the lingering resentments around them. Someone nearby wondered if Haruka was the famous blind ninja, curious about her identity. Haruka heard some murmurs but chose to ignore them. She had built a reputation in the ninja world, though it wasn't as remarkable as Kakashi's. For her, the attention was more of a nuisance than anything else. She rolled her eyes, having grown tired of hearing complaints about her blindness. Of course, all the shinobi of Konoha were well aware of her exceptional abilities. However, all battles were halted by the presence of the Kazekage. Gaara addressed the gathered shinobi, reminding them that everyone shared the pain of having been harmed by Akatsuki. He emphasized that there were no barriers, no sand, rocks, leaves, mist, or clouds, only shinobi standing together. Haruka smiled at Gaara's words. He had truly reached the hearts of all the shinobi present. He boldly declared that if they still could not forgive the people of Suna after the war, they could take his head. The crowd erupted in agreement, united by the red-haired leader's passionate speech. Haruka couldn't help but reflect on how much Gaara had changed since the Chunin exams. When Haruka and Naruto met on the battlefield, the blonde expected a punch from her. So, when she approached and wrapped her arms around his neck, he was taken by surprise. She whispered in his ear that she missed him, and Naruto smiled warmly at her words. He responded that he missed her too, sharing a quick kiss on her lips. Haruka, surprised, rolled her eyes and playfully tapped him on the head, questioning why he called her Haruchan. He explained it was for disobeying Tsunade's orders, crossing his arms and adding that he would hit him harder if he weren't just a clone. Naruto laughed nervously, realizing he had been found out. Haruka suggested they focus on the Edo Tensei. The main battle had shifted to another location, where the incomplete Jubi stood alongside Madara and the fake Madara. They had been fighting against the Jubi, which was awakening despite lacking the chakra of the Hachibi and Kyubi. Haruka smiled at Naruto, who was now out of chakra. She created a large shadow that served as a shield against the massive stakes being sent their way. Neji and Hinata joined her, also dealing with the enormous wooden stakes. Haruka thanked Naruto for his help, urging Neji not to let their guard down. As the attacks ceased, a heavy scent filled the air, and Haruka felt overwhelmed by the smell of blood around her. If she could have seen it, she would have been horrified. The fake Madara taunted Naruto, claiming that all his comrades were dying despite his fragile principles and empty promises, asserting that this was the harsh reality. Naruto's heart raced, and the word struck deep. Haruka hit him on the head, challenging him not to let someone like that dictate his actions or crush his dreams, reminding him that many had tried and failed. She stood up, insisting that if he gave up now, everything would have been in vain. Naruto smiled at Haruka's tough words, realizing she was right. He couldn't give up. He acknowledged her and took her hand, sharing his chakra with her, enveloping her in its warmth. Haruka clenched her fists, mourning the destruction of her intelligence squad and the loss of her uncle Shikaku. Her father placed a hand on her shoulder, urging her to ensure that his death would not be in vain. She wiped away her tears, knowing she needed to focus on the battlefield. Her cousin joined her, affirming that their participation was crucial to the strategy. With renewed chakra, Naruto and Haruka joined hands, feeling their strength surge. They initiated their plan with the Ino Shikacho combo. Activating her shadow jutsu, Haruka used the support of her clan to wrap her shadows around the Jubi, even managing to envelop it completely with Naruto's chakra. The beast roared in frustration, unable to move. Haruka declared that she wouldn't let it free so easily, extending her shadows toward the arms it was trying to create. The alliance launched their combined attacks against the Jubi, but the results were not as expected. Naruto protected everyone with his power, but it drained him and hindered his ability to attack Obito and Madara. Haruka closed her eyes, covering her ears as the noise threatened to overwhelm her. Naruto's arms shielded her, but she could sense his heavy breathing and the metallic scent of blood on him. Madara taunted Naruto, declaring that he had found something more interesting and it was time to retreat. Haruka kissed Naruto's forehead as Sakura approached to apply medical ninjutsu on him. She rallied the ninjas of the alliance, urging them to unite their strength to repay Naruto's sacrifice. Madara dismissed their efforts, seeing them rise to protect Naruto. The Jubi prepared to attack again, growing larger. Haruka encouraged everyone not to hesitate, stating that they would do everything they could, even if it meant facing death. Her words seemed to resonate with the other shinobi, motivating them to fight. Shikamaru smiled at her determination and shared his plan with her, asking her to use her shadow jutsu offensively. She confirmed her readiness, knowing their priority was to protect Naruto. As the ninjas formed massive rock walls to shield themselves from the incoming attack, it slowed but did not stop completely. B intervened, creating large shadows in the shape of arms to assist the Jinchuriki, but suddenly, they vanished. The battle was intense, and Haruka knew they had to push through. She was determined to fight for her friends and ensure their sacrifices were not in vain. Haruka opened her eyes, confused about how the Biju's attack had vanished, but she was not the only one feeling this way. She jumped up and ran toward Naruto. Whatever it was, she needed to protect the blonde. Recognizing a familiar pattern in the immense chakra, Haruka realized that the person who had arrived was someone she didn't quite know. The figure asked if they had arrived too late. Naruto, amused, replied that they were just in time. Haruka's eyes widened upon hearing that. Was this revived person Naruto's father? The revived man warned them to prepare for an explosion, explaining that he had sent the Jubi's attack out to sea. A strong gust of wind hit them, and she concentrated chakra in her feet to withstand it. Once the wind subsided, she jumped to Naruto's side. Haruka questioned how they could trust that whoever was controlling the Edo Tensei would be on their side, recalling that revived individuals often retain their personalities but could turn against them. The revived man reassured her, stating he was on their side and that they had everything under control. Minato observed this interaction closely, remembering Naruto had mentioned that the girl had died, but he was relieved to see she was okay. He asked if she was Naruto's girlfriend. Haruka was taken aback. Now she was in front of her future father-in-law, and she felt a slight blush rise to her cheeks. Naruto, wrapping his arms around her shoulders and pressing his cheek against hers, confirmed that she was indeed lovely. Haruka, frowning, questioned how he could still have time to talk and hug her while injured, playfully hitting the back of his head and pushing him back toward Sakura. She reminded him that he hadn't done so just moments ago when he could have warned them. Naruto pouted, pretending to be hurt, and suggested that perhaps a small kiss could help ease his pain. Haruka rolled her eyes at his tone, feeling a tick in her eyebrow as she realized he had been silent during the Jubi's attack, simply waiting for his father to arrive. She tugged on Naruto's ear, and he complained slightly. Sakura, following Haruka's order, increased her healing speed. Minato watched with a smile, reminded of Kushina for a moment. Both women had a fierce presence. He told Haruka to take good care of his son, and she smiled back, feeling a bit embarrassed as she recalled how he had scolded Naruto. She introduced herself, noting that they didn't have time for pleasantries. As Haruka sensed immense chakras approaching, she suspected they were more revived individuals on their side. Her hunch was confirmed when 3 more powerful chakras appeared, revealing the previous Hokages. Madara shouted for Hashirama, expressing that he had been waiting for him. Haruka found the exchange amusing, noting that they needed to focus on stopping the Jubi first. The Hokages formed a large barrier to contain the Jubi, and Sasuke Uchiha announced his intention to become Hokage. Haruka, exasperated, pointed out that while they were discussing their dreams, the real enemy was right in front of them. She urged her peers to prepare their chakra for a combined attack against the Jubi. Hashirama agreed with her, acknowledging the need for urgency. Haruka felt grateful for his support, realizing she could finally relax a bit. As everyone concentrated on the barrier created by the Hokages, they prepared to engage the enemy. Tenten approached Haruka, asking if they were going to let only Naruto's team shine. Lee rallied his team with enthusiasm, raising his fist in the air. Haruka rolled her eyes at their excitement, while Niji, now recovered, joined them as they aligned to face the Jubi's clones. The power scale had escalated dramatically, and the rest of the alliance struggled to keep up, leaving Haruka feeling somewhat helpless. She placed her hands on the ground, trying to sense the vibrations of the battle. Naruto, Sasuke, and the Hokages were fighting against Obito, but for the first time, she felt blind in this battle. Concerned, she wondered what was happening as she only heard exclamations of surprise. As darkness enveloped her senses, she realized Madara had activated the infinite Tsukuyomi. Haruka found herself in a peculiar situation as she battled against the Zetsus. Their chakra felt different, and their overall composition left her puzzled. They were persistent opponents. Her teammate acknowledged the challenge, emphasizing the need to eliminate them. Together, they guarded each other's backs, taking down the white figures that continued to swarm around them. Kiba expressed his frustration at the endless onslaught, while Haruka warned the surrounding shinobi that they would soon tire if they continued at this pace. Fortunately, their squad captain devised a strategy to counter the Zetsus. Meanwhile, Niji lay exhausted on the ground, prompting Haruka to suggest he visit the medical division. Kiba agreed, urging Niji to move. Niji stubbornly insisted he was fine, despite having nearly collapsed from overusing his Byakugan. Kiba pointed out that if he kept pushing himself, he wouldn't impress his juniors. Niji snapped back, but instead of directing his anger at Kiba, he inadvertently shouted at Akamaru, who let out a small growl. Kiba complained about being mistaken for a dog, which made Haruka suppress a laugh, teasing that there wasn't much difference. Kiba shot her an annoyed look, muttering about Niji's supposed expertise in vision, aware of Haruka's temper, especially without Naruto around to calm her down. Meanwhile, Naruto was worried about Haruka. When Sasuke landed with his Susan activated, he enveloped Naruto and Team Naruto protested, reminding Sasuke that Haruka was still outside. Sasuke snapped at him to stay still, insisting there was nothing they could do at that moment. Naruto glared at Sasuke, pointing out that without the Susanoo, they would both fall victim to the Genjutsu. They needed to wait for the right opportunity to defeat Madara Uchiha. After an exhausting battle against Kaguya Otsutsuki, Team 7 managed to seal her away for good. Upon returning to their dimension, they encountered the Hokages, who were prepared to depart. Naruto jumped in front of his father, Minato, who had something important to say. He wished Naruto a happy birthday, acknowledging how much he had grown. Naruto smiled, thanking his father. Minato explained that they couldn't stay in this world and needed to say goodbye. He promised to share everything with Kushina. As Naruto recalled his mother's earlier request, he urged Minato to tell her that he was doing well, eating a variety of foods, not just ramen, thanks to Haruka. He mentioned his daily hygiene routine and his visits to the hot springs, along with the many friends he had made. Although he struggled with his studies, he remained optimistic. He respected Kakashi-sensei and had learned a lot from Ero Sennin. Now that he had turned 17, he was still inexperienced with alcohol, but his mother had advised him to find a girl like her, and he believed he had done just that. Haruka was incredible. Tears welled in Naruto's eyes as he expressed his dreams of becoming Hokage, even better than Minato. He vowed to make it happen and asked his father to reassure his mother not to worry about him. Minato, understanding the weight of Naruto's words, promised to share everything before giving him one last smile and disappearing. Naruto and Sasuke had fought to their limits, both so exhausted that they could hardly move. However, Uzumaki had finally achieved his goal. He looked up at the sky and remarked that when Haru-chan saw them, she would be furious with both of them. Sasuke glanced at the blonde and asked if he meant Haruka Nara. Naruto confirmed with a smile, despite the pain from his missing right arm. Sasuke recalled the girl, who he thought was lazy and often made sharp comments about his blindness, but he also admired her for becoming a genin and then a chunin before him. When Sakura finally spotted them lying on a rock, she shouted at them for being such fools. Naruto thanked her with a smile, while Sasuke quietly apologized. Sakura wiped away her tears, expressing her frustration over the trouble they had caused. Haruka sighed as everyone prepared for the funeral of the fallen from the war. She felt sadness, but after so many months of preparation and relentless fighting, the war had finally come to an end. Naruto and Sasuke were the ones who freed everyone from the Tsukuyomi, and she couldn't help but feel anger towards them for their reckless fight, especially since they had lost an arm. Haruka was the #1 visitor in Naruto's hospital room. Many people wanted to check on him, and she struggled with her jealousy at the thought of other girls getting too close. She had overheard nurses and girls from the village whispering about how handsome the savior of the ninja world was, a title that Naruto had recently acquired, which annoyed her. She playfully warned him not to let his newfound popularity get to his head. Naruto teased her about being jealous, and she rolled her eyes, giving him a light punch on the shoulder while he laughed. As he was being examined by the nurses, she whispered her gratitude to him. Haruka was accompanying him for a checkup regarding his prosthetic arm, and only high-ranking officials were allowed to visit the Uzumaki. The Kazekage, his brothers, and the Raikage along with Killer Bee had all come to see him. The red-haired visitor expressed his gratitude for Naruto saving him again, and the Raikage added that he had saved them all. When asked about his injuries, Naruto joked that he couldn't say it was nothing, but Haruka chimed in, teasing him that there was actually nothing to worry about. Fortunately, Tsunade was working on a prosthetic for Naruto, using cells from the Shidame. Naruto nodded in agreement, hopeful about returning to how he was before. He smiled at the Kazekage and mentioned that among ninjas, he was the most just, and losing his right arm had been quite a scare. Haruka still wasn't used to Killer Bee's rap style and suggested they recover from the shock with something from Hashirama, even if it was old. Haruka continued chatting with the blonde, aware that her cousin had a certain attraction to the girl, but both were too stubborn to admit it. Perhaps a little push would help. She casually mentioned to the blonde that she wouldn't be staying long, assuring her that she was always welcome in the Nara clan. Temari blushed and looked in her direction, confused by the comment. Haruka downplayed it, saying it was just in case she ever needed help. Haruka stood at the village entrance alongside Kakashi and Sakura. After several months, it was decided that Sasuke would be released. Haruka believed he should have spent a few years in prison for his crimes, but her foolish boyfriend had intervened. Sakura expressed her concern about Sasuke leaving before Tsunade finished his artificial arm. Sasuke explained that he wanted to see what the ninja world looked like, to observe everything he had overlooked. Haruka felt embarrassed for Sakura when she suggested going with him, wishing she could hide her face. Sasuke told Sakura that his journey was to atone for his sins and that she had nothing to do with it. He playfully tapped her forehead before saying goodbye. Haruka warned Sasuke not to cause any more trouble, promising that she would find a way to make him pay if he did. Kakashi smiled beneath his mask, while Sakura sighed at Haruka's threat, knowing she would never change. Sasuke reassured Haruka not to worry, and she crossed her arms, hoping he would keep his word. She wondered what the future held as the 5 nations were at peace after the war agreement, but she couldn't help but feel uncertain about her personal life. It was frustrating to think about. Naruto Uzumaki was confident in his feelings, but could he take the big step? Many villagers greeted Naruto as he searched for Haruka, who he was sure was lounging somewhere. An elderly woman sweeping the entrance of her home asked if he was looking for Haru. She informed him that she had gone out to train a few hours ago and was likely at one of the training fields. Grateful, Naruto waved goodbye, now having an idea of where to find his girlfriend. On his way, he encountered a few girls who sighed as he glanced their way, and Naruto smiled awkwardly in response. When he arrived at the training field Haruka often frequented, he found her resting in the shade of a tree. A smile spread across his face at the sight. It was typical of her to sleep on any surface. Her face radiated complete peace, and he didn't want to wake her, though he knew it would be nearly impossible, as she was a heavy sleeper. He sat beside her, admiring her features, from her long eyelashes to her pale eyes, discovering the small beauty marks scattered across her body. Haruka was dressed in her usual ninja attire, with a few scratches on her skin and some dirt on her cheek, likely from training. Naruto smiled to himself and gently brushed the dirt from her face. He leaned in to place a soft kiss on her lips, but she opened her eyes and flashed him a mischievous grin. She asked if he liked the view, to which he replied enthusiastically, having been caught off guard. He then asked if he had woken her. Haruka shook her head, sitting up and stretching. She admitted she had been awake when he arrived. Naruto playfully accused her of pretending to be asleep, and she confessed to being guilty of it. They exchanged smiles, and he began to recount the events of his mission while she listened intently. He had been away for 3 days on a mission assigned by the 6th Hokage, and after delivering his report to Kakashi, he had sought out Haruka. It had been a year and a half since the last war, and the ninja world was at peace, with their relationship thriving more than ever. Later, as they returned home, Naruto's mother shook her head at the sight of her daughter riding on Naruto's back. He laughed, saying he didn't mind spoiling her. Haruka stuck her tongue out at her mother, enjoying the ride since it meant she didn't have to walk and could glare at any girl who dared approach Naruto. Her jealousy flared slightly at the attention he received, as his fame had grown to the point where he seemed to have admirers everywhere. Miko rolled her eyes at Haruka's childish behavior but allowed them to enter their home. It had become a tradition for Naruto to have dinner with them every night, so the family had prepared a meal. Haruka announced she would take a shower, hopping off Naruto's back. He teased her about saving water, which made her blush and glare at him playfully. He chuckled at her reaction, releasing her from his arms and heading to the kitchen to help Miko with dinner. Kakashi observed them both and remarked that he usually didn't assign missions to couples, but he believed they could act professionally. Haruka suppressed a roll of her eyes, knowing they were only being sent on this mission because they were among the few free ninjas in the village. Naruto, however, was excited about the opportunity to work together for the first time, as they had never had a mission that coincided during their time together. The journey to the trading village in the Land of Fire was short, and they began investigating the situation. They learned that criminals were imposing unfair taxes on the villagers, and their main mission was to stop them and gather information about their operations, as they were not the only ones in that village. After some time spent investigating without any leads, Naruto complained about being hungry and suggested they find a place to eat. Haruka agreed, feeling tired as well, and they entered the first restaurant they saw, taking a seat. A young man approached to take their order. Haruka noted that the village seemed very peaceful, with no signs of criminal activity. Naruto concurred, speculating that the criminals were doing a good job of hiding. The young man overheard their conversation and asked if they were looking for criminals, confirming they were ninjas from Konoha. He mentioned that while he didn't know anything, his boss did, and he asked them to wait a moment. Haruka sensed he was being truthful and waited as an older boy approached. Naruto smiled at the blonde boy with purple eyes, who greeted them and mentioned that his sister and an Uchiha had already taken care of the problem. Surprised, Naruto exclaimed that they had lost the mission, feeling it was unfair. Haruka inquired if there were still any issues, to which the boy shook his head, introducing himself as Shifujiwara, the restaurant owner. Grateful for the information, Haruka realized this mission had been a waste of time. Shu then asked if he could take a photo with Naruto, wanting to frame it. Naruto eagerly agreed, and Haruka rolled her eyes at the childishness of the moment. She took the photo, but it turned out poorly, leading Naruto to awkwardly explain the situation. Haruka, feeling embarrassed, handed the camera to another employee, who finally captured a perfect shot. Shu was thrilled, exclaiming he would send it to his sister. Curious, Haruka asked where she was now. Haruka asked curiously. The response was filled with a hint of sadness as it was mentioned that she had gone on a trip with Uchiha. The sales were just not the same without her. Sasuke Uchiha had accepted a companion on his journey? That was certainly news. This information might hurt her friend, but she seemed like a good person. Perhaps his sister would be too. It was a pleasure to meet Shu, who invited them to come back anytime and promised a special discount if they did. As they said their goodbyes, Naruto took Haruka's hand, and they began their journey back to Konoha, which would take a few hours. With age, Rock Lee and his sensei had become increasingly intense. Niji asked Haruka where her youth had gone, and realistically, Lee's training had become quite demanding. Haruka mused that it would be a hassle to deal with the aftermath of those intense workouts. She brushed off Lee's push-ups, acknowledging that they were all busy with their own affairs. Niji with his clan, Rock Lee on missions, Tenten managing a team of genins, and herself taking on various missions outside the village. Tenten expressed her joy at finally having a moment to gather together, reminiscing about how they used to spend almost all day together. Haruka sat on the grass, feeling tired, while Rock Lee was as energetic as ever. Much had changed, and Haruka playfully chided Niji for being too serious, inquiring about the progress with his clan. Niji smiled, sharing that with the help of Kakashi and Hayashi, they were making significant changes, dissolving the main and branch families to create a more unified clan. Rock Lee, with a mischievous smile, asked how things were going with Naruto. Tenten encouraged Haruka to share more about her relationship. Haruka questioned their interest, but Tenten shrugged, noting that they had been together since before the war, and in her opinion, they made the best couple in Konoha. Haruka rolled her eyes at Niji's comment, explaining that while things were fine with Naruto, their schedules rarely aligned, which was frustrating. Niji remarked that it must have its challenges dating the hero of Konoha. Haruka playfully warned them not to mention that in front of Naruto. Both were excellent ninjas, so it was natural they didn't have much free time. Sakura scolded Haruka for training with Lee, but Haruka merely looked away, determined to push her limits and grow stronger. She didn't want to fall behind her team. Haruka then asked Sakura what she would do if Sasuke were to meet someone else. Sakura blushed at the mere mention of his name, caught off guard by the question. Haruka recalled the rumors about a girl traveling with Sasuke and wanted to gauge how prepared Sakura was for such a possibility. Sakura gazed out the hospital window, uncertain of how to respond. It had been a while since they discussed Sasuke, though Sakura was aware of Haruka's stance on the matter. Sakura admitted that everyone told her to move on, but it was something she couldn't control. Haruka understood, recalling how Sakura had once confessed false feelings to Naruto, realizing her friend often made hasty emotional decisions. Haruka agreed that it was true one couldn't control their feelings. She acknowledged that they had pressured Sakura, which may have made her feel worse, something they never intended. Even after all this time, Sakura still felt the same intensity of emotions. Sakura thanked Haruka, who lightened the mood by joking that if all else failed, they could find another sensitive emo guy. Haruka playfully complained about Sakura's reaction, and they shared a laugh. Later, Haruka stopped Naruto, who was about to head out for ramen, playfully grabbing his shirt collar. He sighed, realizing he had been caught. Haruka expressed disbelief at how he survived on ramen alone, to which Naruto proudly declared that his body was made of ramen. She playfully pinched his cheek and dragged him back to her apartment, teasing him about his dependence on her. As she gathered her long hair, which she had grown to her waist, Naruto sat at the small dining table, smiling at her and reminiscing about their childhood. Feeling his gaze, Haruka raised an eyebrow at him. He wrapped his arms around her waist and rested his chin on her shoulder, a gesture she had grown accustomed to over the months. When Naruto asked if she had a mission that day, she explained that it had changed, as Kakashi insisted she should take charge of a genin team, though she felt it wasn't her calling. Naruto was incredulous, insisting she would be great at it. Haruka smiled at his enthusiasm, considering the idea, and they enjoyed a quiet breakfast together. Haruka placed her hand on her forehead, reminding herself to have the patience to continue. She tried to explain to Sai that he couldn't refer to people by their physical traits, but he looked at her with confusion. A tic formed in the girl's eyebrow, but knowing Sai, she hoped he didn't mean it in a bad way, otherwise he might find himself in trouble. She explained that many people could take it as offensive and added that it wasn't common to do so, suggesting he simply call them by their names. Sai, confused, wondered how he could determine if something was offensive. Haruka had been teaching him how to interact normally with people, covering the basics of implicit social norms. In this regard, Sai was like a child, asking about everything she said. She appreciated her patience, but it was challenging to explain things to the ninja. Haruka told him to forget about the books, pulling one away from his hands, noting that he took them too literally. Sai admitted she could be quite bossy, but he also mentioned that he was receiving fewer hits from Sakura and that the girls seemed to blush every time he called them cuties. Haruka laughed at this. She couldn't quite say if Sai was handsome, but Sakura and Ino had assured her he was, with Ino adding that he was the only guy who could wear a crop top and look great. With pride swelling in her chest, Haruka affirmed that her lessons were indeed helping Sai, who was genuinely trying to improve his social skills. However, she advised him not to call all girls beautiful, suggesting he save that for someone special. Sai countered, asking if that still applied if he thought she was beautiful. If it had been any other girl, she might have blushed, but since it was Sai, she simply shook her head and crossed her arms. Just then, Naruto approached, wrapping an arm around Haruka's neck and glaring at Sai, asking what he was saying to his girlfriend. Haruka rolled her eyes, having sensed Naruto's presence for a while. He often came around to ensure Sai wasn't doing anything inappropriate in her company. She reassured him that she was teaching Sai how to have a normal conversation with a girl. Naruto pouted, expressing his desire to spend more time with her. Haruka sighed, finding it hard to resist his requests. She decided they could finish early that day, and Sai nodded, jotting down some notes. It was evident to him that Haruka changed when Naruto was around. She always smiled and gave in to his wishes. Did that mean she was in love? Haruka walked alongside the Ino Shikacho team, teasing Shikamaru about his complaints. Shikamaru rolled his eyes, feeling slightly annoyed by her remarks. Just as Haruka was about to poke fun at him some more regarding Temari, a loud crash nearby caught their attention. Choji and Ino nodded in agreement and rushed toward the commotion, helping civilians escape from the explosions. Ino exclaimed that one of the individuals involved was her flower shop client, insisting he would never betray Konoha. Naruto and Sakura soon joined them, observing the strange behavior of the attackers, who seemed to be acting oddly without defending themselves. Haruka focused on their chakra, noting its unusual nature, as if they were trapped in a genjutsu. Sakura speculated that these might be the missing ninjas. Naruto expressed his surprise at this revelation. The guards were injuring some of the attackers, who, instead of dodging, only hurt themselves further. Haruka sensed a strange chakra building up in one of the injured individuals, suspecting an imminent explosion. She called out to Naruto, who quickly created clones to shield the guards from harm. Naruto remarked that they were like human bombs. Choji and Naruto worked together to counter the other threats entering Konoha. Haruka warned that more were approaching, sensing the footsteps of numerous individuals. She couldn't detect the creator of the genjutsu, leaving Sakura puzzled about how they were being controlled. Haruka clicked her tongue in frustration at her lack of answers, but thanks to Naruto's plan, they managed to neutralize the so-called human bombs. Shikamaru used his shadow possession technique while Haruka applied what she had learned from Niji to render the attackers unconscious, preventing any explosions. Once they brought the human bombs to the lab, Kakashi assessed the situation. Despite Niji's efforts, they couldn't find a way to counter the strange chakra within the attackers' bodies. Kakashi suggested that the abilities of the Sharingan and Rinnegan might reveal something they were missing. Haruka crossed her arms as everyone gasped in surprise, noting how the others treated the Uchiha as if he were a celebrity. She felt a bit left out, unable to enjoy the moment as she stared blankly at the wall. Naruto asked if Sasuke would be returning, and Haruka sensed Sakura's nervousness, prompting her to pull Naruto back while Sakura swung her fist in frustration. Naruto sighed in relief and took Haruka's hand, acknowledging that they would have to wait for Sasuke's response. The situation with the human bombs was resolved thanks to Sasuke, who had discovered the controller of the genjutsu responsible for the attack on Konoha. Naruto mentioned that his friend now had a very interesting companion, according to Kakashi. As winter approached Konoha, the cold temperatures were becoming more noticeable. Haruka prepared hot chocolate in Naruto's apartment, where he was comfortably nestled in her arms, hiding his face against her chest. She rolled her eyes, knowing he always did this when they were alone and wanted something from her. Curious, she asked what he wanted, and he tensed up, looking at her with a pout reminiscent of a child. He asked how she always seemed to know, returning to his hiding place. Naruto enjoyed being close to Haruka. She brought him a sense of peace he wished to hold onto forever. Haruka playfully remarked that he was an open book to her and asked what he wanted to discuss. After a moment, Naruto sighed and smiled at her, finally asking if she would consider moving in with him. He had been contemplating the idea, realizing that while he liked their current arrangement, both of them were busy ninjas, and their time together was limited. He wanted to keep Haruka close because he cared for her deeply. Haruka was taken aback by his proposal, and he quickly explained that since she spent so much time at his place, it might be easier for her to stay there. She teased him, noting that she practically lived in the Nara clan already. Haruka stroked Naruto's hair, suggesting that moving her things would be a hassle, but with some help from his clones, it could go faster. Naruto smiled and agreed, embracing her as they both enjoyed the warmth of the moment. It was decided she would move into his apartment. Later, Haruka encountered Ino and Sakura, who were chatting. She mentioned she was heading home for a nap, yawning as she explained her direction. Ino pointed out that the Nara district was in the opposite direction, to which Haruka casually replied that she had moved in with Naruto days ago. Both girls were surprised by the news, and Ino exclaimed that it was almost like a marriage proposal. Haruka rolled her eyes at their dramatics, feeling their concern was unnecessary. Her mother had reacted similarly, constantly asking about a ring, but Haruka felt no urgency for such things. Their love didn't require a ring or ceremony to validate it. Her father, on the other hand, understood her better and had no complaints about her choices, recognizing that she was of age and that Shikatoshi was already waiting for her. Sakura chimed in, agreeing with Ino, and Haruka sighed in exasperation, feeling like they were echoing her mother's sentiments. Ino was excited, insisting that everyone had been anticipating this moment since they started dating. Haruka acknowledged that it felt like everyone was aware of their relationship, but she preferred a more low-key life as an average ninja, despite being involved with a certain blonde who always turned her world upside down. Sakura smiled, commenting on how cute they were together. As young people, they never expected to end up together. It just happened, she shrugged. At first, she thought Naruto was an idiot, and she wasn't wrong. Ino and Sakura watched her with raised eyebrows. But that idiot always tried to get closer. He was always there. As for marriage, she thought it was still too soon. They loved each other, and that was what mattered for now. It was obvious they were in love, Ino sighed. She wished for something like what they had. When they stopped focusing on others' relationships and started caring more about their own feelings, maybe Ino would find it. With those words, Haruka sounded like an old woman, the blonde teased. Yeah, she brushed it off. Well, See you later. Sakura said goodbye to the young woman, with a personal mission in mind, to make Naruto propose to Haruka. Naruto wasn't in the apartment. He had a short mission and would return by the end of the day. There were still some boxes with his things that he hadn't unpacked, and he felt too lazy to do it. Haruka lazily flopped onto Naruto's bed, still carrying a hint of his scent. It was amusing to organize his clothes in his closet. Almost mischievously, she had left everything in one corner. He had complained and whined until they finally divided the space in half. Lost in those thoughts, she fell asleep on the bed. Haruka woke up feeling surrounded by Naruto's arms, who had likely come straight to bed. This combination of laziness from both of them wasn't a good sign for the future. She gently caressed the boy's cheek, loving the 3 little marks on it. As Naruto began to wake, he found Haruka's face close to his and gave her a quick kiss. Yuck, you're all drooly, she complained, as the blonde had that annoying habit while sleeping. You really love it, he said indignantly, taking her face in his hands and turning it to lick her cheek. Haruka squealed at his action. Naruto just laughed at her expression. You're so annoying, she pouted, wiping her cheek but smiling slightly. You still haven't finished unpacking your things, she noted, sitting up in bed as Naruto glanced at the boxes in the corner. I'm too lazy, she said, resting her head on his shoulder. Don't you want to do it? Did you move just to have me as your maid? He asked, raising an eyebrow. Maybe, she mused playfully. She heard Naruto's small complaints, but suddenly they stopped. Haru, I've been thinking about something for a while. Naruto said in a more serious tone. Thinking? What a novelty, she teased. Haruka was bracing herself for Naruto to yell at her for making fun, but instead, she felt his rough hands on her face. Have you thought about the possibility of seeing? The question surprised her, and she opened her eyes. See? That sounded so distant. I dismissed that idea since I was a child. Why are you asking? She replied, confused, caressing Naruto's hands still on her face. The blonde was annoyed by Haruka's lack of seriousness on the topic, but he couldn't blame her. She had mentally prepared to live her life this way and had adapted to what she had. If you could? What if I could somehow help you see? What are you getting at, Naruto? She interrupted, not liking where the conversation was heading. I think I found a way to do it, but I didn't want to tell you because I didn't want to give you false hope. He began to explain. Are you serious? That's a lot to process. She sighed, realizing the situation was getting more serious. How would you do it? If what Naruto said was true, then he had been planning this for a while. Despite being an idiot, he had come a long way on his own. It will be with Kurama's help, but I also need a Rinnegan, he explained broadly. Sasuke, are you going to ask him for help? I already did. He accepted. Naruto said excitedly. During the war, I managed to get Kakashi to recover his right eye, but with you, it would be completely different. Naruto seemed very confident in what he was going to do. Haruka didn't want Naruto to give her hopes for something as impossible as her seeing, but if he believed he could do it, maybe it would work. Naruto, I don't think this will work, she shook her head. The Uzumaki frowned at Haruka's lack of enthusiasm for having a chance to see. He was ready to fight and prove her wrong. Why don't you want to try? He asked, his voice trembling. It genuinely hurt him that Haruka didn't want his help. Haruka had rarely heard Naruto sound so hurt, so she took his cheeks in her hands. You're not understanding, Naruto. I truly want to see, so much that it hurts, she admitted for the first time, revealing something she had hidden. She had always boasted about her abilities without needing to see, but deep down, she ridiculously longed to see. Naruto's blue eyes widened at her confession. Then why don't you want to try? I don't want it to collapse on both of us if it fails. That was her greatest fear. She didn't want her blindness to cause a rift in her relationship with Naruto because she would sacrifice everything to see, except for him, everything but him. The Uzumaki then looked at Haruka, understanding her fear a bit more. I just want what's best for you, Haruchan. No matter what happens, I will keep loving you. Haruka smiled. Even if what the blonde was planning didn't work, it didn't matter because everything Naruto had done for her weighed more. I trust you, Naruto. Then he jumped to hug her and rubbed his face against hers. Haruchan is so cute, he said, wrapping his arms around her waist. Naruto adored Haruka and would do whatever it took to help her see, no matter what he had to sacrifice to make it happen. Haruka recalled the days when Niji had been insufferably arrogant. He had been so annoying that she sometimes felt the urge to give him a good punch. Niji smiled to himself, remembering how he had once harbored resentment toward his own family. He teased her, saying she had always been lazy, and even now, she hadn't changed. A small twitch appeared in Haruka's brow. She knew Niji was skilled at getting under her skin. Their relationship thrived on this playful banter. Despite being mature 19-year-olds, they often acted quite childish. Haruka shot back that at least she hadn't fallen into the friend zone, which led to a brief silence between them. Niji called her comment low, and they both laughed at his misfortune. To be honest, Haruka had tried to nudge Tenten toward realizing her feelings for Niji, but both were too stubborn to see that they were meant for each other. Just then, someone from her clan approached, requesting her presence. With a sigh, she nodded and bid farewell to Niji. Her father had taken charge after Shikaku's passing, and her responsibilities within the clan were becoming increasingly burdensome. She couldn't help but feel annoyed by all the paperwork. Returning from the Hokage Tower after submitting a report to Kakashi, Haruka overheard Hinata speaking about Naruto. She raised an eyebrow and hid behind a wall, grateful for her heightened senses that allowed her to catch snippets of their conversation. She wasn't sure if Hinata still liked Naruto. The girl was always so reserved and nervous that it was hard to read her. Naruto greeted Hinata enthusiastically, asking how she had been and mentioning changes in her clan. Hinata responded shyly, fidgeting with her fingers and mentioning Kakashi's help. Naruto then suggested organizing a meeting for the new recruits, and Haruka felt a bit silly eavesdropping on such a mundane conversation, so she continued on her way. However, when Naruto spotted her, he called out to her, prompting her to roll her eyes but still approach them. Hinata acknowledged Haruka, and Naruto wrapped an arm around her. He explained that he had been discussing the meeting with Hinata. Haruka pointed out that it would be nearly impossible to gather everyone since they were all busy ninjas. But Naruto insisted it could be organized, and Hinata blushed and agreed with him, suggesting it would be nice to meet up. Haruka thought it was a hassle but found herself unable to resist Naruto's enthusiasm. She finally agreed to help organize the meeting, and Hinata smiled at the pair, promising to do her best as well. Haruka dodged the enemy's attack, but the kunai grazed her right arm. Ignoring the pain, she swiftly knocked out the opponent. She smiled at the girl and watched as she fell unconscious. Haruka approached to handcuff her and take her directly to Konoha. Rock Lee shouted in concern as he saw hundreds of papers surrounding the girl. Everyone braced for the worst when the papers that had stuck to her skin simply fell away. Niji approached Haruka, asking if she was okay. She reassured him that she felt no different as she cuffed the criminal and said they needed to return soon. Rock Lee and Niji exchanged uncertain glances about Haruka's condition but decided to follow her, eager to get back to Konoha. Upon arriving at her apartment, Haruka was greeted by Naruto's warm smile. He asked how her mission went, and she explained that they had some problems, but they were resolved quickly. Feeling a strange itch on her neck, she decided to take a shower without waiting for Naruto's response. After her shower, she shook her hair dry, but despite being clean, the tingling sensation on her body intensified. She tried to call out to Naruto, but her voice came out raspy, and she felt increasingly dizzy. Naruto, hearing her distress, rushed to help her. What he found at the bathroom door left him stunned. Haruka's hair was shorter, and her figure seemed different. He approached and carried her to the bed, noticing she had no fever and nothing seemed wrong. Was she a boy now? He wondered, touching her cheek in disbelief. Had Haruka always been a boy? Kurama's voice scolded him from within, reminding him not to be foolish and that the only difference was Haruka's transformation. Had this ever happened before? Naruto thought. Unless it was a transformation jutsu, he couldn't recall anything like it. He set aside his conversation with Kurama as he noticed Haruka beginning to wake up. Haruka groaned, complaining of a headache, then touched her throat in shock. She exclaimed about her deeper voice, comparing it to Shikamaru's. As she explored her body, she realized her chest was now flat like a boy's, and her hair had been cut to shoulder length. Naruto felt nervous. Why wasn't there a manual for situations like this? He suggested they go see Sakura, who would know what to do. Haruka nodded and got out of bed, forgetting she was still in a towel. Naruto blushed and closed his eyes when he saw her bare body. It felt different compared to when they visited the hot springs with friends. This was Haruka, his beloved. Haruka pondered that she would need to wear Naruto's clothes. She put on his outfit, which was a bit big for her. She asked if something was wrong, and Naruto blushed again at the sight of her. He had always admired her appearance, and now, as a boy, it stirred the same feelings within him. He reminded himself that this was still Haruka. Sakura reassured Haruka, saying there was nothing wrong with her body. They had already questioned the prisoner, who claimed it was a Kekii Genkai from his family, and the effects would wear off in 24 hours. Haruka, scratching her head, expressed her frustration at having to pass as a boy for a day. Sakura marveled at how a Kekii Genkai could alter one's appearance and internal organs, noting it was far more complex than a simple transformation jutsu. As she touched Haruka's chest, she blushed, and Naruto, noticing her gaze, wrapped his arm possessively around Haruka, playfully sticking his tongue out at Sakura. He had already realized that Haruka attracted the attention of many girls in Konoha. Haruka yawned and suggested they go get something to eat if everything was fine. Naruto sighed in resignation but agreed to take her to Ichiraka Ramen. At the ramen shop, Naruto glared at anyone who looked their way, keeping his arm protectively around Haruka. He ordered his usual, and Haruka nodded in agreement, admitting that Naruto had excellent taste in ramen. Blushing slightly, recognized Haruka and commented on how much she resembled Shikamaru. Haruka sighed, acknowledging that she often heard that comparison, and joked about her lazy cousin. Shikamaru entered the restaurant, confirming Sakura's words. Ino joined them, sitting next to the pair and teasingly stating she would give Haru a chance. Naruto shot Ino a disapproving look, determined to keep Haruka away from anyone who might flirt with her. Haruka explained that a jutsu had changed her gender and suggested they could simply call her Haru or perhaps Haruko. Amused, served Haru her usual dish. Haruka expressed how she felt like she was living a dream, but Naruto interrupted her, playfully stuffing noodles into her mouth to prevent her from elaborating. Shikamaru smiled at the playful banter, commenting on how couples could be troublesome. Haruka teased him about his issues with Temari, prompting Shikamaru to click his tongue in response. She laughed, declaring that she would be a boy for just one day, but afterward he would have the help of his favorite cousin. Shikamaru rolled his eyes, reminding her that she was his only cousin. Haru joked about being his only cousin, saying she wouldn't approach her parents because they would go crazy. After chatting a bit more with Shikamaru, she said goodbye to Ino. Later, Haru and Naruto returned to the apartment they shared. Out of boredom, Naruto attempted to tickle Haru, accidentally brushing against her chest, which caused her to freeze in surprise. Stammering an apology, Naruto continued to tease her, and Haru felt a rush of embarrassment as she realized her body was reacting to his touch. Confused by her feelings, Haru wondered if this was what boys experienced, feeling a mix of embarrassment and excitement. Naruto, noticing her reaction, asked if she was okay, and Haru could only nod, overwhelmed by the sensations coursing through her. As they found themselves caught up in the moment, Haru felt a strong urge to be closer to Naruto. They shared a kiss, and in that instant, everything else faded away. Naruto, breathing heavily, reassured Haru that it didn't matter whether she was a boy or a girl. He would always care for her just the same. Haruka, still catching her breath, playfully protested against Naruto's words, feeling flustered by the situation. Naruto simply smiled and leaned in to kiss her again, solidifying their bond in that moment. At this point, it seemed clear that Naruto was a pansexual icon in this fanfiction. Pansexuality is defined as a human SXL orientation characterized by romantic or SXL attraction to others regardless of their gender or section. There were few occasions when the girls of their generation gathered, but when they did, it was usually because of a boy or because one of them had ranked up. Haruka was sitting with Tenten, Ino, Hinata, and Sakura, listening to the latter talk about her encounter with Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke had returned, which felt like a miracle to many, especially since he had finally acknowledged her. Those who knew the brooding Avenger were surprised he had a companion as different as Yuna Fujiwara, a girl as lovely as she was. Haruka had yet to meet Yuna but had heard some things about her from her friends and Naruto. Ino sighed dramatically, expressing her frustration. She believed Sakura needed to show Sasuke that she didn't need him. Haruka nodded in agreement, though she felt a twinge of indignation at Ino's bluntness. Sasuke had never cared much for romantic relationships, but perhaps his journey and Yuna's understanding nature had changed him, Haruka mused. Sakura insisted she could understand him too, recalling how she had once thought she could reach him. She glanced at Hinata, who had experienced something similar. Hinata had harbored feelings for Naruto since childhood but had stepped aside, recognizing how well he and Haruka complemented each other. She longed for that kind of connection as well. Tenten, acting as a mediator, suggested they should empathize with Sakura. She posed a question: what would Haruka do if Naruto were with another girl? Ino continued to vent her frustrations about men, while Hinata seemed lost in thought, not taking a side. Haruka grimaced at the idea but eventually sighed in resignation, feeling the weight of her friends' gazes. If Naruto would be happier with someone else, she would step aside. His happiness was what mattered most, and if he wasn't happy with her, then it would be time for her to let go. Sakura, hearing such sad words from her friend, felt a pang of sorrow. She realized that if Haruka could do that, she might have to as well. Hinata defended Haruka, pointing out that forcing someone to stay in a relationship would lead to unhappiness. Haruka smiled, grateful for Hinata's support. She respected her friend for having made similar choices in the past. Sakura lowered her gaze, acknowledging Hinata's wisdom. Tenten, eager to lighten the mood, suggested sharing a funny story about Niji being dressed up by a girl. All eyes turned to Tenten, eager to hear more, while Haruka leaned back in her seat, yawning and requesting more food. She appreciated Tenten's ability to brighten the atmosphere. Haruka was doing the weekly shopping since the only thing left in her apartment was instant ramen. While for Naruto a special edition might be a gourmet dinner, for her it was just cheap ramen. As she walked through the market, she overheard a young girl murmuring to herself. Haruka often appreciated her well-developed senses, especially now as she couldn't ignore the girl who seemed lost and was too stubborn to admit it. The girl complained about the streets of Konoha being a maze. Haruka thought about ignoring her, deciding it would be a hassle to help. However, when the girl mentioned that she couldn't even remember the address of her apartment, Haruka noticed the girl's bag had ripped. Unable to ignore it, she bent down to help. The girl thanked her, her eyes sparkling with gratitude. Haruka offered her bag, noting the girl's astonishment. The girl, now wide-eyed, expressed her appreciation and mentioned that she had no treats to offer in return, lamenting that she might have eaten them all. She whispered that she wanted to cook something for Haruka as a thank you. Haruka, taken aback by the girl's insistence, sighed and eventually agreed. The girl jumped with excitement, and Haruka guided her to her nearby apartment. The girl introduced herself as Yuna Fujiwara, and Haruka's eyes widened in recognition. She was supposedly Sasuke's girlfriend, which struck Haruka as odd. Haruka introduced herself in return, and Yuna smiled, pleased to have made a new friend. Once inside the apartment, Haruka began to regret her decision as Yuna chattered endlessly about everything and nothing. In the short time they walked, Haruka learned about Yuna's desire to cook sweets for her travel companion, whom Haruka assumed was Sasuke. She wondered how he could tolerate someone so energetic. Yuna declared that she would make special crepes from her brother's restaurant. With confidence, she began moving around the kitchen while Haruka sat at the dining table, questioning her decision to bring this strange girl home. She was curious about Yuna and wanted to assess if Sakura had a chance with Sasuke, though she thought it would be best if Sakura forgot about him. She had always been clueless when it came to romance. Haruka sensed chakra flowing through her, indicating Yuna had some ninja training, but she didn't seem like a ninja. Yuna proudly claimed that her crepes were her own invention, sold by her brother in the hidden flower village. Haruka nodded, appreciating how Yuna filled any awkward silence with comments that made her smile. Yuna assured her that she wasn't worried about sharing the recipe, as she added a secret ingredient that no one knew. When Haruka guessed it was strawberry jam, Yuna playfully replied that it was love, raising her thumb as if it were the best answer ever. Haruka couldn't help but think that was something her teacher and Rock Lee would say, shaking her head in amusement. As the delightful aroma of the crepes filled the air, Haruka couldn't wait to taste them. When Yuna handed her a crepe, she asked how she managed to make it so well. Yuna explained that she had encountered people with white eyes before, but with Haruka, it was different. She could tell Haruka truly couldn't see. Haruka chuckled lightly, noting that no one had ever noticed so quickly. Yuna insisted on calling her by a nickname, and they exchanged names casually while enjoying the crepes. Yuna savored her creation, expressing how much she had missed such flavors. Suddenly, the sound of the apartment door opening announced Naruto's arrival. He greeted them enthusiastically, surprised to see Yuna there. Sasuke followed behind him, looking at the two girls with curiosity. Yuna excitedly told Sasuke about the crepes she had made, urging him to try one. Sasuke rolled his eyes but took a bite, and Haruka could tell he was lying when he claimed it was overcooked. His heart raced, revealing his true feelings. Naruto, noticing Haruka, insisted on having a bite of her crepe. She rolled her eyes, wanting to replicate what Sasuke and Yuna had done. Eventually, she relented, but warned Naruto not to finish it all. In retaliation, he took a huge bite, leaving little behind. Yuna quickly offered to make more, raising her hand with enthusiasm. This time, Haruka didn't refuse, secretly wanting another crepe. Despite her initial reservations, Yuna Fujiwara was surprisingly delightful, perhaps too delightful for someone as serious as Sasuke. It was incredible that Haruka was attempting this. Her mother smiled, expressing how amazing it was for her little girl to finally see. Haruka felt uncertain, still unsure if it would work. Her mother reassured her, confident that Naruto would succeed. Haruka sighed, acknowledging how strange it would be to adapt to this new reality. Her father chimed in, reminding her to visit them more often, and Haruka smiled, missing the time spent with her parents since moving away. She had grown accustomed to living with Naruto, though they still had minor disagreements about sharing certain things. Overall, everything was going remarkably well, and it felt almost unbelievable that they had been at war just a few years ago. Haruka promised to visit more often, and her mother, with tears in her eyes, reminisced about how quickly she was growing up, recalling when Haruka used to put her shoes on the wrong feet. Her father expressed pride in all that she had accomplished, regardless of the outcome of her current endeavor. Haruka thanked him, embracing him as she rarely did, grateful for his support. Finally, the day had arrived and all preparations were complete. They were ready to give their best effort to help Haruka regain her sight. The Nara girl was unsure of what to expect but trusted in Naruto's abilities. Following Tsunade's instructions, she knew that the heavy lifting would be done by Sasuke and Naruto. The two joined hands, just as they had done to break the genjutsu during the Fourth Great Ninja War. This time, they used different seals that Tsunade believed would work, but it all depended on them. Naruto had once restored Kakashi's sight during the war, and he needed to remember that feeling. When they finished, Haruka was unconscious, and both boys felt fatigued from using their chakra. Naruto asked Tsunade if she thought it would work, and after checking on Haruka, she smiled, assuring them that it had been successful. Her iris was darker and responsive to light, and all that was left was for her to rest and wake up. Naruto sighed in relief upon hearing this news, while Sasuke acknowledged his contribution. Naruto felt grateful for Sasuke's help, knowing he couldn't have done it alone. He decided to stay until Haruka woke up, and Tsunade told him to do as he wished, but she would need to check on Haruka again once she regained consciousness. Naruto nodded, and Sasuke left the room, giving a silent farewell to the Uzumaki. Alone with Haruka, who was still asleep, Naruto sat beside her and felt a wave of sleepiness wash over him. Haruka slowly opened her eyes, initially blinded by a bright light, a stark contrast to the darkness she had known. As her vision adjusted, she saw Naruto's bright and lively eyes, a sight she could hardly describe. Naruto smiled at her, and Haruka, still in awe, reached out to touch his cheek, tears forming in her eyes. Concerned, Naruto asked if she was in pain, and Haruka playfully remarked on his silly expression. Naruto was astonished by her words, asking if she could truly see him. She nodded, accepting the embrace he offered. Haruka teased him about his looks, and Naruto insisted he was the most handsome in Konoha, trying to prove his point. Shikamaru, her cousin, entered the room, teasing Naruto about his arrogance. Haruka was surprised to see him, noting he looked just as she had imagined. He expressed his happiness that she could finally see. Haruka smiled, taking in her surroundings. She was in a hospital room and felt proud of her heightened senses that allowed her to perceive her environment, but it was nothing compared to seeing everything in full color. Shikamaru informed her that he had called Tsunade, knowing Naruto would forget. Naruto grimaced, acknowledging he had indeed forgotten. Tsunade had checked on her and ensured everything was in perfect order, allowing her to receive visitors and possibly leave the next day. Throughout her recovery, many visitors came to see her, including her parents, Sakura, Sasuke, and Yuna, but she needed to rest. Naruto remained by her side, his smile unwavering, and Haruka felt certain that the most delightful sight would always be his joyful expression. Haruka observed the bowl of ramen in front of her, still adjusting to the vibrant colors of the world around her. Her life had always been shrouded in darkness, and she had taken pride in her skills as a ninja, often masking her pain with humor. Now, she could see the chakra threads in shades of blue, a sight she had never considered possible. If she didn't eat it now, it would get cold. Naruto observed the dark-haired girl with a playful smile as she sat down to eat instant ramen. He felt proud of his achievement and had taken it upon himself to teach Haruka about colors, something he knew she had not mastered yet, which was quite an accomplishment. Haruka nodded, bringing the noodles to her mouth, and remarked that they were only eating instant ramen because she didn't want to cook. Naruto chuckled in response, teasing her about it. She warned him not to get used to this, pointing a finger at him. He playfully retorted that she liked instant ramen too, a topic that had become a playful argument between them since they moved in together. Haruka smiled to herself, enjoying the little gestures Naruto made while speaking, especially when she teased him. He often raised his arms and frowned, which was much more entertaining than simply listening to him. She had previously needed to concentrate hard to feel everything around her naturally, but now it was different. Recently, she had received many visits from friends and even teammates, all of whom seemed very cheerful. Looking at her old team, she mused that it was still strange, but she was getting used to it. They had gathered to see her, filled with joy, especially Lee, whose eyes sparkled with excitement. Lee enthusiastically suggested that Haruka could now exercise her eyes. Haruka maintained her expression, wishing to avoid any unnecessary exercises suggested by Lee. Tenten chimed in, agreeing that it wasn't necessary. Haruka joked that the only one who seemed blind was Niji, who rolled his eyes in response, quipping that at least she could see when he rolled them. A slight twitch appeared in Niji's right eyebrow at Haruka's teasing. Their banter reminded them of their younger days, exchanging sharp comments whenever they crossed paths. Tenten shook her head, observing how childish Haruka and Niji were acting. She sighed, feeling like the only normal one in the group. Haruka then asked Niji if she could style his hair, suggesting he would look great with braids. Niji countered by suggesting she try it on her own hair, noting that hers was quite long. Haruka insisted his hair was better, to which Niji arrogantly agreed, prompting Haruka to roll her eyes in response. She then declared that she no longer wanted to style his hair, crossing her arms defiantly. Niji found their playful arguments reminiscent of their early days as a team. Suddenly, a feminine voice interrupted their banter. It was Yuna, who had come to the training fields, bored at home alone while Sasuke seemed busy. Haruka was surprised to see her and asked what she was doing there. Yuna explained her situation, crossing her arms. Lee whispered to Tenten, inquiring about Yuna, who observed the pink-haired girl, realizing she must be the one who came with Sasuke. Haruka introduced her teammates, describing Niji as the long-haired hippie, which made him frown at the nickname. Yuna offered some sweets to break the ice, a classic move that always worked. Haruka eagerly accepted, never one to turn down a treat. Everyone enjoyed the sweets, with Haruka commenting on how good they were, while Tenten and Lee nodded enthusiastically, and Niji simply acknowledged it calmly. Yuna mentioned that her brother owned a restaurant in the hidden village of flowers, promoting it lightly. Haruka appreciated the desserts and thought that if she had known how good they were, she would have asked for them sooner. Later, Haruka was helping Naruto with some old mission reports, though his chatter was somewhat distracting. The paperwork was still tedious, but she was managing. When he asked if she was listening, she jokingly replied that she got lost in his gaze. Naruto blushed slightly but pouted, claiming she wasn't paying attention. Haruka laughed at his reaction, reminding him that he needed to focus on the details when submitting reports. He sighed, admitting that paperwork wasn't his strong suit and that he preferred action over office work, grateful for Haruka's assistance. Naruto smiled at her, calling her the best, to which she proudly agreed, asserting her superiority. He felt warmth in his chest, realizing he never thought he would have someone in his home whose presence could light up a room and bring him such happiness. The winter was soon approaching the village, and Haruka was preparing for it. Sasuke Uchiha and Yuna Fujiwara had left the village days ago, and she already missed her sweets. Haruka placed flowers at the grave of her uncle. Shikaku had always been a significant figure in her life, and his passing had hurt deeply. Haruka encountered her cousin, Shikamaru, who had also come to visit his father. He smiled slightly upon seeing her with flowers at the grave. Haruka asked him if he was not on a mission, to which Shikamaru replied that he had returned days ago. As they left the cemetery and walked back to the Nara compound, Haruka noted that it was harder to see him since he lived with Naruto. She playfully pushed him with her shoulder when he teased her about it. Shikamaru rolled his eyes but smiled at the brighter look in Haruka's blue eyes, which no longer held the lost expression they once did. He mused that many things had changed and remarked on how surprising it was that she could finally see. Haruka smiled, crediting Naruto for the change. Shikamaru agreed that in a few years, Naruto would become Hokage, and Haruka nodded, saying he would need a good advisor. Ino, who had been watching, commented on Naruto's popularity, teasing Haruka to be careful. Haruka rolled her eyes at Ino's insinuation. Naruto spotted Haruka from a distance, waving enthusiastically at her. Ino remarked that it seemed like they hadn't seen each other in months, to which Haruka replied that they had breakfast together that morning. Ino, feeling sentimental about their relationship, turned the conversation to Shikamaru and asked about Temari, which made Shikamaru feel annoyed as he sensed the attention shifting to him. Haruka quickly redirected the conversation, asking Ino about Sai. Ino blushed, admitting that things were not progressing much with him. Haruka sighed, recalling her last class on social behavior with Sai, where she had struggled to explain that nicknames could sometimes be offensive. Ino encouraged Haruka to be patient with Sai, noting that he could be fun when he wanted to be. The Nara cousins exchanged glances, agreeing that Ino seemed to be lost in her feelings. Haruka was finishing a scarf that was very special for Naruto. His mother, Kushina Uzumaki, had started it for him but never completed it. Haruka had offered to finish it, but knitting a scarf was more challenging than she had anticipated. Frustrated, she rested her head on the table, exclaiming that she couldn't handle it. Her mother asked if she was going to give up, and Haruka insisted that she had promised Naruto she would finish it. Miko smiled at her daughter's determination and helped her make the scarf perfect. To Miko, it was clear that Naruto and Haruka were meant for each other. Haruka was determined to make it perfect, focusing intently on the yarn and needles. When her mother suggested asking Naruto when he would propose, Haruka rolled her eyes in response. Haruka frowned when she saw Naruto and Konohamaru approaching, carrying a mountain of gifts. She raised an eyebrow, questioning what all of it was. Konohamaru explained that they were gifts from Naruto's admirers for the Rinne festival. Haruka wondered if there was enough space for them in the apartment, leaning against the doorframe. Naruto felt a surge of happiness every time Haruka welcomed him home, and this moment was no exception. Haruka acknowledged that it seemed the admirers didn't quite understand the situation, but she had come to find humor in it. Konohamaru noted that Naruto was very popular, and he added that Haruka was not far behind. Naruto playfully hit Konohamaru on the head, signaling him to keep quiet about Haruka's admirers, as it had been nearly impossible for him to shake off her fan club. Haruka, intrigued, asked if that was true, finding it annoying to be popular. Naruto enthusiastically declared that he was her biggest fan and hugged her tightly. After saying goodbye to Konohamaru, the couple entered the apartment. Haruka asked Naruto how he was, revealing that she had a surprise for him. She pulled him inside and retrieved the box containing his gift. Naruto opened it with excitement, admiring the green scarf with gray stripes. Haruka smiled, pleased that she had finally finished it. Naruto thanked her and embraced her again, his joy infectious. Haruka pointed out that it was the first snowfall of the year, and as December rolled in, snowflakes began to fall over the village. Naruto smiled, wrapping the scarf around both of them, declaring it the perfect occasion to wear it. Later, Naruto met with Shikamaru's team, and as was customary, they headed to Ichiraka Ramen. Naruto remarked that it was the perfect time to eat ramen, to which Sakura playfully rolled her eyes, noting that he always ate ramen. She had been having a rough time lately due to Sasuke but felt better today and was ready to move on. Haruka chimed in, saying they had become part of Tsuchi's family from their frequent visits, and Naruto never tired of the place. He agreed, mentioning that it was where they had their first date. Haruka laughed, knowing that Naruto loved the place because it was one of the few where he could go without being shunned by the village. Naruto expressed concern about getting the scarf dirty and took it off, causing Haruka to smile at his happiness. She thought that if she had known how much it would mean to him, she would have rushed to finish it even sooner. Ino, noticing the care with which Naruto treated the scarf, asked about it, and Naruto proudly stated that it was made by the two women he loved most. Haruka blushed slightly at the statement and simply nodded. Tsuchi handed them their orders, and they enjoyed their meal amidst laughter. Hinata Hyuga remembered that since she was a child, she had admired Naruto Uzumaki, always watching him from a distance, too shy to approach him. She didn't even know when that admiration turned into attraction, but her shyness kept her from getting closer. To make matters more complicated, Haruka Nara had become very close to Naruto. She felt a mix of emotions. On one hand, she was happy to see Naruto so joyful, but on the other, she longed to be as close to him as Haruka was. There were few times when she had the courage to approach him, and those moments were less embarrassing than she had anticipated. However, she believed her feelings for Naruto faded after the village was destroyed by the Akatsuki. Hinata realized the depth of Naruto's love for someone else, a love so intense that she couldn't even comprehend it. This only increased her admiration for both Naruto and Haruka, especially when Haruka visited the Hyuga complex to train with her cousin. Hinata now questioned what she should do with her life, as many of her peers were thriving in their respective fields. Sakura had become an outstanding medic, while Haruka and Shikamaru were competing for leadership of their clan. In contrast, Niji was expected to eventually lead the clan. Her teammates seemed focused, Shino was searching for new insects, and Kiba remained as wild as ever. Meanwhile, Hinata felt lost and unmotivated, as if she were falling behind her generation. A deep voice interrupted her thoughts, asking why she looked troubled. Surprised, Hinata looked up to see a boy with pale skin and unusual clothing. Defensive, she asked who he was, preparing for any sign of danger. The boy replied that it didn't matter who he was, but he knew what she wanted, referring to her as the princess of the Byakugan. Hinata insisted that he didn't know what she wanted, activating her chakra fists. Not far away, Haruka and Naruto were walking hand in hand, returning from the Ino Shikacho team meeting, having enjoyed their evening. Naruto complained about being too full, and Haruka smiled, ready to tease him. However, an unusual chakra caught her attention. She noticed Hinata in the distance with a man she had never seen before. Naruto glanced over, puzzled by the seriousness in her voice. Haruka expressed concern about the stranger, noting that his chakra felt different. They both became alarmed when Hinata assumed a defensive stance, and they nodded, knowing they should approach to help her if needed. Haruka called out to Hinata, who was holding her ground against the pale-haired boy, her chakra fists raised in anger. Whatever he had said had provoked her to prepare for a fight. In a swift motion, the unknown boy knocked Hinata unconscious, and suddenly, hundreds of figures appeared, surrounding Haruka and Naruto. Haruka told Naruto to help Hinata while she handled the situation, adjusting her hair into a ponytail. She cursed herself for not having any ninja equipment but decided to rely on her chakra. Using her shadow possession jutsu, she expanded her reach, immobilizing the puppets around them. Meanwhile, Naruto chased after the stranger, who was carrying Hinata in his arms with a grin. He shouted that he wouldn't let the boy take her away, striking down more puppets in his path. The pale-haired boy seemed to manipulate gravity, moving swiftly with Hinata. Flames shot toward Haruka from some puppets, and she dodged the attacks. Naruto attempted to follow but was met with even more puppets. He used his clone jutsu as Haruka ran to the highest point of a nearby building, activating her shadow again, but she fell just short of reaching the stranger. Naruto, breathless, murmured that they had taken her away. Haruka sighed, exhausted from using so much chakra. They needed to inform Kakashi about the incident. They had to recover Hinata as soon as possible. Neji would be frantic when he found out. Naruto nodded, still feeling disheartened for not being able to save Hinata. They had to find her quickly. A light caught their attention, heading toward the faces of the Hokages, creating a powerful gust of wind upon impact. Haruka expressed her unease about the connection between the light and the current situation. After reporting to Kakashi, they were summoned to his office the following day. Haruka was not surprised to find Neji there. Kakashi informed them that they would work as a team led by Shikamaru to rescue Hinata, who had been kidnapped. He also handed Shikamaru a watch that counted down to the destruction of the land, indicating that the approaching moon and Hinata's abduction were linked. The team consisted of Neji, Sai, Sakura, Naruto, and Haruka, and they needed to get moving. Haruka had a faint trace, but it led to the same spot where Sai had followed the suspect without success. She assured Neji that they would find Hinata, expressing her confidence. Neji recalled their experiences during the Chunin exams, where he had also had to protect Hinata. Haruka shook her head at the memories, and they prepared to leave, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Sai shared his drawings of birds, ready for their journey. Haruka had never enjoyed being in the air, as she felt a lack of control, but that was part of her past when she was still blind. Since childhood, she had known that Naruto would go far, but she never imagined he would become someone capable of restoring sight. Now, flying alongside Naruto using Sai's technique, she felt a sense of security, even though being in an uncontrolled environment still made her uneasy. Naruto glanced at her and asked if something was wrong, wondering if she was afraid of heights. Haruka rolled her eyes and playfully tapped his head, urging him to focus on finding something unusual since she couldn't sense anything from so high up. Naruto agreed to search. Neji suddenly exclaimed that he had found a strange cave, guiding them to the only lead they had. Haruka looked at the cave, puzzled, while Neji noted that his Byakugan couldn't see. Beyond the water. Shikamaru found that odd, and Haruka teased him about the water not getting him wet. They all nodded in agreement and decided to swim to the cave's depths. Later, Iruka-sensei posed a question about who they would want to spend their last moments with if the world were to end. A 19-year-old Naruto pondered why he was in Konoha. Young Naruto dismissed the idea, turning to his friend Haruka, who was asleep at her desk. Haruka sleepily murmured an answer, while Choji exclaimed he would eat a giant steak, causing laughter in the classroom. Haruka shrugged off the commotion and returned to sleep, reminiscing about the times when she would doze off in class. As memories flooded back, Haruka recalled running through the streets of Konoha with Naruto. The memory blurred until it reached the moment pain attacked the village. Young Haruka declared she wouldn't let Naruto be hurt and would stand in his way. She regretted not planning better, but seeing Naruto in pain was heart-wrenching. She questioned how she could witness this since she had been blind. A deeper voice called her name, and she turned to see present-day Naruto. She asked where they were, and he admitted he had no idea. They realized they were trapped in a genjutsu of their memories. Shikamaru explained it was like a prison using their memories to ensnare them, and he was glad Sakura was there, as she was skilled in genjutsu. Sakura smiled at the compliment, and Sai expressed his gratitude for being pulled from a pleasant dream about his brother. Haruka shook her head at Sai's cheerful tone, while Neji remarked that it didn't sound very grateful. Sai explained that Haruka had taught him the importance of expressing gratitude. Haruka encouraged him, and Neji and Shikamaru agreed that Haruka might not be teaching him correctly. Haruka playfully claimed to be a better teacher than them, and they continued on their way. However, noticing Neji had fallen behind, they decided to check on him. Haruka volunteered to find Niji, suspecting he was searching for clues. Shikamaru agreed, instructing Naruto to stay behind. Naruto protested but was silenced by Shikamaru's reasoning that they couldn't separate too much. Meanwhile, Niji was confronted by Tonari, who proposed a union, claiming their offspring would be the most powerful. Niji, serious, pointed out that they were both men and couldn't have children. Haruka couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity of the situation, teasing Niji about accepting the proposal. Niji rolled his eyes, not wanting to discuss how children were made. As they prepared to confront Tonari, Haruka asked if she would be invited to the wedding, pulling out kunai from her pocket. Despite the bizarre circumstances, she recognized the threat Tonari posed, especially if he was connected to the moon's approach to Earth. Tonari dismissed her, stating they didn't deserve such a sacred ceremony. Haruka stifled her laughter, activating her shadow techniques. She playfully chided Niji for not inviting her to the wedding. Niji activated his Byakugan, and they engaged in a hand-to-hand struggle to capture Tonari, only to discover he was merely a puppet. Tonari's voice echoed, promising to return in person for a real answer. Haruka laughed as she recounted the story, saying that Niji had been proposed to. Niji, arms crossed and clearly annoyed, remained silent. Naruto was lost in thought, while Sakura joined Haruka in laughter, teasing Niji about inviting them to the wedding, even if it upset Tenten. The group had returned to continue their search, and Haruka wasted no time in sharing the news of Niji's new admirer. Sai looked at Niji, surprised, and remarked that he didn't know Niji was interested in men, joking that they wouldn't be able to share a tent anymore. Niji rolled his eyes, insisting he wasn't interested and questioning why anyone would want him when they had already kidnapped Hinata. Shikamaru suggested that perhaps Hinata was being used as leverage to convince Niji. Niji questioned why he was the target, suggesting that it would be easier to go after Hanabi instead. Shikamaru shrugged, admitting he didn't know the answer. As night fell, they set up camp in a quiet forest, alert for any potential enemy attacks. The atmosphere was so calm it felt eerie. After a quick meal, they divided the night watch so everyone could get some rest. Haruka, feeling comfortable enough to sleep on the ground, dozed off in Naruto's arms. He kissed her forehead, still troubled by memories of her fighting against pain, and held her closer, trying to reassure himself that she was safe. The next day, they stumbled upon an abandoned village, but there was still no sign of Hinata or any clue about the moon's impending approach towards Earth. Haruka asked Shikamaru how much time they had left before the moon collided with the planet. He replied that they had only a few days. She nodded, revealing she had a plan that Niji might not like. Niji eyed her suspiciously, sensing her mischievous smile. Haruka explained that Tonari had said he would come for Niji again, and that Niji could go voluntarily, which would help them track him down and find Hinata. Niji firmly refused, crossing his arms in defiance. Shikamaru murmured that it might help them find Hinata faster, while Sai chimed in with a grin that Niji would have to marry. Haruka was pleased with her plan and high-fived Sai, who took a moment to understand what she wanted. Niji sighed in frustration, agreeing to marry the eccentric alien. Haruka laughed at his resigned tone, while Sakura tried to comfort Niji, reminding him that it wasn't her who had to marry Tonari for her cousin. Niji sighed again, expressing his concern about Tonari's mention of children and what his true intentions were. Haruka teased that they would accept the proposal to uncover his plans. Niji worried about the potential risks, but Naruto, sitting beside Haruka and absent-mindedly holding her hand, agreed that it was a risky plan but they were out of options. Eventually, they began to strategize further, preparing for any dangerous situations that might arise. As Tonari had promised, he came for Niji, but only when Niji was completely alone. Shikamaru noted that they seemed to be in a different realm, suggesting that the lake they crossed acted as a passage between Earth and the moon. With Haruka now able to track Niji, the team set off. Haruka expressed her dislike for heights as they soared on Sai's bird. Shikamaru discovered how to enter Tonari's fortress, but the castle defended itself by launching projectiles, and Haruka struggled to dodge them. Just as she began to fall, Naruto leaped to catch her, his ink bird saving them both. As they descended and entered the castle, they continued to evade attacks. Meanwhile, Niji was being prepared for the wedding ceremony, growing increasingly impatient with the charade. Tonari had revealed his plan to him, which only heightened Niji's anxiety. As a descendant of Hamura Otsutsuki, Tonari intended to destroy humanity for using chakra as a weapon. He had stolen Hinata's eyes and aimed to reclaim them. From the highest tower, Tonari could hear the commotion and smiled, knowing they had arrived. He easily destroyed the puppets that were dressing him and rushed to the tower where Hinata was held. Niji called out to Haruka and Naruto, instructing them to ensure Hinata's safety while he focused on retrieving her eyes. Haruka reminded him that they still needed a way to stop the attack before he ran off in another direction. Niji nodded, leaving Hinata in their care. Naruto carried Hinata on his back as she sighed, surrounded by more puppets. Haruka complained about the inconvenience, dispatching the puppets with ease. Niji raced to the center of the tower, knowing Tonari would be there. When he confronted Tonari, he stated his intention to reclaim Hinata's eyes. Tonari raised his arms, questioning if everything had been a lie. Niji declared that he would never allow Tonari to destroy the earth. He acknowledged Tonari's loneliness and the hatred it had bred, but insisted that it didn't justify his actions. Tonari revealed that he had always observed Niji, noting his exceptional abilities within the Hyuga clan. Niji raised an eyebrow, contemplating whether Tonari had feelings for him, deciding to keep that detail to himself to avoid Haruka's teasing. He recalled that Hamura Otsutsuki had never intended to destroy humanity. Niji, with determination, expressed that he could prove his point, but he needed his opponent to stop. The white-haired man, however, refused and launched an attack. Niji skillfully dodged the strikes and, using his unique technique, blocked the chakra points of his adversary. With his opponent immobilized, he took away his eyes. Tonari, with a bitter smile, acknowledged Niji's prowess as a prodigy of the Hyuga clan. He lamented that things could have been different, referencing Naruto's words that Tonari could have surrendered and lived peacefully on Earth with them. With his eyes closed, Tonari admitted that it was too late for him. Niji, gazing at the glowing sphere of power, asked how he could stop it. Tonari sighed and explained that only someone with the Byakugan could do so. Niji injected his chakra into the source of power, causing it to shatter. As a result, all the puppets deactivated, and Niji sighed in relief. For the first time, using the power of words, like Naruto, had helped him. Niji had finally halted the destruction of Earth. He then questioned what would happen to Tonari. Niji replied that he would likely be judged according to the laws of Konoha. Tonari reflected on his fate, acknowledging that being punished by the laws of the village didn't sound so bad. Niji felt a twinge of sympathy for the Martian who wished to marry him, considering the toll of living on the moon for so long must have taken on his mental health. Tonari suggested that perhaps he could visit Niji from time to time, lifting his head at the thought. Niji, while leading Tonari back to his companions for their return to Konoha, cautioned him not to misinterpret his words. Back in Konoha, Sakura, renowned as a medical ninja, managed to restore Hinata's eyesight quite rapidly. Haruka expressed her relief that everything had turned out well, and Naruto took her hand, signaling they were ready to head back. Kakashi Hatake, after enduring 2 wars and witnessing the chaos caused by an individual intent on reviving a goddess from another world, thought nothing could surprise him anymore. Yet, he found himself mistaken when he learned of Tonari Otsutsuki's plan to eradicate the planet, leaving only Niji Hyuga as the survivor. Sai added that Tonari had also wished to marry and have many children. Haruka struggled to suppress her laughter at the absurdity of the situation, while Shikamaru sighed in exhaustion after returning from the mission and giving his ORL report to Kakashi. Niji avoided meeting the 6th Hokage's gaze, reluctant to confirm what had transpired on the moon. Hinata had been taken back to her clan for rest. Kakashi, though not fully understanding, decided to classify the mission as a success, leaving the intelligence department to handle the prisoner. With that, they were free to leave the Hokage's office. Haruka organized the remaining papers from her classes with Sai, hoping he would no longer need her help to grasp even the slightest ethical code. While he would still face challenges due to the complexities of human interactions, it wouldn't be as awkward as it had been at the beginning. Sai, with a hint of disappointment, asked if Niji would not marry Tonari, noting how well he looked in his attire. Haruka, trying to stifle her laughter, teased that perhaps they had married in secret and encouraged Sai to ask Niji himself. Sai agreed, believing that greater trust would strengthen their bond, hoping Niji would want to be his friend. Haruka reassured Sai that Niji did consider him a friend, just as he did with everyone else, even if they didn't often express it. She reflected on how difficult it was to teach Sai about social norms and human interactions, questioning why she had taken on this task in the first place. She concluded their session, smiling at Sai and reminding him not to forget to invite Niji to his wedding. Sai nodded seriously and left the apartment he shared with Naruto and Haruka. She felt a twinge of guilt for using him to tease Niji but dismissed it. Looking out the window, Haruka marveled at the vibrant colors and shapes around her, a stark contrast to the vibrations she had once felt. After Sai's visit, she needed to continue working on the mission reports. Naruto burst into the apartment, greeting her enthusiastically. Haruka remained focused on her papers, lamenting the bureaucratic tasks that followed a mission. Naruto, grinning widely, asked if she was still working on the report. She confirmed that once she finished, she would give it to Shikamaru for final checks, expressing her annoyance at the process. Naruto suggested they stop by Ichiraku after she submitted the report, and Haruka smiled at the idea, returning her attention to the documents. Later, Sakura playfully questioned Naruto about when he planned to marry Haruka, catching him completely off guard. She pressed him, pointing out that they lived together and it was time to take the next step. As they walked through the village after completing a brief mission, Naruto stammered that he wanted it to be special. Sakura dismissed his concerns, assuring him that Haruka didn't care about such things. Curious about Sakura's mission, Naruto asked if Yuna had sent him any sweets, trying to change the subject. Sakura rolled her eyes, reminding him that Yuna didn't have to send him anything. Disappointed, Naruto lowered his head, wishing for a treat from Sakura instead. Sakura clarified that Yuna hadn't been with Sasuke, leaving Naruto bewildered and concerned about what had happened. Sakura smiled to the side, confident that Naruto would come around after her earlier reprimand. However, she had a more pressing concern. He needed to propose to Haru. Naruto sighed and nodded, determined to do it in his own time. Sakura rolled her eyes, fully aware of how stubborn the blonde could be. Haruka let out a sigh as she listened to Tsunade's lengthy explanations about how they would regain her sight. Yuna, curious, asked if Sasuke would use his unique eye. She remarked on how it was surprising that Sasuke's unusual eye would actually be useful. Naruto laughed at Yuna's description of the Rinnegan, only to receive a light tap on the head from Sasuke. Sasuke then suggested that Yuna take a walk around the hospital, trying to maintain his composure. Yuna, Sasuke's girlfriend, had been following everyone around out of boredom while staying in their shared apartment. Haruka had developed a good friendship with her, and Yuna's desserts were the best Haruka had ever tasted. Haruka thought it was quite nice to have a free candy dispenser by her side, amused by Sasuke's luck. Yuna pouted, claiming that Sasuke just wanted her to leave because she embarrassed him in front of his friends. She insisted that she wouldn't bother him anymore and would go give sweets elsewhere. Sasuke sighed and gently pulled her back, wanting her to stay. Yuna smiled triumphantly, pleased that her little act had worked. It seemed to get easier for Sasuke to indulge her whims. Haruka shook her head in amusement at the peculiar dynamic between the two. Sasuke was exactly what she needed, someone filled with light to guide her through her darker moments. Naruto leaned in and whispered to Haruka that sometimes Yuna was a bit scary. Haruka playfully pointed out that Naruto was just now realizing it. Tsunade, trying to regain the attention of both couples, expressed her frustration and hoped for strength as she announced that everything was scheduled for 2 days from now. Haruka swallowed hard, hoping that everything would go well and she would be able to see again. Niji had visited Tonari in the high-security prison, and it had been quite difficult to arrange the visit. Tonari refused to speak about the Otsutsuki unless he talked to Niji. After meeting Sai, Niji felt a strong urge to confront Haruka. He was determined not to marry Tonari. Tenten, noticing Niji's furrowed brow, playfully asked what was bothering him. Niji brushed it off and inquired about her plans for her store. 1010 beamed, excited about her dream weapon shop, where she wanted to encourage girls to be as strong as any kunoichi with their weapons. She then asked if he had seen Rock Lee. Niji replied that Lee seemed to be on another mission in Sunagakure, prompting 1010 to raise an eyebrow at the frequency of Lee's visits to that village. Niji shrugged, not understanding Tenten's fixation on creating a narrative around everyone's actions. He believed Lee was simply taking the opportunity to work in other villages. 1010 argued that Lee had guided the Kazekage after the war to check on Naruto's recovery, but Niji reminded her that it had been 2 years since then. Though 1010 was not satisfied with Niji's response, she chose not to press further as they continued discussing other matters they needed to address. Naruto finally found a day when Haruka wouldn't be returning home at all. Throughout the day, he and his clones were preparing a very special dinner because the blonde was determined to make it happen. He had set the table with a bouquet of flowers in the center and some lit candles while trying to follow a recipe written by Sakura Haruno. The pink-haired girl had wanted to help him, but she had been caught up with things at the hospital and couldn't find the time or energy to assist her friend, so Naruto Uzumaki was on his own. He encouraged himself, whispering that he could do it, but he didn't expect to confuse salt with sugar, ruining the dish from the start. From that point on, everything spiraled out of control. The pot in which the rice was cooking began to bubble over, creating a complete mess in the kitchen. Then the candles he had lit melted and caught the tablecloth on fire, prompting the blonde to rush and pour water on the scorched table. He tried to lift his spirits, telling himself he still had time, but his heart sank further when Haruka entered through the window, startling him. She asked what had happened, and he attempted to cover up the chaos in the kitchen, explaining that he thought she would be home late. Haruka smiled, having noticed something strange since joining the clan. Everyone seemed to need her for trivial matters, and her intuition told her it was related to her goofy boyfriend, which turned out to be true. As she walked closer, she spotted smoke and never imagined it would be coming from his house. She asked him to act as if he hadn't seen anything. Haruka raised an eyebrow, pointing out that he had literally burned the rice and that they might need to buy a new dining table. She inquired about what he had been trying to do. Naruto whispered that he was planning a surprise. Haruka finally stepped into the house, hoping to salvage something, but she doubted it. She told him to leave the kitchen to her, as he wasn't the best cook. Feeling even more dejected, Naruto put his hand in his pocket, and she wondered what he had in there. Suddenly, he declared that he would do it, kneeling in front of her and pulling out a small box. Everything clicked for Haruka at that moment. He asked if she would marry him, revealing the ring inside the box. Without hesitation, she replied no, looking directly at him. Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief as he pouted, asking why not. She explained that he drooled in his sleep, never washed his clothes, had just destroyed the kitchen, and the only things he knew how to do were fight and make ramen. She asked if she should continue. Naruto opened his mouth to protest, but she reminded him that despite everything, she still lived with him. She questioned whether loving someone meant accepting their flaws and asked if he no longer loved her. Haruka laughed and kissed him several times on the face, assuring him that she loved him and just wanted to see his disappointed face. He called her cruel, and she smiled, giving him a quick kiss on the lips, confirming that she would marry him after all. Naruto beamed with joy, lifting Haruka and spinning around, exclaiming how happy he was that the most beautiful woman in the world was going to marry him. Haruka smiled back, calling him the biggest idiot. He insisted she should say something nice about him, and she replied that she liked that he was her idiot. Naruto grinned like a fool, knowing that only Haruka could call him an idiot. He had even saved the world, but to Haruka Nara he would always be the same fool she met in the academy. Thus, it became a memorable proposal for both of them, and Haruka would never forget how Naruto had burned the entire kitchen to ask her to marry him. Haruka knew she would collapse at any moment. Why did they have to throw such a big celebration for their union? They were already living a married life, in her opinion, but seeing Naruto's excitement as he made a long list of friends he had made over the years made her accept any crazy idea he had. Remembering that lonely boy from the academy made her heart ache, but now Naruto had more than surpassed his goal of becoming Hokage. He didn't even need to be Hokage to gain recognition, not just from Konoha but from all the nations. Naruto mused about making the event the biggest one yet, considering that his fiancée was more or less the savior of the ninja world. Their union also represented a significant political event, and not inviting the prominent figures from other villages would be almost an insult. Unbeknownst to him, he had forged strong friendships with the future Kages. Haruka sighed but nodded, knowing that coordinating the event's security would be a headache. All their friends were important people with tight schedules, and of course, Kakashi Hatake would have an even bigger headache. Haruka's mother was quite excited about all the preparations, making it less stressful for the couple. Some guests struggled to find the perfect gift for the newlyweds. Haruka reassured her friends, who seemed worried about mission schedules on the wedding day, telling them not to stress. Hinata attempted to argue, expressing concern about causing trouble for the couple, suggesting they could take turns with missions. Lee agreed with Haruka, and the rest of the Konoha newcomers shared similar sentiments. Haruka mentioned that her mother and Kakashi were handling everything and had promised to ensure everything went perfectly. Shikamaru calmed his friends, stating that if Aunt Miko was involved, they wouldn't need to worry. Chuji added that Miko and Shikamaru's mother could be intimidating at times, prompting a collective sigh from the group. Haruka smiled playfully, telling them to focus only on their outfits and gifts. The girls exchanged glances, realizing they would need to go shopping soon. As the days flew by, the wedding day finally arrived. Everything was ready, and Haruka's mother appeared delighted with the results. Even the security arrangements had been resolved with the help of the Sand Village. Haruka entered the room where Naruto was preparing and asked if he was ready. Both were dressed in traditional wedding attire, and Ino had done Haruka's makeup, which she wasn't used to but looked beautiful nonetheless. Naruto embraced her at the waist, complimenting her appearance. Haruka smiled, feeling that their union was not just about their feelings but also about their loved ones witnessing their commitment. She playfully expressed her desire for everyone to be envious of her handsome husband as they made their way to the garden where their friends awaited. Lee greeted his former teammates, Tenten and Niji, who appeared to be arriving as a couple. Tenten looked up at the sky, hoping it wouldn't rain, noticing that Niji had traded his awful green leggings for a decent dark green suit. Niji smiled at Tenten's incredulity. He greeted Gaara, who was accompanied by his brother, and Tenten acknowledged the redhead with a playful smile, suspecting it might rain that night. The boys had only interacted with Gaara during a rescue mission 3 years prior, but Lee had spent more time with him. Gaara calmly stated that he was just Gaara, reminding them they were at a party. His role as Kaya had helped him understand relationships better, though making friends still posed a challenge. Tenten expressed her hope to see Lee with Gaara more often, while Niji shook his head, surprised to see both boys blushing. Guy enthusiastically declared the beauty of young love, embracing Tenten and Niji, exclaiming that the flame of youth had finally reached their generation. Tenten rolled her eyes at Guy's usual dramatics, having grown accustomed to them over the years. Guy continued to cheer for Haruka and Naruto, and Tenten sighed, noting that one never truly gets used to Guy's antics. Niji shrugged, acknowledging that their presence lightened the atmosphere, and he was sure Haruka appreciated not being the center of attention. Yuna expressed her satisfaction with the final details of the wedding cake, and Takito nodded, still surprised to find himself involved in the preparations. He had not expected to be invited, even though he was helping with the cake. She remarked that taking a photo of the groom was enough of an invitation. Yuna warned Takito not to follow Shu when he got carried away, hoping to spare him embarrassment. Takito, wishing for a calm evening, approached a pale-skinned black-haired boy among the guests, who seemed the most harmless. He greeted the boy, asking if he could keep him company for a while. The boy, Sai, smiled and agreed, curious about Takito's intentions. Takito explained that he wanted to avoid the intimidating shinobi and his bosses, pointing them out. Sai introduced himself and asked how Takito knew he was a shinobi. Takito introduced himself, explaining that there weren't many civilians at the wedding, making it easy to identify them. Their conversation flowed. She noticed Takito slowly escaping his sister's reach and couldn't blame him, hoping Yuno wouldn't want to showcase the new presentation of the restaurant with their new employee. Shu, being socially adept, nodded at the Uchiha accompanying his sister before heading off to engage with the shinobi. The cake looked delicious, and Yuna eagerly told a boy with cheek markings that he would love it once he tried it. Shikamaru spotted Sasuke and remarked on the surprise of seeing him there. Sasuke replied that he wouldn't miss the wedding of Naruto and Haruka. Without needing to ask, Yuna had purchased a tuxedo for Sasuke, knowing he didn't have many options. Dressed in her purple gown that perfectly matched her eyes, she greeted the shinobi who seemed familiar to Sasuke. Sasuke placed his hand on her waist and introduced her, stating that Yuna was his partner. Shikamaru raised an eyebrow but chose to remain silent. Temari, the blonde, introduced herself to the pink-haired girl, expressing her pleasure in meeting her. She commented on the interesting fans Temari carried, asking if she used them in battle. Temari confirmed this and smiled widely, revealing that she was also a user of senjutsu. Yuna, now feeling more confident, took Temari's hands and expressed her excitement at finding another user of senjutsu. Curious about the techniques used by other wind users outside of the sand, Yuna felt a sense of happiness in making a new friend in Temari, beyond just Haruka. The two girls walked toward another table, engrossed in their conversation about combat. Shikamaru observed the interaction, noting that Sasuke seemed to be changing for the better, though he decided not to comment on it. He remarked that it seemed the couples were arriving. Indeed, Haruka and Naruto were smiling as they walked toward the small altar where the ceremony would take place. Kakashi Hatake was already there, ready to officiate, accompanied by his uncles, Shikatoshi and Miko, while Iruka Umino stood on the other side. As all the guests settled in, the ceremony began smoothly. Kakashi asked Naruto if he promised to care for and protect Haruka in sickness and in health, through adversity and tranquility, to be kind and make her happy. Without hesitation, Naruto affirmed his promise. Then, Kakashi turned to Haruka, asking if she promised the same for Naruto. Haruka smiled brightly into the eyes of her favorite blonde and promised as well. With that, Kakashi declared them husband and wife, and he turned to Naruto, stating that the groom could now kiss the bride. With smiles on their faces, they shared a kiss, concluding the ceremony amidst the applause of their guests. After the ceremony, the celebration could finally begin. Naruto and Haruka greeted all their guests. While not all the Kages were present, representatives attended, including Chojuro from the village hidden in the mist. The Raikage and his brother, Killer Bee, were also there with their escorts, who performed a rap that only Naruto's goofy husband and his friend Yuna Fujiwara applauded. Next were their friends, known as the Rookies, along with their team and other ninjas from Konoha, such as Genma Shiranui, Reidu, Anko, and some of their relatives from the Nara, Yamanaka, Akimichi, Aburame, Inazuka, and Hyuga clans. They were joined by the 5th Hokage with Shizen, Konohamaru's team, and the renowned Tuchi and his daughter Ayame. Finally, they greeted Sasuke Uchiha, who was with Yuna Fujiwara. Haruka expressed her happiness in seeing Yuna, relieved that things between them had improved. Yuna had been quite involved in the arrest of Naruto Uzumaki, which had turned out to be beneficial for Konoha. Haruka rolled her eyes at the playful banter between Naruto and Sasuke, noting that they had been calling each other those nicknames since their time in the academy. Yuna, amused, encouraged them to be the first to hit the dance floor. Haruka playfully warned Naruto to be careful with her feet, while he reminded her of her promise to keep quiet. With a smile, Haruka pulled him onto the dance floor. After a few minutes, Sasuke took Yuna's hand, and they joined the growing number of couples dancing. Yuna kept to herself the fact that Sasuke was an excellent dancer, knowing he would likely say that Uchiha excelled at everything. As they danced, Naruto asked Haruka if she was happy. She teased him to focus on his steps but smiled, confirming that she was indeed happy. Glancing around at the other couples, she was surprised to see certain pairings. She remarked on how she never expected Lee and Gaara to be together, commenting on what a wedding could do. She also expressed her happiness for Tenten and Niji. Naruto, surprised, sought out the couple who were seated and chatting, questioning how Haruka knew about Lee and Gaara. Haruka explained that it was obvious from the looks they exchanged and that she had seen them together since they arrived. Naruto, now noticing a slight blush on his friend's cheeks, whispered that he wouldn't have expected it either, attributing it to the wedding's effect. Haruka agreed, resting her head on Naruto's shoulder, feeling a sense of indescribable peace and happiness being with her loved ones after all the suffering they had endured. Everyone present deserved this moment of joy. A 13-year-old girl was on the rooftop of her house, enjoying the gentle breeze of the day. To her, it felt like the perfect moment to simply drift off to sleep. Mei sighed contentedly, feeling as if she was forgetting something important. However, since she couldn't recall what it was, it couldn't be that significant, could it? She relaxed further, thinking it was a great day to do nothing, especially since she had forgotten about a dinner with her grandparents. A calm voice that sounded a lot like her own echoed in her mind, reminding her of the dinner. That was it, she had forgotten. But it didn't seem too important, she could see them another day. Mei remained in her relaxed position, her voice still tranquil as she thought this over. The voice in her head, resembling her mother's, agreed with her, and for a moment, she felt at peace. But suddenly, her thoughts snapped back to reality, and she opened her eyes in alarm. Standing before her was a woman with long black hair tied in a low ponytail and striking blue eyes, dressed in ninja attire. It was her mother, wearing a smile that hinted at trouble, with her younger brother Naruto peeking out from behind her. Mei attempted to muster her best smile as she greeted her mother, trying to convince her that she hadn't forgotten. Her mother handed her a backpack without waiting for a response, explaining that she needed to take it to her father. Mei groaned, realizing she had indeed forgotten again. Her brother, hiding his amusement in his pockets, teased her about it, which only added to her frustration. With a sigh, Mei stood up, grabbed the backpack, and leaped between the nearby houses, taking a shortcut to the Hokage Tower. Her father had recently been appointed as the 7th Hokage, which meant he spent less time at home, making it harder for her to see him. To make matters worse, he had a tendency to forget things, a trait she had unfortunately inherited. As her blonde hair danced in the wind, she realized she hadn't even had time to fix it properly, not that she often did. Upon entering her father's office through the window, Mei called out to him, reminding him of the family dinner they had planned. It had become a routine for her to remind him, as he often seemed lost in his paperwork, yet still aware of his surroundings. She attributed this to his ninja reflexes or perhaps the presence of Kurama within him. Her father looked up, surprised to see her, and asked if it was Friday. Mei confirmed it and tossed him the backpack her mother had given her. Naruto, her father, lamented that he hadn't finished the paperwork due that day, expressing his frustration. Mei couldn't help but question how he had become Hokage in the first place. Offended by her doubt, he asked her what she meant. She suggested he use his shadow clones to finish the paperwork faster, knowing he could create more than 100 without tiring himself too much. Her father brightened at her suggestion, praising her intelligence as he created another shadow clone to help him. Mei shook her head, knowing he could be more efficient if he utilized his clones to assist the villagers instead of getting bogged down by paperwork. Just then, her uncle Shikamaru entered, dropping off some reports. Mei greeted him, reminding him that he was also supposed to help remind her father. Shikamaru pointed out that if she was there, she must have forgotten too, which she silently acknowledged. Both Nara family members watched as Naruto laughed with his clone, a drop of sweat forming on their brows, explaining a lot about their family dynamics. Mei urged her father to finish his work, and both she and Naruto echoed her plea. She hoped they would make it to the monthly gathering at the Nara complex on time. This gathering was special, having started after the Fourth Shinobi War to honor the fallen Nara clan members and to maintain connections with families that no longer lived in the complex, including her own. Her mother, a Nara who ironically led the clan, lived in the Uzumaki complex instead. There were very few Uzumakis, and her father was one of them, being the Hokage. Thus, it was only fitting that they had a complex to honor their ancestors. While the reason for the gathering was significant, Mei found it tedious. She was constantly asked about her future, and at just 13, she felt pressured. What was she supposed to say? That she wanted to be Hokage or lead her clan? Those were dreams for her parents, not her own. Living in the shadow of such prominent figures in the shinobi world was challenging. Sometimes, she wished her family were ordinary, free from high expectations. But that was too much to ask. Family was family. Mei wasn't a genius nor the best at ninja arts, but she was aware of the world around her, sensing people's intentions toward her almost like a sixth sense. As a newly graduated genin, people expected her to start accumulating achievements, but they were in a time of peace. There was no need for competition with other villages or to resort to the violence that had once defined the life of a shinobi. Naruto exclaimed that they had arrived, his clothes changed and Mei on his back. Haruka glanced at the clock but remained silent, as his wife and daughter had arrived on time. He decided to let it slide just for today. The dark-haired woman nodded and adjusted her husband's clothing. Father and daughter sighed in relief, while Naoto, their younger brother, looked at them disapprovingly but chose not to say anything further, knowing he would have another chance to tease both family members. Mieko welcomed them as she noticed her brother-in-law's arrival. Shikadai, their cousin, remarked that it took less time than he had expected as everyone settled in. The children were seated in one corner while the adults engaged in conversation. Naoto grinned widely, telling Mei that she owed him a big favor. Confused, Mei asked why. Naoto revealed that he had changed the clocks in their house and their mother's, so they wouldn't realize they were late, which he found quite bothersome, especially since most of the adults present were highly trained shinobi. Mei whispered that it was annoying, knowing she now owed her younger brother, who would surely collect on that debt later. Shikadai smiled, amused by his cousins. One of the adults mentioned that Mei had graduated from the academy and started her duties as a genin. When asked about her dreams, she shrugged lazily, showing little interest. Her mother, listening from a distance, smiled while chatting with one of the Nara family members. Some of the Nara relatives, whom Mei interacted with infrequently, asked if she wanted to be Hokage. Mei replied that she didn't want to spend all her time in an office. Curious, they pressed her for what she did want to do. Mei shrugged again, aware that choosing a path outside of being a ninja would be problematic, especially considering the Nara family's legacy as shinobi and her father's position as Hokage. She simply stated that she would see where the wind took her. Naruto quietly remarked that it almost sounded like Kakashi-sensei, which Haruka overheard. Deep down, Mei wished to be taken care of, enjoying a life free from the risks of being a ninja and simply relishing life until old age. This was a secret she intended to keep, at least until she met a wealthy man who could support her. When asked about Naoto, the same Nara who had questioned Mei, he declared that he wanted world domination, raising his glass of orange juice in triumph. Shikadai bit his lip to suppress laughter at his younger cousin's wild ambition. The adults were left in shock, processing Naoto's unexpected response. Naruto encouraged his son, assuring him he could achieve anything he set his mind to. Haruka rolled her eyes, playfully nudging Naruto, reminding him not to involve their son in more wild ideas. As the evening progressed, many guests left with the same thought. The children of the 7th and Narasama were quite peculiar. Naruto Uzumaki enjoyed certain advantages as the son of two legendary figures and important pillars of Konoha. However, he knew he didn't carry the same pressure as his older sister Mei. He recognized that she lacked ambition, which was fine in his eyes, as not everyone shared his drive. Despite his young age, Naoto had a clear ambition, to become the richest man in the world. He chuckled to himself, recalling the shocked expressions of the guests at the Nara gathering when he mentioned his desire for world domination, a goal he was not too far from. Naoto had a plan, one filled with favors that would leave many indebted to him, paving his way to the top. Once he reached the summit, he would simply enjoy watching the world unfold around him, metaphorically speaking, of course. He had no desire to ignite a fifth ninja war. He wasn't a psychopath. When Mei asked him if he truly wanted world domination while they were doing homework at home, Naoto smiled innocently and explained that villages wouldn't have to focus solely on military power but rather on wealth, allowing many children the choice not to become shinobi if they didn't want to. Mei sarcastically remarked on his humanistic perspective, to which Naoto proudly agreed. Being the children of two pillars of the village could be challenging, but Naoto was adept at blending in and making villagers see what he wanted them to see. Of course, there were exceptions, particularly his family, who could often read his thoughts, even his distracted father. Naruto burst through the door, announcing his arrival. Both Uzumakis welcomed their tired father, with Naoto showing more enthusiasm than Mei. When asked about their mother, Mei explained that she was delayed due to some budget mix-ups. Naruto suggested that it would just be the three of them for the evening and proposed a trip to Ichiraku for ramen. Naruto eagerly agreed, loving the ramen from that place just like his father. Mei, while not overly enthusiastic, conceded that it was better than staying home. With excitement, Naruto declared they were off to enjoy some ramen. The blonde asked the younger dark-haired boy about world domination. Naruto nodded, his blue eyes shining with determination, expressing his ambition to conquer the world with money. Naruto nearly fell off his chair upon hearing such words from his 8-year-old son. He couldn't judge too harshly. At that age, he had been shouting to everyone that he would become the Hokage of Konoha. Now, the dark-haired boy looked at his father with a hint of concern. He was determined in his dream, but his father's approval was also important to him. After all, Naruto was his dad. He wondered if it was okay to pursue such a goal. Mei rested her head in her hands and sighed, finding the situation troublesome. Noticing the doubt in Naruto's eyes, Naruto laughed and reassured him that as long as he didn't do anything illegal, Naruto Uzumaki would support him. Naruto smiled again as the three continued to enjoy their noodles. He then turned to Mei, asking her what she thought. Mei feigned ignorance, saying there wasn't much to discuss and that he shouldn't worry. Naruto wasn't sure whether to take her seriously, but he knew his daughter would make him proud, no matter what she chose to do. Haruka approached her family, clearly enjoying ramen at Ichiraku. Naruto greeted her enthusiastically, quickly fetching another chair for her to sit beside him. The siblings acknowledged their older sister, and Haruka explained that she had finished her tasks early, shaking her head at the silly mistakes made by the Naras. She asked what she had missed. Mei casually mentioned they were planning Naruto's world domination, yawning as she spoke. She joked about how all the villages would unite under the name Uzumaximos, insisting that everyone should have catchphrases like their father and Naruto. Naruto looked at his sister in disbelief, questioning what kind of name Uzumaximos was. If he were to unify all the villages, surely the name would be Tormato, and the citizens would be called Neoniarnos. With a playful tone, he asked if it would be a monarchy. Naruto nodded enthusiastically, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Naruto shook his head, wondering if this was truly the world domination his son envisioned. He imagined Naruto treating everyone like subjects, demanding they bring him their favorite sweets and toys. Haruka smiled to herself, reflecting on how, many years ago, she never imagined being surrounded by her beloved family. This was not as problematic as she had once thought.